All right, welcome to the live show. I hope you cannot hear the construction in the background there, guys. I apologize. Hopefully, this will stop very soon. This is a live call-in show. We'll have you covered on every single thing happening with the Raptors. My God. Can you guys hear that? Can you let me know in the chat if you can hear that, if it's very annoying? Unbelievable timing. Okay, let's bring on Marky Mark.
Yo, Rob,
Marky
what's
Mark,
up, buddy?
what's going on?
Bro,
Not
I'm
too much,
just
man. What's going on?
I want to talk about the Raptors from their trade deadline last night, if you don't mind.
Okay, what's up?
I'm kind of disappointed, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I was expecting something better.
Yep, I agree with you. But yeah, I mean, to anyone who wants my thoughts on how I feel about Jakob Poeltl, I mean, if you don't want to dig through the live stream last night where we were doing the post game live for the San Antonio Spurs, and ironically, it broke while we were still on the live, and you had me screaming "No, no" like 100 times. I just did a live stream about 5 minutes ago. You can definitely go watch that later if you want. Sort of the pros and cons of Jakob Poeltl. I don't think it's a terrible. I'm kind of disappointed that it's top six protected in 2024, just in case there's a disaster. I would have preferred lottery protected, and I'm kind of disappointed that it's a 2023 second round pick. But, all things considered, I think it's part one of a 2 to 3 part, trade deadline for the Raptors. I do expect something else to happen, though.
Yeah, I just think, Rob, to be honest with you, man, we're going backwards, brother, man. Feels like we're going back to the Bargnani days, man.
How are we going back to the Bargnani days?
Well, I just feel like we're not good enough to get a draft pick, and we're not good enough to be a good playoff team. So we're like in the middle of just nowhere, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, the difference here is you do have I think, a really good talent to build around in Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
And you do have, future assets for the most part. Granted, the Jakob Poeltl trade does sort of complicate things a little bit, but I think the future is still bright, and I think you get a good player. I just don't think he fits. Yeah.
Yep. And I also want to talk about the KD to Sun thing, if you don't mind.
Sure, what's up?
I feel like KD, for the second time, has screwed LeBron over, man. I just feel like this is the Warriors all over again. Like, if KD can now win with the Suns, I don't know who he could win with, man. They're stacked. You know what I mean? So I just
The
just
Lakers
think,
are like 13th in the West right now, right? I don't think he screwed LeBron over at all.
well, what are LeBron's chances of winning a championship within the next 2 years if KD is on the Suns?
I don't think I think LeBron's chances haven't changed one bit. They were 0.1% yesterday. They're 0.1% today. I don't think
Oh,
KD going to the Suns necessarily changes that. It just complicates things a little bit more. I just don't look at the Lakers as a title contender. I don't think the Clippers or Lakers are title contenders, to be honest with you. And I mean, we just saw a Dallas Mavericks team buoyed by again, sorry about the construction, guys. I really do apologize. Hopefully this mic is cutting out a lot of it, but yeah, like I think we just saw a team with Kyrie Irving, the Dallas Mavericks, a team that's just has not been able to win without Luka Doncic, beat the Clippers yesterday. I don't think the Clippers or Lakers are a threat to anybody.
yeah, I don't know, brother, man. I just feel like the whole landscape of him going to the Suns has screwed a lot of people over. That's just my opinion, man.
I think if anything, it helps the Raptors because there are going to be teams that are in the West that have stars that they think Zion, Ja, etc. That Dame that are worth building around. I believe the Portland Trail Blazers won last night. They traded Josh Hart away. They can't be for that can't be for nothing. I do believe that Portland is going to make another deal today. I
Yeah.
think they're capped out with Dame, right? The long term future with Dame, and they have Nurkic, I believe, still on the books. Jeremy Grant has been offered a 4-year, $112 million contract. I believe he will be on the books for a little while there. So, yeah, I mean, they have to make a move to support Dame. And if that is to trade Shaden Sharp and future picks to the Raptors for OG or something like that, then I think, the Raptors do get a second young building block in this. I also think OG and Gary are young building blocks that you can build around. I think Christian Koloko is a really good draft pick. Look, I don't agree with everything Masai and Bobby do. I certainly do not agree with the Jakob Poeltl trade. I definitely think I would have preferred nothing over this, but I also love a lot of their moves. I mean, I love the drafting of Scotty Barnes, and I loved, the fact that they poached Precious Achiuwa for, Kyle Lowry. And I really do like the fact that they did not sign Lowry to a long-term extension, because we're seeing the disaster of that, where this front office it should be known for all the stuff they've done, but also the stuff that they didn't do that they could have done. And I think that for the most part, this is one of the more competent front offices, and I'm trusting that today will not lead to back-to-back stupid moves. Yeah. Anyway, Mark, thanks a lot for calling in, man. Appreciate it. Matt, next up. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how are you doing? Can you hear
I'm
me?
all right. I'm all right. I'm prepared for the trade deadline. I've got my apple, I got my banana, and I've got a pot of coffee. How are you doing?
Good, good. First time caller, and I love your content.
Thank you so much.
Just wanted to chime in a bit on the Poeltl trade and kind of thinking about it in the context of the fact that Poeltl was already on the Raptors. That was his first. Apparently, that was his number one choice before being traded to.
That's awesome. That's good to hear.
Just think about like, I wanted to just kind of pitch to you kind of what your thoughts are on how Poeltl will interact with the team going forward, and kind of thinking about the fact that Siakam, probably won't be traded in the next few hours, and how that might impact the team, and also the context of kind of Great Wall of 6'9" or taller, how there might be potential upside on that with like in a vacuum, and not even considering the fact that we might get more picks and or young players or wings in the next few hours.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like, if you can, do you have headphones?
No, sorry.
All right. So okay.
I don't have much more to say, so I'll just turn off my sound.
Cool. I'm just gonna mute you there. Yeah, so in terms of how he fits, I think this is a lot like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, right? The bullet wound obviously is that the Raptors defense has been compromised. I think that their offensive space, they have spacing issues galore, right? In one sense, he helps your spacing issues and hurts your spacing issues. He helps them because he's smart and he makes good decisions with the basketball, unlike the players who are playing in his place right now, like Chris Boucher, who's been playing really well lately, but does not make great decisions with the basketball usually. Precious Achiuwa, who spaces the floor. Both those guys shoot threes, but not exceptionally well. So to some extent, you look at them shooting threes at 29, 30% or lower, and you're like, is that even a decent shot? No, it's not. In a league where 35% is average three-point shooting, the benchmark for is this three a good shot or not is usually 33%. Raptors have a lot of guys who shoot below that mark. So in a lot of ways, you have a guy who just takes a lot of efficient shots. Where it does screw things up is because of how much it impacts the spacing on the court in terms of driving angles for Scotty Barnes and Gary Trent Jr., who's been a little bit better driving, and any player you pick up today, even OG Anunoby, right? It sort of makes your offense a little bit more predictable because you always have that second big inside who can just sort of hang back and provide contests. That being said, the issue really is Fred Pascal, right? In my opinion, like you have Pascal Siakam, not quite, good enough to be like the lead guy. And then you have Fred, who's dipping defensively. And if you believe the analytics, Jakob Poeltl is also dipping analytically. You've basically reunited the bench mob here, right? In terms of, guys fitting in at the trade deadline, you don't want to be adding someone who does too much that requires the ball or requires you to switch. It's really difficult to implement a brand new offense at this point. So in a lot of ways, trading for a Kevin Durant, someone like that, is great because KD is super smart. But maybe trading for, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a player off the top of my head that would be really difficult to trade for. A Trae Young. I think a Trae Young would be next to impossible to implement at a deadline. You need an entire training camp to implement a guy like that. So I think it's good that they get a center who can defend the rim and who's a reasonably young player. I do think, however, that I would have preferred for them to just blow it up and go young, get draft picks, get future assets, etc. But that's just more how I'm wired, I think. And also, like, I think it just helps Scotty a little bit more.
That's totally fair. I guess my counterpoint would be kind of bearing in mind the schedule for the rest of the year, I'm thinking perhaps the Raptors want to give a good showing for the rest of the year and perhaps think about building a bit of momentum. I'm not good at like kind of analytics or thinking about the finances of why go for Poeltl now instead of the end of the season, but um, um, I'm just in the back of my mind. I'm thinking about the fact that it'd be super easy to make the playoffs this year, despite the record.
It would be super easy to make the playoffs, but I think if you're looking, first of all, I want to say thank you so much to Larry Kane. He says, listening in the car, can't join, but wanted to say thanks. I don't like this trade and appreciating your take on it. Thanks a lot, Larry, for the super sticker. Always appreciate it. To the specific point of, making the playoffs, yeah, they can absolutely make the playoffs. And yes, but for what? Can you beat Philly with this roster as constructed? I think Jakob helps you on Joel Embiid because you don't have to aggressively double down. But Joel Embiid is a hell of a talent, and Jakob Poeltl is not going to stop him. Okay, so in a lot of ways, playoffs for what? I mean, could we be more competitive in first round series? Yes, of course we could be more competitive in first round series. But are you beating Milwaukee with this roster? I don't think so. Not with this spacing. I mean, Milwaukee is a great example of how to build around straight line drivers. Everyone around Giannis is a shooter. Everyone. Brook Lopez is a shooter. Literally changed his entire game, spacing out to the top and corner. If Brook Lopez doesn't do that, that doesn't work. You need the paint for Giannis. You need to be able to do that. So I think this is just, do I expect better from a team that consistently drafts non-shooters? Clearly, they do not value spacing as much as I do, and I think they'll pay for it. But in terms of what the Raptors like to do, which is, they like to game, and in the regular season, this is going to make you way better. In the playoffs, I think this exposes you, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, totally fair. Great chatting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, Matt. Okay. I want to say another thank you. Huge super chat here. Jason Choi, thank you so much. $20. That's go. Thank you so much, man. Just keep the live, keep this live going. We're gonna keep it live, and if something does happen, I'm not checking my phone every 5 minutes. So if something happens, I hope that you guys are gonna let me know in the chat, and then we can talk about it. Next up, we have Chris. Chris, what up?
Hey, Robert, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't share the same sentiment as you do in regards to the trade.
Okay, let me know why you think it's a good trade.
I don't think it's a bad trade, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's. I think I could say it's a good trade, not a great trade.
Okay.
I've seen the protections that really brought me down on it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like a center, a defensive center was really a need for this team. Like if you pay attention to how we've been playing over like the last month or so, like we've had like a top 10 offense over like the last month or so. The thing that's really been dragging us down has been the defense. And then like I forget where I saw it, but like there was like a.
Have you looked at the schedule the last month?
Yeah, but like it's not getting any harder over.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, as a benchmark, I don't really care how my team performs against Detroit and Charlotte and, teams that are resting multiple starters. I want to see how my great offense and my great offensive engines and my beautiful spacing concepts measure up against the teams that I'm actually going to be playing in the playoffs. Because again, your stats on the season, let's just say, for instance, I'll give you a hypothetical example of a player. Let's call him player P. Right? Let's say player P averages 32 points per game on solid efficiency against lottery teams and averages 15 points per game. There's the widest split in this hypothetical player. Let's say player P averages 15 points on terrible shooting against top 10 defenses. Well, guess what? In the playoffs, you are most definitely going to bump into at least 3 top 10 defenses, and they're going to be trying harder. So I really like to, it's like fool's gold, man. I wish fans would wake up to this shit. Last year, the Chicago Bulls were abysmal against top teams, and they beat the crap out of worse teams. And people were talking about how DeMar DeRozan's breaking Michael Jordan's records. I understand fan psychology. It's great to get excited about, your team doing well for a month. So yeah, the Raptors offensive rating is great over the last month. Who the fuck have they faced? That's my question.
No,
Who have
that's
they? Yeah, strength of opponents should matter. You know,
we need to see the other domino that's going to drop here in like I guess within the next 3 hours.
that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Yep.
To me, it's pretty obvious that it's OG on the way out because I feel like they have to use OG to, I guess, retain some of the draft capital they let walk out the door. So,
hmm
um, it seems like it's good. It seems like Memphis is really interested in him. What do you think about that necessarily?
I really the fact that I flashed Dyson Daniels on the live should tell you how I feel about that. I don't think that Memphis's assets, specifically, I think it would be Conchar, Brandon Clark, draft picks, etc. Like, I mean, David Roddy, whoever you want to look at that Memphis team, Xavier Tillman. Oh my God, another center. Um,
Zaire Williams.
no, why?
He was better last year. He's been hurt this year. He's been hurt this year.
Yeah, I'm not a really big Zaire Williams fan, to be honest.
I think he played really well for them last year as a starter, like fifth option starter for them last year through the run they had, at least during the season.
hmm
But yeah, well, obviously everybody wants the package that the New Orleans would offer. But like the way New Orleans played so badly over the last month or so, I don't even think they're thinking about like contention or anything like that.
I think they are. I think they are. I think they're looking at it as, they're missing the best player for a lot of that. So, I mean, they shouldn't be like I think at one point they went like 1-9 without Zion or something like that. They tanked hard. They fell down the standings. So we have a trade to break for you guys. The Lakers are trading Thomas Bryant to the Nuggets for Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks. Sources tell ESPN.
Who's
Okay. Yeah,
I don't even know who Devon Reed is.
that is a good question.
That's really weird. Like I'm usually pretty good at like knowing majority of the NBA. Devon Reed. Interesting. Oh well. But yeah, so back to Poeltl. I do like he's gonna bring good vibes to the locker room. So I like that. He's really good with the handoffs.
Can I just say that when you have to go to vibes to justify a trade, I think you've already lost. I just gotta say that. I think it's like, I don't know. Honestly, Thomas Bryant to the Lakers for Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks gives you an idea of, like, I mean, I'm not saying Thomas Bryant is better than Jakob Poeltl, but
he's not. He's definitely not.
it's not that far.
No, come on. I think y'all. Where do you rank him as in center in the league?
You mean in that position that's slowly evaporating, and every single team that was in the finals the last year didn't play a single player that looks anything like Jakob Poeltl? You mean that's that position, that center? I rank him as a top 15 center in the NBA. He's an average to above average star. Look, man, this is not the Jakob Poeltl from 2019, 2020. He's not impacting at the rim the way he was. Now, could he turn it around now that he's playing for a team that's actually not aggressively losing? Sure, absolutely. He could spark it for you. I just think that how a player, look, he helps Fred, he helps Gary. He helps these two guys because he's going to set solid screens for them. It's another guy in the starting lineup that's setting screens for Fred and Gary. Do I want a fucking offense that's geared around Fred and Gary and Pascal Siakam going into the playoffs to have to face off against offenses that are geared around Tyrese Maxey and James Harden and Joel Embiid, or offenses that are geared around, it's just, it contradicts with my vision for this team. Now, I'm not the general manager of this team, so it doesn't really fucking matter what my vision for this team is, but I just don't believe in the upside of the guys that this helps the most. That's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, Chris, thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate it, man.
All right, take care.
Cheers. All right, next up, we got Ian. Ian, what's up?
What's up indeed, my friend? Remember, I was the guy who'd come on your show and like brag about the money I won gambling against the Raptors. And I think I called you once on the back of a terrible loss against Memphis at home.
Yeah, I
Remember
remember you
that?
very well. You weren't
Yeah.
wearing a hat back then, and you were like, I think you were like, you are you the recruiter guy?
I'm the recruiter guy. Yeah.
You're the
Yeah.
recruiter
And
guy. Thanks a lot for
I,
all the super chats, man. I
yeah,
appreciate
no
it.
problem. I just keep wearing a hat just to sort of hide the hair loss from following this fucking team for so long. And I'll tell you another thing. If you remember, I asked you, it's like, could you steel man Masai and Bobby? And you gave a very lucid response, and I mostly agree. And I think there's a lot of intelligent people at the front office, but it's that trust is getting slightly eroded. And I think you share that sentiment. I know who you are on Real GM, and I follow you on there as well.
I'm not on
And
Real GM, actually. I
oh,
want to clarify that for forever and
oh,
ever.
you're not?
I'm not
Okay.
on Real GM. Who? You know, I saw a thread on Real GM. I lurk, and they said, "Are there any content creators out there?" And then someone said that they were me, and I thought that was really funny. I haven't been on Real GM in almost, I want
Okay.
to say
I thought you
15
were
years.
Dell Abbott or whatever. Okay.
No, 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 no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no. Why the hell would I be on Real GM? No,
Yeah,
no.
because that totally contradicts with your personality online. So that makes I'm happy that that's not true. Okay.
I am perfectly
Yeah.
myself. If I was on Real GM, I'd be banned within 5 minutes. Yeah.
But anyway, you gave a very lucid response, and then we mostly agreed. And at the time, you had Buddy on the show, and like we're back and forth, and like there was this lingering faith in this sort of ideology behind all of this.
Mhm.
And it's still early; we got a couple of hours left, but I'm not going to show you the coffee that I spewed out of my mouth onto my laptop when I saw that it was top 6 protected. Okay, I just spent the last 5 minutes like cleaning that up with fucking bounty like rags. I can't believe that people are going to sort of come on here and talk to me like it's okay, it's a weak draft, top 6 protected for what? For what? Not to like overreact on your show here, but I think it's crazy. You're and the guy's a free agent. What are you going to pay him? You're going to pay him $20 million to do what? Like not shoot the ball? And you explained it beautifully with that 30-minute bit. I had to hang up on a client. I run this stupid consulting business. I wanted to hear your take on the pros and cons. Very balanced, but one of the cons I think you're missing is that he is not really a high IQ player. Like he functions as like a, what would you call it? Like his whole ideology with the basketball is really just about grabbing rebounds and then doing what he's told by the coaches. He doesn't really have a knack for scoring. He has a knack for putbacks, right? But how is that going to serve us in the fourth quarter of a playoff game when, inevitably our shooting drops, we can't hit shit, and now what? What's Jakob Poeltl going to do, right? Yeah, there you go.
I hear you. I think here's the thing. Like, I think
I'm heated. I'm sorry I'm so heated on this call.
No. That's fair. And I mean, look, fair point. He's not Marc Gasol. Let's just put it that way. He's the furthest thing. Like in a lot of ways, there's like 3 things in common and 500 things not in common with Marc Gasol. The most important thing, of course, was that Marc Gasol could space out. That was the most important thing. The second thing is Marc Gasol was a borderline generational passer for a guy that size. And while, yeah, I'm with you on that. It is a hustle big, a roll big. The reason I say he's high IQ is relative, right? A crow is high IQ. If you think about it, if you've researched, this is a sort of fascinating thing, and I realize that our conversations always delve into sort of fascinating tangents, but crows are remarkably intelligent. Did you know this? You didn't know that?
No. Well, they're kind of like they're flying rats. So like they're kind of like pigeons, right?
They have problem-solving intelligence.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a strange thing to be talking about on a sports show, but they gave a crow two tubes, right, with a treat at the bottom. One had sand, and the treat is just sort of on top of the sand. The other one had water, and there were certain things that the crow could put into the tubes. And it's a very limited, problem-solving thing that I do believe that certain Raptor fans probably could not figure out. But to be fair, this crow did manage to put the weights in the water thing and not the sand and got the treat. And I thought that was really remarkable intelligence. I mean, that's 6-year-olds. There are 6-year-olds who couldn't have figured that out. So crows are really smart. So you can say a crow is relatively intelligent towards a baby. You could say, relative IQ. So I think relative to Precious Achiuwa and Chris Boucher and Kem Birch, Jakob Poeltl is freaking Copernicus. He's Einstein compared to those guys. It's just because he buys into his freaking role, man. Like, I mean, he had 17 or 18% usage with San Antonio Spurs. I would not be surprised in an offense that is so geared towards isolation scoring that he goes down to like 11%. That's just not something that anyone on this team who's even remotely competent at basketball has been willing to do for you. Because everyone who's remotely competent at scoring the basketball wants to score the basketball all the time. And if you don't want one of those guys, you have to have a complete, net negative like Juancho Hernan-Gomez or another guy who doesn't shoot the ball in Thaddeus Young, right? I don't know. I'm not saying I like the trade. I don't like the trade. If there were 100 trades on the board for the Raptors, this is probably like my 75th or 80th favorite one. Like, there were worse ones, Here's my question to you. How would you feel today if the Raptors had traded 4 unprotected firsts for Kevin Durant?
That was my next thing I was going to bring up. That's the only thing I might have disagreed with you about, because I think your initial reaction was like we could have matched it or possibly beat it. Four protected round unprotected picks is one.
I don't mean we would have matched it with draft picks. I think we would have matched it with OG and Pascal.
And Trent.
Pascal and OG.
Oh, Pascal. That's right. Pascal. Yeah.
Pascal's a better player than
Bridges is playing so well, though. I really like Bridges. I
like him too. It's just like, I think the Suns haven't been great, right? Devin Booker's out. Chris Paul's a great player. Like, I think there's a lot to be said for how great he is. He has expanded for sure. He's a lot more than he was 2 years ago. And I could see a version in which he becomes a really low-level all-star.
You don't think Bridges is better than OG? I think he's slightly, or maybe just...
Offensively, yes. Defensively, it's close. Yeah, he's slightly better. He's a year older, and he's slightly better than OG. But OG has, like, that rare ability to guard 1 through 5. And that is highly coveted, especially when you already have, like, I mean, the Nets had the potential to create something with OG and Pascal. I really do believe that, like, more so than with Cam and Mikal Bridges. I think Siakam is the best player in that bunch. He's the most established player. He's the only one who's even sniffed All NBA. He's done it twice. I think from selling your fan base perspective on, hey, we're still going to be competitive, Ben Simmons, OG Anunoby, and Pascal Siakam, I think works as a front court.
Let me ask you a question, but before I sign off, the Nets as they stand right now, let's say no more trades are made. Mm-hmm. A, do you think it's a balanced roster? And B, if they went up against the Raptors in a playoff series, who do you think wins? I don't think it's. I think it's close. To be honest with you,
I think it's close too. It's kind of funny because you have a certain team with a lot of underrated guys, and you have another team with a lot of overrated guys, right? Jakob Poeltl has a reputation as being like one of the top defensive centers in the NBA. He kind of is. He's kind of not though. Like, he's kind of fallen off a lot. I think. Same thing. Siakam has a reputation as being a top 15 player. I don't think he is. Right? Ben Simmons has
not right now, and Poeltl was not a good showing last night. You agree, obviously, like that it was like average. I mean, it was nothing.
I mean, they went at him hard. I mean, if they knew they were trading for him, way to expose his biggest weaknesses, right? Like, Scottie took him to the woodshed. Pascal Siakam goes off for 37 freaking points. Like, I mean, they killed him. And you could argue that Siakam and Scottie were technically front court players, and if Jakob is a front court stopper, then good job. He stopped nothing. And Chris Boucher went insane. Like, everyone who was really matched up against had a great game. Like, what the fuck?
And Spurs fans are saying, like, well, we're very dysfunctional this year. Don't look too much into the advanced metrics of on the defensive side. Like, he's down in everything, by the way.
No, I
And
agree. And look, that 30-minute thing that I did was, I'm always open to multiple interpretations. Well, almost always open. I'm not open to multiple interpretations um on everything, but most things I'm open to it. So I'm open to the interpretation that on a better team slightly better team with aspirations to compete in an environment where he's comfortable, he could turn back the clock and become Jakob 2019, 2020, which is a hell of a player, by the way. 2019, 2020 is probably a top 12 center in the NBA. Top 10, maybe. Max.
But
top
you
10.
just said in the last call, like, if that was really important, and it's increasingly not.
Yeah, I think we need to evolve as a fan base to stop thinking about positions and start thinking about spots on the court, right? I hate the fact that this roster is so stupid. Okay, Scotty, OG, and Pascal shoot exactly like well from one place on the court in terms of 3-point line. And guess what? It's the exact same place, left corner, right? Jakob Poeltl does not shoot from outside the paint. We have seen over and over again how the offense sort of suffers with Christian Koloko on the court for the same reason. But Koloko is a slightly better shooter than Jakob Poeltl and has way more projectable offensive upside. We have seen that the offense has sort of blossomed with more minutes of Precious Achiuwa. Why? Because he doesn't clog the fucking paint. It's creating all this.
You said it earlier. He's more like a wing, really. He's just a really, really big wing.
He's exactly that.
I like him in that role. Incidentally, I think he's really effective, and especially if he can. Well, what's he shooting right now? Like, I think, under 35% from the through, but that might improve.
Right.
It's better than anything.
Precious or Jakob, if you had to pick for the next 5 years.
Precious.
Easy, right? Easy choice. Me too. And that's the sort of the sad part, right? Is you become, it's sort of weird, right? The Raptors are such a funny team. For 3 years, this fan base has been like, but what about the center? But what about the center? And honestly, it's the stupidest segment. No offense to anybody out there, but it's the stupidest segment of the fan base that does this. It's the Will Lewites. They're just constantly harping about, well, we don't need, but we have a 7-footer. We don't have a 7-footer. We don't have a 7-footer. It's like, my God, man, shut up with this shit. Like, Draymond Green is not a 7-footer. He's barely 6'5".
Yeah,
okay,
but you see, Will Lou surrounds himself with people who he's trying to bring entertainment to the program. He's got like Gary's father coming on, and he's saying the same thing. And it's just like, guys, like, no one gives a shit. Like, we need a rim pressure guard. We need shooting. We need more. You need rim pressure guards.
You need a rim pressure guard. This is the vernacular that we need to adjust with. This is not, we need a backup point guard. No, fuck that. You need a guy who can break down the defense and put constant pressure at the rim, creating breakdowns, which creates easier shots for your corner shooters. You need movement shooters. I think the Raptors are just trolling this fan base on some level. I don't mean to get like hot takey. Like, I'm trying to be balanced about this. It's a little bit difficult for me because there is a humility within me that's like, okay, Masai Ujiri, Bobby Webster, Dan Tolzman. There has to be some sort of like there is a brain trust here.
You're the U of T graduate. You understand the data sets and the quant measure, like that stuff that's going on in the background that I brought up a while ago. That I think they're relying heavily on is making itself like it's announcing itself right now. Someone in the sort of in that intelligentsia in that body is saying no. If we have Poeltl on, we did all the calculations. That type of shot blocking and defense is going to propel this team, and we're going to be able to sell advertisement time in the playoffs. We might go deep, or not deep, but we might win a series. So there's some data there that is announcing itself. That right now, as I'm sitting here as a moron who I don't know anything, I'm questioning all of it. On the back of this past half season and how it's gone terribly wrong. Now we can get into, Porter, that didn't work out. That was a bit fluky. There's some really bad shooting. If that wasn't so bad, they wouldn't be. But I mean, we are where we are. And now this is just them being very arrogant and saying, well, I mean, this was an anomaly. It was an aberration, and we're not going to course correct and staying with the status quo. And we're not going to rely on what got us here, which is great drafting. which is what that's their calling card, is fantastic drafting. And you gave a top 6 protected pick, not top 10, not top 6. I don't care how bad the draft is. Top 6 is not like, they're Spurs fans speaking of real GM, they're very pleased right now. They're saying that you guys owe us for that 2019 championship for the Kawhi thing. This is still like, these like royalties paying it forward. I don't know.
I mean, there's like, okay, I tell you right now, if the Raptors had not won the championship, you lost 3 straight trades to the Spurs.
Badly.
There's a very real way to look at that, right? You just keep giving them fucking firsts for players that are expiring, and every single time we've traded for a Spur, they've been on an expiring contract.
Anyway, I don't want to abuse the my time here. Last thing I'll say: when Michael Grange is making sense on tweets, things have taken a bad turn.
What did he say?
Oh, he goes on. Did you see his tweet? I don't have it in front of me.
No.
No, but it was very irrational, and
did he rip this?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad. I mean, good for him. I think like that's.
And I'm not a fan. I'm not singing his praises. I actually don't really care for him at all, really. But I when he's giving like lucid thoughts, and not being one of the comfortable. He's not. I mean, what did he say?
So 8 minutes ago, he says, so many teams, the Raptors very much among them, missed on Bryant. He had an outstanding comeback season. So he's talking about Thomas Bryant.
That was before that. It was from last night. Anyway, you'll find it. It's basically saying, like, why didn't you just keep the pick, draft, what was it, Kessler, and like,
I mean, that's a lot of
the obvious.
That's I mean, you said Michael Grange made sense. First of all, there's no guarantee that you would have picked Walker Kessler. I mean, hindsight 2020, if Walker Kessler's, like, I was down on Walker Kessler. I thought they made a mistake. So I mean, granted, I did not watch that much, but his analytics were crazy. But Yak's analytics are crazy too. You can sort of see the like once you study the numbers, you can totally see how Raptors draft, right? Scottie Barnes in a lot of ways kind of breaks the mold on how they draft because he wasn't like an analytics darling at Florida State University, but in so many ways it was so obvious that they could have looked at Jakob Poeltl, but they could have looked at Walker Kessler, but there's no guarantee. And honestly, I never heard anything about the Raptors wanting Walker Kessler, and he was very much in their draft range. I heard about them looking at Peyton Watson. I heard about them looking at Andrew Nembhard. I heard about them looking at David Roddy, Dyson Daniels, Ben Mathurin, Christian Koloko. These were the people. So there's a very good chance the Raptors keep that 20th pick and don't draft Walker Kessler. And Michael Grange's tweet makes as little sense as he usually does. So, yeah.
No, that's fine. I'll just say it real quickly in quotes. Quote, like, it would have been so much easier if the Raptors had held on to their pick last year and drafted Kessler. Now they have Thad, Christian, and Jakob, and a 2024 first and 2 seconds, and none of that will equal Kessler, who is now in town with Utah Friday. So there's a benchmark game right there. Can they even beat Utah? I'm not convinced with Poeltl they will, unless there's a trade.
They drafted Bruno Caboclo over Nikola Jokic, if I remember correctly, right? Jokic was 2014 draft,
okay,
right?
I mean, that's more forgivable, because
but it's not, because Jokic, pre-draft, Jokic was at least projected to be a higher pick than Bruno. They reached massively for Bruno. I think you could make a case that it's so logically deficient to do this, because there's always going to be some guy who's going to be amazing in the 20s or 30s or 40s. Like I've broken down sort of the tiers of the draft and the odds of finding really great players in the top 10 and why you should want to draft top 10. But it doesn't mean drafting top 10 automatically gets you great players.
Do you apply the same level of forgiveness for Desmond Bane as with Kessler? Because I know that you were harping on how they have this sort of rigid drafting sort of like mantra that they apply, and Desmond Bane didn't fit that, but that was an
He
error.
has negative wingspan. It's the same thing with Tyler Hero. It's just because Desmond Bane is he looks a little bit more stocky and he's a little bit thicker built. It just aggressive. Look, everyone has blind spots. Every front office has blind spots.
That's
Okay.
true.
I have blind spots. As an analyst, I definitely do over prioritize two-way potential. So, hypothetically, I take a 20th percentile defender and a 98th percentile offensive player, and I probably put that player under a guy who's 92nd percentile offense, 70th percentile defense, because I think that defensive upside keeps you above water. Most people would disagree with that. And they would say, Rob, you're an idiot. 98th percentile, 99th percentile offensive players are what win you championships. I just, that's agree to disagree sort of territory for me.
Yeah.
I just think that there's sort of a limitation to how high you can go with a defensive liability on the court, how difficult it is to build around those players. So I always prefer that the Raptors take two-way prospects. Too often, though, two-way prospects that are legit two-way prospects go top three. Legitimately, two-way prospects go top three. It's really difficult to find some, perfect prospect 15th overall. There's always going to be some sort of wrinkle or wart that you're gonna, and for the Raptors, that wart seems to be consistently shooting. And with Malachi, they finally do draft a shooter, and ironically, they take him a pick. They take him a pick before a guy who's probably going to go down in league history as a top five shooter of all time.
They think that they can train anyone to shoot, and they made
and you
that
can't.
$1 billion thing in the practice facility, and that's supposed to, I don't know.
I mean, it hasn't really worked. I do believe that you can teach players how to shoot better, but I also think you can teach players how to defend better. I mean, there's no there is a correlation for sure between generational defenders and wingspan. There's definitely a correlation there. I mean, Draymond Green has a huge wingspan, Kawhi Leonard has a huge wingspan, Giannis has a huge wingspan. It's real, but Vince Carter had a huge wingspan, and he wasn't a good defender at all. So I mean, you can just say size, length will always help to offset bad defensive effort, right? Nikola Jokic can't move his feet really fast east to west, but he's still a net positive on defense because he's long and huge, right? It's just not something that you can say about Marvin Bagley, who has, again, negative wingspan, or I think he has 6'11" wingspan. I think there's sort of a theory that there's a world in which Desmond Bane doesn't work out, but I just think if you're a professional basketball team and you're good at sleuthing and you're sleuths, with the scouting and so good at it, I don't know how you miss on that.
We're getting back to the square root of how this front office thinks. It's all gets reduced to okay, what are the data sets telling us? Okay, well, these measurements and this type of defensive intensity with really hard closeouts and will equal something. And it hasn't worked this year for whatever reason. And well, not for whatever reason. You've spent the whole season covering this, and I think you've done it really well. And it's not being addressed yet. There's a couple hours to go. And Jakob, is Jakob. I mean, again, I like Jakob. It's just, it's very difficult to frame this where it makes sense because we're in heavy treadmill territory. Mm-hmm. And now what did you say earlier? If you trade OG, you're fucked. Well, you are fucked if you trade OG. Now you can't trade him now. That's maybe Fred. Maybe you can package Fred for a young shooter or a bench.
I'm kind of guessing OG is the guy who gets traded. It's going to be either OG or Gary, man. I don't think you're going to trade Fred. I would trade Fred. Of those three, I would trade Fred, and I would move Scotty to point, and that's probably the only way this is going to work. Scotty at point makes this somewhat okay for me because then he runs pick and roll. He has the ball in his hands. Scotty without the ball in his hands is what's going to kill this offense because he doesn't provide, I've seen too much film this year of defense just ignoring him outside of 18 feet. And I'm not even talking about that aggressive.
Look at Famous X. Now, I was that guy. I would be like, you don't know what you're talking about, full faith. But that's why your show's getting traction. It's starting to, there's cracks now. This is a little crack.
I think so. But this comment here is just, it's funny to me. You, sir, know Masai Ujiri. It's in him who we trust.
We were
That's
never claiming to be. We're allowed to criticize what's going on. I mean,
yeah, but not you, and it's a good thing that is the case because you don't seem to know what you're talking about. I mean, that's an opinion, man. I do definitely think I know what I'm talking about. I never claimed to be better than Masai Ujiri. I respect Masai Ujiri. I'm not like out here trying to say I know everything about basketball. I am, however, telling you that spacing is a real thing, and if you don't believe me, go fucking turn on League Pass and go watch any team that's doing well right now, and you will not find a single team that has an offense that resembles the Toronto Raptors. If you want to see a team,
how about this Friday? Watch Utah. Watch them play.
yeah,
They're not even supposed to be good. Like,
yeah, no. Famous X. Sorry, Ian. Just to make sure you know, this was not directed at you. This was directed at me.
no. I know.
Okay,
And I'm saying
yeah.
the irony in it is that I used to be that sort of like blind faith fan, and I still support Masai, but let's not kid ourselves. Like, everyone has faults, and this trade, I think we agree, is a borderline error. It's short-sighted, and I'll put my name on that. I think you have. I'll leave it there. Okay.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna get to the next caller. Thanks a lot, as always.
Cheers.
We
Cheers.
call you recruiter guy for calling in. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers, brother. Bye.
Cheers. Okie doke. All right, Oak Tree 34. We're gonna get to you. We have a couple of trades to talk about. Let's just give me 1 second here, and I'm going to pull up the screenshots and we can discuss it. A couple of wings getting moved. Don't worry, this is not Raptors related right now, but it will be really soon. So I think. Okay, let's just check this out here. Okay. So, Ivy. So, the first trade to break down is Jay Crowder. Second is Matisse Thybulle going to the Portland Trail Blazers. So let's just pull up both those screenshots and we can take a look at them and live react to them. So I was telling Leo over with the Sacramento Kings that Matisse Thybulle could really help them out. I think he's a lot better, and I honestly think that any team really starved for defense. Matisse is one of the most interesting defenders in the NBA in terms of what he can do as a defender. He's a nightmare. I've always been somewhat shocked that he hasn't gotten more traction and more playing time with the Portland Trail Blazers. With the Philadelphia 76ers. But, you know, so there's that. Also, I think that's a good deal. I mean, like, we'll see what else was given there. Thomas Bryant also on the move. And the Nets, this was somewhat, I think, projectable that this was going to happen. The Bucks acquire Jay Crowder. Now, I think, depending on where you stand on the Jay Crowder crowd, you know, I think Jay Crowder is good. I don't think he moves the needle that much, but I think the Bucks do add something. Oak Tree 34. You have disappeared from the queue, but if you are interested in calling in, please be sure to call in. Let me just put the link in the description there. There you go. There's the link in the description. If you want to call in, we can talk about these trades or what I hope the Raptors will do later. Tyler Thoreau saying re-signing Fred would cripple this franchise. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Be Rich, thank you so much, man. Smash the like. Absolutely. McDaniels to Philly. Okay. Oak Tree 34. Hey, man, what's going on?
Wow, man. Sorry, I got a call.
No worries.
Yeah, the extremely disappointed. Maybe there's a bigger vision, so I'm gonna hold out a little bit of faith. Perhaps you'll get a deal done. This does scares me really very much so in terms of what you're saying as well. With, are they going to now keep Fred and Pascal?
I don't think it's an if. I think you have to now.
Oh my lord. Oh man, I, I have no words. This is I think this is crazy. So you're gonna give up OG for what then? Do you think he's gonna go to Memphis and New Orleans then?
Well, I mean, you take Portland out of the mix now. They just got Matisse Thybulle, right? I do think that. I mean, I think
Hold on a
OG's
second. Sorry. But they got Tybolt? What
Yeah.
was the deal? I'm at work. Sorry, what was the deal?
I mean, this is what we saw. Woj broke it. The Portland Trailblazers acquiring the Sixers Matisse Thybulle as part of a three-way trade with Charlotte. So Portland, Charlotte, and Philadelphia do the three-way, and I guess like we'll see if there's picks involved or whatever. But I think unless we're gonna see Portland go for Matisse and OG,
No.
which I
There's
very
no
much
defense.
yeah.
Yeah.
So now that really does leave New Orleans, right?
What
Now-
about Memphis?
Or Memphis. But I think like look, every single team that was rumored in the OG sweepstakes, right? We have slowly seen them make trades, right? We saw we just saw the Portland Trailblazers get Matisse Thybulle, which addresses the weakness that they had. We have seen the New York Knicks pick up Josh Hart, right? I mean, he's not OG, but he's a defensive guard in a sense, like he's a rebounder. He shores up some of the issues that they had on that roster. So now it really does leave the New Orleans Pelicans. I do believe that the way the trade deadline does work out, at least in my experience, is like it goes like this. A team will start negotiating, like say the Raptors. Like I'm the Raptors right now, and I say, okay, OG is available or Gary is available. Let's just keep it to OG because I think that is the real asset that is being dangled here. OG is available. He wants a bigger role in the offense. He's not happy here, et cetera, et cetera. So you start negotiating with like 7 or 8 teams. Those teams have their offers. You come back to them and you say, okay, well, this is our counter offer. They don't like it. Okay, fine. Then the dominoes start to fall because now those teams are making, they're not going to wait forever. And obviously if you've already rebuffed them and then you come back to them and say, okay, well, I have six offers. I've narrowed it down to 2 and your offer is not on the table anymore. Like we've rejected your offer. Well, now those teams can go to their second offer, which was Josh Hart, Matisse Thybulle, etc. Every team acquiring these guys right now, their first option was OG. So there's actual fire here where there's smoke. So the one team, like if I see right now New Orleans Pelicans make a trade for a defensive wing or something, and they don't even have to make the trade. That's the crazy part. Dyson Daniels, Herb Jones, every single player being dangled here is a defensive wing, right? It's not quite the situation. Like Memphis and New Orleans are in a completely different situation than Portland or New York. Portland and New York needed defensive wings, right? So I think these teams just need a more NBA-ready prospect. It's kind of like the Jakob Poeltl trade in reverse. They need someone who can help them more now. So do the Raptors basically swap OG for Yak, basically, in a way, in terms of defensive impact? Because I think those guys are, I don't want to say they're similar or comparable in a way, because OG shoots threes, Jakob doesn't. OG guards 1 through 5, Jakob primarily guards bigs. But in terms of like a serviceable starter who's willing to just set picks and do all the hustle work, it's obviously not something OG is willing to do. I do think it sort of uncomplicates your offense to have a guy like this. That's really like the one tangible thing that I keep bringing back again and again is you finally have a really good player in your starting lineup who's willing to be low usage, which you just didn't have to start the season. But the problem is now you have 6 starters.
I mean, to harmony.
Yeah, and I mean, Jakob Poeltl brings harmony to an offense, but he also brings paint congestion. So it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm trying to think who would have been a better option, and I'm struggling with that. But I think a guy like Herb Jones makes a lot more sense. Again, he's not a center.
How many years did he have? How many years did Herb Jones have on his contract?
Herb Jones was a rookie last year. He signed a 3-year deal, if I'm not mistaken, with the Pelicans, so that he's on his second year of a 3-year deal, and at which point you'll have him as a restricted free agent. You could have signed him. The difference is Herb is younger than Jakob Poeltl. He is better at defense than Jakob Poeltl, and he can shoot threes a little bit, right? So I think if I was trading a first and 2 future seconds, like I would have rather traded it for Herb Jones than Jakob Poeltl.
Okay, so then if it is OG and it is him going there, who's coming back?
One would hope Dyson Daniels and possibly Trey Murphy, hopefully. Wait,
And any picks?
I don't think you get those 2 plus picks. So if they want to keep one of those 2 guys out and they want to add a pick, yeah, I mean the Pelicans have a boatload of picks.
Exactly. Okay.
G-Man saying Dylan Brooks for Fred. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, we can get a guy to punch guys in the balls if we want, right?
Yeah. Quado from Mars, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Someone saying OG is gone. Guys, try to avoid making the chat panic, because every time you say OG is gone, I have to refresh Twitter. So just add, I think OG will be gone, and I think we'll be better friends. All right, Oak Tree, thank you so much.
So one more thing, if you don't mind. So this is my thought on OG. Love OG. From the second we got him, I'll never forget him. You know, he got the unenviable task of trying to guard LBJ in that playoff series because we had nobody else as a rookie. I had to feel for him, but he stuck his neck out there. Friggin' love the guy. However, he's been injured almost every year since he's been a Raptor, even the championship year. I know I love him. I think, in the expanded role as another call-in that I did the other day, you never know what the future is going to hold. But if he gets injured again, will it not be a win-win? Are we selling high? Perhaps with injuries. This is the first time he's played an entire year.
He's been healthier than Fred last 3 years. I think the injury.
I'm not comparing it to Fred, man. Please, let's leave Fred completely out of this. I want Fred gone from last year.
I mean, you're talking about guys on your roster who are in their 20s, who could be moved. And if you're going to bring up durability, I'm going to bring it up with Fred and Pascal. Fred and Pascal have been injured every single year as well, right? Pascal missed like a ton of time. He might as well have missed the bubble, right? The only real durable, touch wood Iron Man on your team the last 2 years has been Scotty and Chris Boucher. Like those 2 guys couldn't be more different physically, but those are the 2 guys who've been super healthy for you. Pascal's missed, large stretches, and OG's missing a large stretch right now. But you don't know if right now the risk thing that is just being exacerbated fully because they're holding him out because they want to trade him and they don't want to risk further injury. I don't know that. But I do know that for most of the season, he was leading you in total minutes. So that's
I agree with you, man. What I'm saying is I'm just trying to add that into the mix, like into Masai's thinking.
I think among all the players that I would have wanted, I understand the OG trade logic. I do. I'm not an idiot. I get it. He's very valuable around the league, and there is a sense of, is this guy overrated? Is this one of those things where you just say something over and over, like, oh, this guy is so great? But I watch this guy every single night. I see how hard he works. I see how he plays. I hear him in the interviews. I've seen him in the playoffs perform reasonably above expectations every single time he's been in the playoffs. I don't think those players grow on trees. I feel like there's a version of this team, on 2 different timelines. And Larry's point here, today's an inflection point for this franchise, and I have a feeling we're choosing to head in the wrong direction. What a disaster. I agree. There's a sort of Fred and Pascal timeline or vision, and then there's a Scotty and OG vision and timeline. And the Scotty and OG vision and timeline is, ironically, Jakob Poeltl kind of fits both. But he won't fit them both together. That's the problem. He does fit both. Like there's a version of this where you say, okay, Fred's gone, Pascal's gone, and we're running Jakob at point, and everything we got back for those 2 is a lights out shooter. Great. That's a great freaking team, man. Scotty at point, OG at small forward, Jakob at center, and nothing but shooters around them. That's a really good team.
Oh,
But
that's
if Fred,
amazing. But
yeah,
you said we're not getting rid of Pascal and Fred. So and
I mean,
that's what's giving me nightmares. So
okay, so that's the point. So look, up until yesterday, there was a sense that Pascal could be moved. OG would be the most likely to be moved. Gary could be moved, and Fred could be moved. All of those guys have been sort of shopped around, right? Chances are possibly that they looked around, they didn't like what they saw, and they were like, let's revisit this in the off season. Let's hold the asset. We're not liking what we're getting back. Okay, there's a version of events that's true, fine, but I think that I prefer the OG Scotty timeline. I prefer to go young. I prefer to build around two guys who play the right way. I prefer to build around two guys who've shown me not repeatedly, because Scotty's only had one chance, but they've shown me that they really do show up when the lights are brightest. And I don't think the numbers necessarily measure that as well. I mean, Scotty's just been. I mean, Scotty has shown you he shows up when the lights are brightest. I mean, he shows up in the fourth quarter. He's
always in
one
the
of
fourth.
he's showing you that he's built for the pressure, man. These are the types of guys you build winning organizations around. Guys who play the right way, play two-way, play unselfishly, are good teammates. Again, this Fred and Pascal thing it feels like a Band-Aid solution to me. This team is better than it was yesterday. I'll tell you that much. Jakob Poeltl is a hell of a big upgrade over Kem Birch. The future asset, though, that goes out, a top 6 protected 2024 pick. I mean, that protection makes me a little nervous, even though I think it's a bit of a silly thing, because I don't think there's a chance in hell the Raptors will be bad enough to get a top 6 pick next year. You can say that now, and then of course you get an injury, in training camp. Some guy's going to miss an entire year, and shit just falls apart and hits the fan. I don't know. I would like to see the full picture, though, because I mean, if we end today with Dyson Daniels and 3 first-round picks, or if we end today with Dyson Daniels and the Lakers pick, my God, yeah, like, I mean, I could feel completely different about this deadline. I think you need a young player to build around with Scotty, and I don't think Jakob is it. Yeah,
He's not, man. He's not. And final thing is the. Do you think any one of them are going out today, Pascal or Fred? Because I want them both gone.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Pascal was always going to be a long shot. I think, he's a really difficult player to implement into an offense for the rival team. He does have a contract for next year. Thankfully, he's not going to be eligible for that super duper max, the 35% one, but 30% is bad enough for a player like this.
What about Golden State? What about Golden State? I heard they want him.
They can have him, but I mean, I don't like their assets coming back. Like, I think Moses Moody is cool, but he's been all right. Patrick Baldwin has probably been better than James Wiseman so far. I think Golden State is a great example. Bob Myers possibly on his way out. I don't know. He wants a ton of money, from what I heard from a friend of mine who's closer to that situation in the Bay Area. Like, I think it's just proof that even great organizations do fall. And sometimes there's a bit of a delay in registering that someone that you've perceived to be a genius for 10 plus years is just on a string of making really dumb decisions, right? The Raptors last season made, granted at the time it felt like a really logical move. They make that deal with the Goran Dragic for Thaddeus Young. They swapped the first, right? In hindsight, a lot of people would say moving off of first for Thaddeus Young just to get rid of Goran Dragic probably wasn't worth it. Probably there was a deal out there where you could have taken longer term, salary back and probably gotten a first round pick for Goran's expiring, right? You could have swapped the first for a second in the positive direction. You probably could have gotten another first round pick. And when you see guys like AJ Griffin, blowing up and doing well for the Atlanta Hawks, you see guys like Walker Kessler, you see guys like this doing really well, and even Nikola Jovic, you start to wonder, would the Raptors have drafted one of these guys?
Exactly.
And they fit, and they really fit. All 3 guys really fit around Scotty. And I think it's interesting.
Is it a blind spot? Is it a Masai blind spot? Like he's constantly looking just for this one type of, you know what I mean, player. Like when you said
It's
earlier
not
in the
Masai
stream.
alone. It's not Masai alone, right? I
Sorry,
mean,
sorry. Well,
like
you know, him and Bob, whatever,
it's
right? Their
yeah,
team,
yeah.
right?
Um,
Like when they reached on what's his name, who was 2 years away from being 2 years away.
Bruno
Um,
Caboclo.
exactly, right? He wanted another Giannis, but no.
Yeah. Look, I agreed with the Bruno pick at the time. I thought he was a little too high, but I saw what they saw in him, and I said, okay, there's a chance that this guy could become something. Um, you can't teach low IQ, though. Like it turns out
Hmm.
that, it just it didn't work out with him. But at least there's like some sort of logic to it, right? They didn't draft Marvin Bagley over freaking Luka Doncic, right? Like
Yeah.
inexcusable from the second it started. They reached for a guy that they thought might have, great upside, and he didn't pan out. But I mean, it's not like Bruno Caboclo just washed out of the league in like 2 years. I mean, he continued to play for a string of teams. Other
Is he still
GMs,
on a team?
no, I don't. He's not in the NBA anymore. Um, but yeah, so like I think there's at least some logic to like every front office has something that they're looking for, plus playmakers, plus shooters. They have blind spots, right? Like I've mentioned it before. There are certain front offices, like look at Michael Jordan, a great example. Just consistently overvalues players from blue blood programs. Consistently. If you're from Duke, North Carolina, etc., Michael Jordan is going to really like you. If you dominated college basketball, Michael Jordan's probably going to like you a little bit more than everybody else. These are blind spots. Everybody has blind spots, in my opinion. So the Raptors have blind spots as well. They aggressively double down on these non-shooters that are long, that are plus defenders. I like plus defenders. I like long players. I agree. I think I have a lot of the same blind spots the Raptors do. The one thing that I cannot excuse, though, is the spacing. The spacing issue must be solved. I came up in NBA circles talking to a lot of scouts, and one of the scouts that I talked to very early on, this is like 2004, 2005, I brought up the story many times. They talked about the awkward pairing of Rasha Nesterovic and Tim Duncan in San Antonio, and it just really started to tune my mind into how an NBA offense is supposed to work, how you want dynamic pieces that sort of complement each other instead of contradict each other. And, you
Well,
know,
you just brought me back. You just hurting my brain, but that's yeah, Nesterovic. I remember that.
yeah, what's hurting my brain is the construction happening
Can you hear it, man?
above. You can hear it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 2 minute break. We're gonna get to Larry when we get back. I think I need a 2 minute break to just kind of refresh, go through Twitter, make sure nothing has happened, and call somebody really quickly. Give me 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back. Larry, hang on tight. Oak Tree 34, thank you so much for calling, and I
All right,
really
man.
appreciate it. It's always nice to talk to you. Thanks for being a mod, by the way. Really appreciate that too. I know I didn't ask you. I just assigned 7 people that I'd had positive interactions with. So you, Erica, everybody else. Somebody just said game over for the East. Mike, teacher Mike saying yo. Did something just happen?
Oh, okay. All right. I'll go, man. You go check your stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna go check it out, and hopefully nothing crazy just happened. All right. I'll be back in 2-3 minutes, guys. I'm just gonna put up a screen, and I'll be right back. I feel like I'm running a convenience store here. All right. Take care, man.
All
See
right,
ya.
man. All right. Gotcha.
Okie doke. Larry, I'll be with you in 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back. Looking forward to chatting and catching up. Okay. Okay, we are back, and hopefully this construction will stop at some point. Hopefully these guys take a lunch break for the next 2 hours. Maybe they're Raptor fans. All right. Let me know if it gets too annoying, and I'll try to reduce my mic volume or just mute my mic while guests talk. All right. Let's pull this off and let's bring Larry Kane on. Larry, I'm going to give you the floor to just talk about what you're feeling. I'm going to mute my mic, so hopefully this construction noise will get out. How's it going?
It's going good, Rob. Thanks for having me on. I'm really disappointed. I'm hoping that they're not done. I don't want to see OG be the guy that leaves. I just, as things stand now, I'm not even sure how you improved your team in the short term, other than you added a player that isn't a liability on the floor, like Birch was. But it doesn't change our spacing issues. It provides a little bit more rim protection, I guess. But how do you trot a starting lineup out there? You've got 7 guys that are ostensibly starters.
Right.
Who do you send to the bench? You're limited on who you can send to the bench because too many of these 7 players aren't shooters. Screening, the one positive thing I see out of it is that if Poeltl's going to be playing that position, then that means that, I guess, and let's assume too that they're going to sign Poeltl. He's a free agent next year, but I mean, I can't imagine that they'd make a trade like this for like a 3-month rental. So if that's the case, then at least one bright side of it is that their vision for Scotty isn't that he play that position, the position that, more or less he was playing in January.
Exactly.
But, I look at like what's next. I still would love to see them move on Fred. He's played well of late on the road trip and less selfishly, I think. But the problem with Fred is he's in a contract year, and he's going to demand a big dollar at the end of the year. And if we pay it, I believe that we're handcuffing our franchise. And if we don't pay it, he's going to walk and we get nothing for him. And the other problem with keeping Fred is that, and Siakam, is that those 2 guys stand in the way of Scotty's development, in my opinion. As well as you're going to have to pay Poeltl, you're going to have to pay Fred. I assume too, what are your plans for Gary Trent? Are you going to, you better decide the next 2 hours if you want to keep him or trade him or if you're going to keep him, are you going to sign him at the end of the year, or is he going to walk for nothing? I just, I can't see MLSE. They paid a luxury tax in the championship year because they were contending for a championship. They're not going to pay a luxury tax with this group, nor should they. So, I just don't see what the direction is.
I gotta tell you, with the way my internet has been performing the last 2 days with Rogers, I really want them to pay luxury tax now.
Yeah. Well, I just don't understand this trade. When I first saw it, I thought this is something that's been conjured up by somebody on the Raptors Facebook page. Who's screaming that we need a center, and they don't think through all the ramifications of what you're giving up and how it's going to function and what the implications are for your team structure and your salary structure moving forward. I suspect somebody has to move. I think, and I suspect they're shopping OG, and that makes me sad because he's the guy that I think he matches the Scotty timeline, the Precious timeline. He matches that timeline better. And I think he has a good synergy with those guys. And I don't see that. I just don't see that same synergy with Fred and Pascal and that younger group of players. And as a fan, obviously I want to cheer for a contending team, but this team is so far away from contending, whether they rally and make the playoffs or not. They're not a contender. And so rather than watch a middling team, if I can't watch a contender and cheer for a contender, rather than watch a middling team that isn't really on the path to anywhere, I'd rather cheer for a team of young, exciting, developing players led by Scotty, Precious, OG, that over a period of 2 or 3 or 4 years can become that contending, perhaps even championship team. And so this is just taking the wind out of my sails as a fan, because I don't know, like, I don't see what the vision is. And it seems like it's more like a win now vision. And in my opinion, they're not geared to win now. And it's going to be like a stuck in the middle team, rather than with bad contracts, rather than on the path to something greater. That's kind of the way I feel.
Yeah, I mean, look at what the Chicago Bulls are going through, right? With Zach LaVine, they kind of sold themselves on the upside of that guy. And, I mean, look at Bradley Beal in Washington. There's a lot of examples of teams that, because I mean, max contracts are max contracts, right? The max money that a guy like Nikola Jokic can make is going to be the same as the max money that a guy like Pascal Siakam can make. The difference, of course, there is impact. So signing Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet to long-term contracts, which are in the max range, provided those guys don't tail off heavily, I still think there's a downside to it, because they're never going to be providing the impact that contract entails. And you'll have to face off against other teams where they have stars who are grossly underpaid. Steph Curry is grossly underpaid. Luka Doncic is grossly underpaid. That's sort of the reality of the cap structure, is that it kind of caps off where if there was an expanded cap where there was no limit on salaries, you make a very reasonable case that guys like LeBron James could have been making upwards of $120 million a year through most of his prime. And that's sort of the problem with team building, especially if you're a team in a smaller market that's like, okay, well, something's better than nothing. We need to sell the fans on something. I just think that the Raptors have a player like that who will be worth multiples of whatever max he can sign in the future in Scotty. And you really should be setting up for a long-term vision of having this guy. And it's just signing guys. I'd feel really different about Jakob Poeltl if he had 2 years left on his contract at $10 million. That's an asset, right? But to have to sign this guy in the offseason, even if there are rumors out there that he preferred to be here, he wanted to be here, et cetera, I mean, how much does he want to be here? Does he want to be here because, we're going to sign him for $20 million? Well, if you had concerns about not being able to keep Fred, OG, Pascal, Gary, and Scotty together, well, now you just added another guy in there that needs a lot of money. I do think the Raptors get better, but it's complicated because the team gets better, but I think certain individuals will struggle with this, right? The complex notion of the Scotty equation of this is that it makes it harder for Scotty to be the player he's been in January, which was, in the post, kind of like dominating, because now there's just always a second guy there. You'll notice, if you remember the Brooklyn game, the Brooklyn game, spaced out. Yep. Right? Milwaukee game, spaced out. Scotty's the lone guy in there. Now you have another guy who's always going to be in there. That's a second defender Scotty Barnes has to deal with. It's also a big that can finish reasonably well around the basket that Scotty can drop passes to. So, I mean, it's sort of complex. I just think that of all the players that potentially were available, this is definitely on the lower end of what I think would be a seamless fit next to Scotty and OG. The only upside here is if you end up moving Gary or OG, it totally takes care of a lot of the pecking order issues in your offense. And it sort of clarifies a lot for your offense, because I think I've mentioned this before in the past 2 streams, where very often you've seen that this team has thrived with guys like Koloko, Juancho, guys like that in the lineup, at least in small spurts, because it just makes it a little bit easier, it makes the ball movement a little bit more predictable, because you have a guy who's willing to do all the little dirty work. And Jakob is really good at doing all the dirty work. He's great at getting offensive rebounds. It really fits into what the Raptors are gaming towards, which is sort of they're sort of gaming the casino against itself, which is we're just going to beat you on the possessions battle. Instead of shoring up the weaknesses, they've kind of doubled down on their strengths here, right? Offensive rebounding is a strength for this team. I'm just worried at this point. It's like, did you not have like two better options on your team right now to do all the same shit in Koloko? And I understand Koloko is worse. I understand Precious is worse. But there's like parts of them. A, they're younger. Both are younger. 2, they're cheaper. 3, they're on contract for next year. And 4, they all have projectable shooting upside. They can all stand in a corner and still hit that shot. Koloko, granted, I mean, he hasn't really hit a lot of threes this year. The 1 3 he did hit was a really big one, but he can actually do it. Both guys can actually still be on the court. I mean, Precious is not a great free throw shooter. Koloko hasn't been great this year, but I could see a world in which both those guys are 70% free throw shooters. Yak's in the 50s.
Right.
So to all the fans out there, I found it so strange that there was a fan out there who was just like, oh my God, Ben Simmons is so terrible. He's averaging 7 points per game. He's averaging blah, 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 blah. Ben Simmons is a hell of a lot better than Jakob Poeltl, man. A hell of a lot better. Does all the same shit too. It's just way better. So it's like, what are you complaining about? You know, you hate the one guy because he has a reputation as being, you know, a diva or whatever because he's making a lot of money. I don't know. It's complicated. It's not going to make sense to me until they make another trade. If they don't make another trade, it's just, I don't know who goes to the bench. Who would you put on the bench here? You put Gary on the bench in a lineup that is starved for shooting with 3 non-shooters?
Yeah, you can't put Gary or like this, in my opinion, cements both the backcourt as being Fred and Gary, because they're the two guys. They're streaky, but they're the two guys that can shoot from the perimeter, more reliably than everybody else. You know, and I don't necessarily know that that's going to be like, then who do you put to the bench? Well, so you're going to put Siakam on the bench? No, you're going to put Poeltl on the bench. You just brought him in. He didn't come here to be a bench player. You're going to put Scotty on the bench. He's your future. And Precious, truthfully, like, he's shown a lot in the last 2 weeks since OG went down as a starter. So, and I look too, like, you mentioned, they'll get better in the short term. Well, better's a relative thing. Like, you can go from being, a buddy of mine uses the expression, and it's very off color, politically incorrect, but he uses the expression of being the tallest midget. And, quite frankly, like, it's kind of what, we are as a team. Like, we get better, but we don't get to where we want to be. And I would rather not get better this way. I would rather risk being worse in the short term, but with a path to being much better 2 or 3 years down the road. And
when has this team ever really shown a great deal of patience when it comes to development, right? The Tampa tank year, I mean, really, if you polled the average Raptor fan, even the delusional ones, what element of this roster makes you most excited or optimistic about the future? It's an element of the team that almost didn't happen. That's Scotty Barnes, right? You can give credit where credit is due. They actually did pick him, and they could have passed on him, and no one would have batted an eye. And years later, you'd be like, how did everyone miss this guy? The Raptors didn't. Kudos where kudos are due. However, they waited a long time to pull the plug on that season, even though it was pretty obvious in the first month that season was going nowhere. They wait too long. They wait too long. They waited too long to trade Serge, in my opinion. They waited too long and they didn't do anything. I mean, granted, you couldn't do anything with Danny Green because he was going to go, but then Danny Green ends up being a starter on the championship team the next year.
Right.
All the while, you, as a franchise, are competing for a championship yourself. So
Right.
why not sign Danny Green? I mean, did he not want to be here? Did you not want to pay him? The Raptors have, some predictable blind spots. Number one, they don't like signing long-term money. Irony of ironies. They don't like long-term contracts. They don't like players who don't play defense. That's why I've never really bought into the Bones Highland stuff. And as I'm saying this, like, we're going to turn on Twitter, Raptors trade for Bones Highland. But I haven't really seen the Raptors over the last 6 years go for anyone who's a defensive liability. The only thing I can even say is close to a defensive liability is Gary Trent Jr. on this roster. So they don't like defensive liabilities. They don't like long-term contracts, which is why they've traded back to back to back to back to back for expiring contracts. They like flexibility, roster flexibility, like the ability to be able to make decisions on the fly. And they like high character guys. These are all, these are types. These are player types. Jakob Poeltl fits a lot of those boxes, right? There are, however, teams out there that have a penchant for pedigree. They like guys who've been somebody in the NBA, which means they also have blind spots, which means they will sometimes sign a guy who's 32 years old, past his prime, because he has a big name, right? That's also a blind spot. I'm always looking at people's blind spots. I'm looking at my blind spots. So I think the Raptors have a blind spot when it comes to patience, the willingness to be bad. Is it Masai's competitive, thing? Is it an MLC mandate? We're not willing to lose the buzz that we generated in the championship. We have too much money on the line here. Roster building sometimes requires tough decisions that are not convenient in the moment, but will pay off majorly down the line. I don't think playing Giannis at point was a popular decision for Milwaukee, but it has paid off. 3-4 years later, they look like geniuses for, especially when you watch Giannis play now, he's bringing the ball up the court and stuff, and you're like, damn, like great. The Raptors have always had both feet straddling the line always. So they want to develop Precious Achiuwa, but they also want to make the playoffs. They can't just pick a line, right? Mm-hmm. They want to develop Scottie, but they're going to kind of develop him into this role big, who has a limited offensive role, is fifth on his team in offensive usage. I don't know. I mean, I can severely disagree with the people who just say, okay, tear it down and just be the Houston Rockets. I can severely disagree with that. I also disagree with the people who think like this core is worth going all in on.
I agree.
There is a middle. It doesn't have to be all doom and gloom. It doesn't have to be like feast or famine. These black and white opinions. There is a middle road here in which you part out these assets. Pascal, OG, potentially OG. I don't know about OG, but Pascal, Fred, and Gary, especially those three, and you get reasonable building blocks for the future that just better fit your star player and
Exactly.
future star player. I don't think Jakob Poeltl necessarily is the guy that I would pick. I mean, to people out there who say, he's switchable. Yeah, he's nimble. He's not Jonas Valanciunas. I'll give you that much. But switchability on offense and defense comes down to like where you impact the game, what areas of the floor you impact the game. Could he potentially, I've talked a lot about how he opens up the shooting for Fred and Gary. Could he open up driving lanes potentially as a screener for Fred and Pascal? Sorry, for Pascal and Scottie. Yeah, there's a world in which Scottie's running high pick and rolls. Jakob comes up. He's like a dominant, catch and dunk guy, and he's great with Scottie. But those other three guys have to be really great spacers, right? So I think a lot of this is going to hinge on two things. Number one, the willingness of Pascal and Scottie to be off-ball threats, spacers. Scottie's already a good off-ball threat, which is that he cuts a lot. But now the gaps that he's cutting into, which used to be preoccupied, will no longer be as preoccupied with Jakob Poeltl in there. The other way is lineup staggering lineups. We've seen a lot in the last month of Scottie running second units. Could Jakob be a part of that? Right? Could Jakob be his role man when he's point? And then something that the Raptors do today, adding some bench shooting or whatever, that you can space that could be a dominant second unit. That could be a way to have your cake and eat it too. So you can have Scottie get 15 minutes a night. You can reduce the minutes of your overall starter so that they're a little less exhausted. Maybe Pascal Siakam's defense gets better. Maybe Fred's defense gets better if those guys have to play. You really did replace a guy who's not playing with you for a guy who has to play 28 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
that 28 minutes is going to come from somewhere. It's
Right.
got to come from somewhere. We're not inventing new quarters. So, yeah, I don't know. I have very complicated feelings about this, as you can probably tell. I'm kind of going back and forth. I'm sort of rocking myself. Do I
Yeah.
hate this? Do I like it? But I do want to say that we did a poll, and B and C were the most dominant answers. Almost no one gave this trade an A. Very few people gave it a D. People seem to be pretty mild on this, and I'm quite surprised because I personally give this a D.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of how I felt in the last, like, since it broke, and
Yeah.
So, and I wasn't even thrilled with last night's game. I know this is a totally different topic, but like,
It's hard to lose to that team, man. It's really hard to lose to
well,
a team
yeah,
like that.
it is, and I don't think we played particularly well, and I don't think what I saw of players that were potentially on the block made me feel like I really wanted to keep them as integral parts of the team. Like I'd be prepared to move on from Siakam easily if the price was right. And I'd looked at his 39 and 10 and 7 last night, and I wasn't impressed with it at all. I don't think he could. Like, I think that's a once a month or once every 6 week game for him. I think the last game that he was as good as that was the game in New York when he hit 50. And
yeah, he was chatting it up with Jakob after the game, and I think they knew, right? Like,
I think they did too.
They knew.
I think Pascal was in a great mood because of it. I think that helped the way he played. But like, I also think, that, like, I screamed at the television when in the last 10 seconds and you used that clip of him climbing over Achua's back to snag his 10th rebound. And I mean, it's
Boucher.
just
Boucher's
it
back.
was Boucher. You're right. And it epitomizes the problem with this team. Your two best players are playing for numbers. They're not playing for the team. And, there's flashes of where they play for the team, but I think it's destructive. It's a destructive culture. It's not a winning culture. And
here's the clip you're talking about. Just for anyone who's like
it's
who's
Boucher.
Yeah, it's Boucher.
Yeah, get the hell out of here. That's my rebound.
With a rebound.
And quite frankly, I mean, he did that. He didn't have the push earlier in the night, but like, of his 10 rebounds, 5 of them at least, defensive rebounds, were somebody else did the dirty work, and he pulled the rebound down. And
I mean, look, I made a point. I made a point during yesterday's live and it was kind of a bit of a ramble. That was an extension of a Instagram story that I had written up, which is really that there's no shortage of guys who can put up 32, 33 points per 100 possessions on below average efficiency. Right. No shortage. And we're seeing it in Brooklyn right now with Cam Thomas, right? Averaging 45 points per game over the last 2 games, shooting like 52% from the field, shooting a ton of threes. He's been great. But like, is he going to keep that up in the playoffs? You going to win with that? No. Well, then, it's probably not worth building around. The Knicks are currently, entertaining an offer for Zach LaVine. Another great example of the Knicks being the Knicks. They just can't wipe that star idea out of their brains, right? They finally get it right with Jalen Brunson, in my opinion. They sign a player that really works out for the money that he's making. He's earning it. He's earning every second, every bit of that. But they have to lean into their. I think it comes down to ownership. Sometimes it comes down to management. It comes down to general managers just having like these brittle egos. Oh, they got KD. I have to do something. They got this stoic mindset. Don't concern yourself with things that have nothing to do with you. Don't get too high, too low. Just be patient, stay the course. Reactive moves, in my opinion, don't make sense. Okay, so let's end this with a question. Let's say this goes to the top end upside. This is like the best case scenario for this team. What is the best case scenario for the Toronto Raptors in your opinion? And by best case, I don't mean like everything falls apart right now and they get the top pick. Of course, that would be the best case scenario. But I mean, best case scenario in terms of wins and losses. Like, where do you see this team going in the playoffs? Do you think this is a Boston situation where, because obviously the hypothesis here is simple. We suck defending this area on the court. This is historically, or the last 3-4 years at least, one of the best guys at defending that area that we suck at defending.
Right.
screeners in general have been tough. We liked what Christian Coloco provided, but he can't freaking score at the basket, and he's still a rookie. So we're just going to bridge the timeline between, Pascal and Scotty, Pascal and Coloco, et cetera, by bringing this one guy who's still reasonably young, and he can give us a chance by not getting. We're going to aggressively double down on this thing that we've been really good at, which is winning the possession battle. Yeah, we're going to need a non-shooter, but nobody's perfect. Do you think the Raptors have a competitive playoff series against one of the teams currently in the playoffs? Like, could you see this team potentially giving Cleveland trouble? Because now you have someone to battle with Jared Allen down low, and it's not going to be Scotty Barnes, thank God. Is there an upside here where you could be competitive in a series against Milwaukee? Where do you see this going?
I guess I like our chances best against Cleveland because we've played really well against them in the season to date. But honestly, the way space disappears in the playoffs, and spacing is already an issue on this team. I just think offensively we're going to be really challenged because the teams that we're talking about defend, and they can up their defense in the playoffs. Is if we play the Sixers, is Poeltl an Embiid stopper? I don't think so.
Not at all.
Is he a Giannis stopper? I don't think so. And we talk about defending the rim. Part of defending the rim isn't just who's under the rim, but it's the point of attack as well. And we give up too many blow-bys. So I don't know whether that changes with this scenario. So, I look at it as, I know our schedule's easy. It's not unrealistic to expect that we're a playing team, or maybe even, a sixth seed. I don't know whether that's possible, but we're in the playoffs. I just don't see us winning a round. Maybe we steal a game in a series. I still think, I subscribe to the playing for what philosophy, really, especially in a year like this where there's a pretty deep draft class. And you can acquire an asset that's going to be with a huge upside, that's on Scotty's timeline, that's on a rookie contract. And I just think you get into the playoffs, you're out of the lottery. A play-in's still in the lottery, but different, but not as many balls. I just think that you're looking at short-term gratification, and it's not, in my opinion, a lot of gratification at the expense of the long term and what I think is right in the bigger picture. And so that's kind of the way I feel about it. And so the upside for me, I wouldn't be heartbroken if we didn't make the play-in, because I can enjoy cheering for the Toronto Raptors and cheering for exciting young players who are a year or two away from, and watching them develop and thinking ahead to what could be really amazing. And that's not saying I advocate a full tank. I don't want to be the Houston Rockets, but I don't think we need a total teardown to do that. We already have a cornerstone piece who just needs a little bit more time to develop. Okay, we're in the playoffs. Jurassic Park will be going. COVID's over. Everyone will be there cheering and screaming and having fun. But it's like 2 games and, at home, and we're done and we're watching. And what was it all for? I don't think it puts us significantly ahead in the long term.
Yeah, I think so. Do you see a second round?
No, I don't see a second round. I don't.
Me
think
neither.
So.
Me neither. I don't think. To people, I can't remember how many times I've heard people saying, "This is our Gasol move. This is our Gasol move." Look, the Gasol move made sense because you had Kawhi. You don't have a Kawhi this time around. The Gasol move made sense because you had Danny Green and excellent spacing, and
you had Kyle. You had
Kyle Lowry. You don't have that player right now. There is such a gap between Kyle Lowry 2019, 2020, or 2018, 2019, and Fred VanVleet right now. There's such a gap between Siakam and Kawhi. This feels like you know, if the Raptors really wanted a player like this, there was a player like this who was available free agency, could have just signed Isaiah Hartenstein for more money than the Knicks offered him. And you would have gotten roughly the same thing in a younger player on a cheaper contract that's longer term and probably didn't have to give up a single first round pick to do it. And I was very much on board with the Isaiah Hartenstein thing. I was shocked to see how little money the Knicks had to pay to get him. Does a lot of the same shit, man. The difference is Hartenstein's a better playmaker. That's the difference. And I think Jakob's a better rebounder. So I mean, like it's lateral. If you really just wanted a, you know, a stopgap solution at center, not saying, you know, necessarily he's stopgap, but I don't see how with the evolution of the NBA, I don't see how you can play a guy who doesn't shoot outside the paint. It's just so hard to imagine, you know, and it's not like the guy has to be able to shoot like great, you know, he just has to be able to space out.
Well, and
not have zero gravity.
Especially on a team where that's already the biggest issue.
Yeah. Oscar saying Jakob has way better touch than Hartenstein. I think, yeah, but also look at the complexity of the shots that they're taking, right? I mean, yeah, Jakob's going to be like a really good, you know, put back big, you know? There are a lot of bigs like that, man. A lot. There are a lot of guys like who have very uncomplicated roles on offense that average like 70%. Like Tyson Chandler, like comes to mind, right? It just, my only fear here, like there's a way that this kind of works out that Jakob has a second wind, right? Because he was a hell of a player 2-3 years ago for the Spurs. Like I thought he was really anchoring that paint and doing a great job. If he can turn back and gather some of that, well then, you know, there's an argument to be made that the Raptors might have a competitive series against the Cleveland Cavaliers if they draw them in the first round, right? Because Donovan Mitchell will create all sorts of point of attack trouble for the Raptors, and having a big who could actually do something about it would be helpful. But if he is just on the decline now, because his analytics have shown it a couple times now, have been on a steady decline the last 3 years. His team has also been on a steady decline the last 3 years, so I can understand why playing, you know, on a team that's just not winning, or playing on a team where, you know, you lose DeJounte Murray, that was a decent point of attack defender-ish, decent-ish point of attack defender for the Spurs. They lose that guy. And, you know, now there's just like, it's an open lane to the basket and you're on a losing team. I get it. You know, maybe he's just not. I think Yak plays the right way for whatever it's worth. He doesn't play for stats. So I like that about him. I like that the Raptors, you know, there's a lot of talk about the Raptors adding more isolation scoring. I'm just like, my God, you don't need more. You know, so they add the right type of player to the wrong team, basically. If the Boston Celtics had traded for him, I think I would be celebrating this move. They had traded like a first round pick and Danilo Gallinari or something.
Yeah,
I could understand that. You know, if the Sixers had traded for him to be Joel Embiid's backup, I'd be like, great, their championship odds just went up, right? If the Suns traded, you know, for him, or if the Mavericks had traded for him, I'd be like, great, this is amazing. Luka's going to find him wide open, shooters galore, him, Kyrie, you know. But those teams are not building around two non-shooters. The Raptors, two primary guys, like if you consider Scottie and Pascal primary guys, neither one of them shoot that well. So again, a lot of this is going to hinge on those two guys getting up to respectable three-point attempts and spacing. The problem is the center of the floor is where playmakers should thrive. Like, you want your best players to be in the center of the court because it can shred defenses. I like that Siakam, or specifically Scottie, can be in the center of the court, kind of spread everything around. I don't think there's any comparison between Jakob and Scottie in terms of being a playmaker in the middle of the floor. Jakob's not terrible, but Scottie's great.
Yeah.
Siakam's better than Jak. So if this works out really well, I'll have to rethink basketball completely.
yeah,
completely. And I'll be happy, and I'll be very happy as a Raptor fan. I'll be very happy if this works out. I don't want to be one of those people that's like, because I didn't like it, I'm rooting for it to fail. I'm not rooting for this to fail. It seems like the Raptors have gone aggressively all in on this. This doesn't feel like an all-in move. You know, we're used to all-in moves, including like 15 draft picks or something and swaps. No. But this is all in a lot of ways. I mean, I flashed it earlier that you no longer have the ability to trade your 2023 pick today. You can't. You can do it on the night of. You can trade it, but you can't trade it today because of the Stepien rule. You cannot trade 2025. So you don't have the ability if Devin Booker becomes available today, or if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander becomes available. You don't have the ability to trade for those guys really, because there will always be another team out there that holds their assets and potentially has future assets that you don't have. Other teams' draft picks, other teams' swaps. So I don't know. Look, the Raptors, everything I heard about the Raptors going into today was that they want young players that fit with Scottie.
Right.
They don't want future draft picks, 2029, whatever. They're thinking about being good tomorrow. This seems to be in line with that. It's debatable how young 27 is, but if they believe he could, there's two ways that this could work out really well for the Raptors. Number one, as I said, Scottie and Pascal become really great shooters, or good shooters, or take more volume shots. Number two, Jakob has to turn back the clock defensively to who he was 3 years ago and provide elite paint finishing. I think those two scenarios make this team competitive. And, if Otto comes back, I don't know if he can come back, but if he can come back, then yeah, I think there's a sneaky, weird chance that this team could give someone trouble in the playoffs. But I just think that there is an upper limit to how good you can be if Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet are taking a large majority of your shots.
What about next year? I mean, I and again, I've been on the call a long time, so I don't know if there's anyone in the queue, but
yeah,
I don't want to monopolize things.
No worries.
But just what about next year? That sort of covers what the possibilities are this year, but next year,
you can't really re-sign all the guys who are free agents, right?
Correct, right, and so it means you're going to let them walk, somebody, and you're getting nothing back for them, and it seems to be a Raptor thing.
Apart from Kawhi, they haven't let anyone in their prime walk in a while, right? They let Danny Green walk; he was old.
Yeah, they let Danny. They
let Serge Marc Gasol walk.
Right.
But with Norm, who was a guy in his prime, they made a trade.
Right.
Yeah. So I think but in this case, everyone who's a free agent is in their prime. Fred's in his prime. Gary's in his prime. Jakob's in his prime. You have three guys that you have to re-sign. You do get off of Kem's salary. I cannot understate how important that was. Like, to just get off that it's not an albatross deal, because people are going to look at it and be like, it's not a huge cap hit. When it comes down to dollars and cents, I just don't want to be getting to the offseason and then I have to hear that they have to get rid of another first round pick to get off of Thad's contract just to make this work. It just feels like, I remember, this is, I think, a great parting note. It's kind of a terrible parting note, but it's also a great way to kind of put an analogy to this. I remember I used to run a dog walking company. This was when I was in university. It was just a great way to walk my dog and walk other people's dogs as well. And it's a good way to make some money, and $50, $60 an hour at the time felt like a great idea. So we'd walk dogs, and there was this one client that we took on in Parkdale, and she had broken her foot. And every time you would walk into her house, it smelled, because her dogs were peeing and pooing in the house. And, she was able to pay for just 2 dog walks a day, but she had dogs who were not properly trained, and the whole house smelled. And the problem was that because her foot was broken, and I guess she didn't have anyone to help her, she just was putting newspapers on top of it. This feels a lot like that. It's just you covering up the stink with a newspaper, and you're just adding more newspapers. It still stinks. Yeah. You have a guard and a forward, both 28 years old, who have been with your program their whole career, and they're both worse defensively for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
They've been falling off a cliff. They are not efficient scorers offensively. And you can either pull the plug on that and just say, okay, nice to know you. We're just going to go in another direction. And that has risks. It does have risks, right? What if you don't get back something that you want? What if they blow up somewhere else and everyone's crucifying you? This feels like the newspaper solution.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're gonna compound the problem by adding another guy who's on their timeline, who knows them, who came up with them, bench mob reunited, etc. Sell the Raptors fan base on nostalgia, and yeah.
Well, on that note, I'll pass the torch to the next caller.
Yep.
And thank you for all you do, Rob.
Yep. All right. Thanks a lot, man.
Okay. Cheers, man.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Why is the chat going wild over the YouTuber that I shall not mention? Did he comment here? Okay, somebody please quickly debrief me because I haven't been paying attention to the comments. Can someone tell me why y'all are talking about him? Because I'm not seeing him in the chat. Raptors fan 6996, we'll get to you in 1 second. Just trying to look through the chat to see if... Oh, man. Yeah, you know, it's funny. A while ago, this YouTuber that we shall not talk about, and please stop mentioning his name, please. I'm done with it, man. I just don't want to talk about him. All right. But there was a stream or a video that he did in which he said that he was going to come here and take all our viewers because all our viewers are young kids. Well, you just heard from Larry. He's not a young kid. I'm sorry. I look at the age demographics. That's pure cap. This demographic is quite diverse. It's international. It's diverse. And ironically, the joke here was that, yeah, our audiences do overlap. I actually took his audience. He didn't take mine. So there was that 30-minute video that he made, and he said, I'm going to come into your live. You think I'm not going to come into your live and take your entire audience? I'm going to take your whole party. And it doesn't surprise me when certain people in this chat start talking about that guy, because you're doing his bidding, and I get it. And I'm a proponent for free speech, so you do what you got to do. I'm not insecure. You guys want to go to a different party? That's cool. That's your prerogative. I believe that consumers should have free choice. This is consumption. It's content. It's consumption. And if at some point somebody out there comes into the Raptor space, I'm not zero sum. I have to believe that if you choose to go and watch somebody else's stream, I have to believe that you're getting more value from that stream. You're a Raptor fan. I'm a Raptor fan. Why would I be against that? So if one day our audience halves and somebody else's audience doubles, I will look at that as great. There's another content creator out there who's doing good work, and I'll be happy for it. Okay? I'm never going to be zero sum. I'm not going to become that type of person. So yeah. But to those of you who consistently keep bringing the conversation to this guy, this is about the trade deadline. It's not about another YouTuber. Please stop talking about that guy. It's a polite request. All right? If you want to go watch his stuff, don't talk about me over there, please. That's your prerogative too. Sean Stevenson, that's funny, and that's a really good point. I think it's just, you know, people like to demean what they don't understand if they don't respect it, right? I've never made any comments about that person's audience. I've never been like, oh, his whole audience is idiots. I actually understand that there's a huge and very significant audience overlap. I'm not going to insult his audience because it's literally insulting my own audience. But we like to minimize things that we don't understand. We like to say, oh, it's a conspiracy theorist. And we like to label people we don't understand, right? We like to say things like, oh, this person's never experienced anything because they're so young. Maybe because they look young. Maybe because we look old, right? But we should not jump to assumptions and conclusions about people that we do not know. All right. And ironically, the more I talk about him, the more this chat is going to talk about him. Let's drop it. Let's talk about the Raptors. Let's bring on Raptors fan 6996. To those who have been following these lives, this is the same individual that we had the respectful disagreements with in previous chats, talking about how management needs and coaching needs to hold players accountable, and we talked about construction business, etc. So to anyone who's been watching these lives, this is probably going to be a continuation of that conversation. Raptors fans, 6996. Paul, right? Is it Paul? Yeah.
Yep, that's
How
right.
you doing,
Yeah,
man?
thanks. Good. How are you? I saw you last night. I saw you last night with the KD news, and the dream is over. I think those words are etched into my brain.
Yeah, I mean, it is. The dream is over. I spent 30 hours editing a video about how the Raptors are building around Kevin Durant, and for all intents and purposes, they were. Like everything on this roster was cater made for that guy, and then boom, you just lose him. Yeah, so
and it sounds like it was his decision to go. So he did. He set up the trade in his spare time, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's had a preference for Phoenix for whatever reason. For a while now, it's been his preferred destination. Kyrie Irving, after the game last night, he was asked about it. He said, "I'm just glad he got out of there." As a fan of Kevin Durant, I too am very happy he got out of there.
Yeah,
very happy for him.
I think. I mean, the writing was on the wall. I think these things go down pretty simply. Kevin gives Kyrie a call, says what his intentions are, and says, Kyrie, go get the best thing for you. Because as soon as they announce KD's out of there, Kyrie probably gets wrapped up.
Right. Well, I mean, look, that's one thing that I've always appreciated about Kevin Durant is he's not a zero-sum thinker either. He's never been like, oh, LeBron got a title, now I need to get a title.
Exactly.
He's honestly a very mature person. He's also immature in some ways and goes back and forth with fans, but I understand KD completely as a human being. And I appreciate the fact that he would not do, like, look, this KD LeBron debate has gone on pretty much forever, right? Since 2008, 2009, we've been talking about who's the future of the league. This is pre-Luka, pre-Joel Embiid. So these were the two guys that everyone's like, who's going to be holding the torch for the league? And of course, they both won MVPs. I think KD won one MVP. LeBron's won multiple MVPs.
Yeah.
And, they've had very similar careers in a lot of ways too. They're both all-time greats.
Well, they paralleled in the same time period in the same game, and
exactly. And they've gone against each other in the finals multiple times. Right. I think it's interesting because there was this entire thing where, like, LeBron's game that put him over, right? That game that he passed Kareem. And I thought everything about that game was so interesting, from Anthony Davis not standing up to, Russell Westbrook basically coming in and just being like, fuck this. Like, I hate this. Yeah. Because LeBron had made this comment about being disappointed that they had not traded for Kyrie Irving. And that's just like the most quintessentially LeBron thing to do, right? Is to throw a teammate under the bus because he's not performing up to expectations. He's done this multiple times. He's done this in Cleveland. And I just thought it was so interesting to match the parallels of how these two superstars, clearly the best players on their respective teams, deal with their teammates so differently. Yeah. Whereas KD's entire philosophy is so etched in integrity. Some people might disagree with that, but I think, like, this idea that you are my teammate, you are my brother, regardless of whether you want to play here or not, we are still going to be cool. That's the Kyle Lowry mindset. That's the right mindset to have.
I think LeBron has always been about winning, his team winning.
Yeah, there's this thing that I noticed about Chris Bosh.
To him, it's a different way of looking at the same penny, right?
Yeah, no, I noticed this about Chris Bosh, and this is why I turned on Chris Bosh when he was here, where it felt like every single time the team would lose, it was an us thing, and every time they would win, it was a me thing. And I don't like people like that in general. I like people who own both wins and losses. I actually prefer the inverse. I prefer that, if you lose and you're the captain, you say, this is on me, I need to be better. And when you lose, it's we, right?
It's a hockey thing too, right?
When you win, it's we. So I think that, well, I don't follow hockey, so I wouldn't know. I didn't grow up here. So, I mean, I just think that, like, this type of personality, this Fred VanVleet, LeBron James, this is the first time I'm ever going to compare Fred VanVleet and LeBron James, and hopefully the last.
Great.
This personality type has just always bothered me, and I've always vibed more with the Kevin Durant Scotty Barnes personality.
Understood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. And I think most people would agree that you want somebody who's there for you rather than there for a business purpose. But this is the NBA, and you have to have those different personalities. Otherwise, it doesn't run. Back to the trade. I think it's a great trade for Toronto. I really do. I understand your position from the fact that it's not we're backing Scotty trade. We talked. I think we ended up. You asked me who would you build around at this point, and I said Scotty. So it's not a build around Scotty, but it's not a surprise. Again, the management of this team has one philosophy, which is win. I mean, if you hear Masai, win is the word. There is nothing else. That's what we do. We win. So I don't think he has long.
What's the last thing we won?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Ask Masai.
No, where has the winning been, right? Because that's my question, right? You have a one-off year. I want to very critically evaluate.
It doesn't stop you. I don't think the result that we get stops the path that we're on, if that makes sense. We're going to keep treading towards that same goal. You said last time when we talked, you gave me an example. You said it's about trust. And you said, if I invited you over to my house and I trusted you and you came in the first time and you smashed my house apart, whose fault is it? Is it my fault who invited you, or is it your fault for coming in and breaking that trust? And the first time, it's definitely my fault for breaking that trust. But the second, third, we're 40 games deep into the season. The 40th time, it's your fault. You keep inviting me back. You know what you got. So when we get this deep into the season, I think moves have to be made by management. That said, I think this is a great chess move on Masai's part, because he's saying to Fred and he's saying to Pascal, here's what you want, make it work. And
is your chess move limited to the E and F file? Because I mean, I'm just wondering, because you have a player here, this counter, literally I don't know how deeply you follow basketball. I understand you're a Raptor fan. I don't know how deeply you go into the analytics and tracking data. But in terms of where players like to
dive deeper as I need to.
Okay, so in terms of where players like to operate on the court, there are certain matchups, certain guys that are very good synergistic matchups, and certain guys that are terrible. And it all has to do with how players move on the court, what speed, and where they're dominant. Do you want to? Yeah, look, it's all a matchup. It's all a. And look, it has a lot of chess parallels. I don't want to be a nerd who consistently brings up chess, but chess is a really big part of my life, so I will bring it up from time to time. There are certain pairings in chess for an endgame that are great. Two bishops is a great ending. If you want to win a chess match, two bishops and a king can get you there if you know what you're doing, and you want to corner the opponent king to the corner. You play chess?
Listen, I'm not going to say I've had any time playing long term, but I definitely beat everybody in my family. So,
okay.
That makes sense.
There's a trade for us to break down. There's a couple of trades right now that are breaking, not Raptors related. So the first one is the Clippers sending 2024 and 2025 second round picks
for Bones
to the Nuggets for Bones Highland. I think this is an interesting move. I think it gives the Clippers some much needed offense. They do have the type of plus defenders that can potentially make up for Highlands. I mean, it's interesting, right? There's another trade, James Wiseman going to the Pistons for Saddiq Bey. This is the stupidest trade in the history of the world. Bey is on his way to Atlanta in a multi-team trade, so the Hawks are sending 5 second-round picks to the Warriors to acquire Saddiq Bey. Wow. Okay. This is crazy. All right. Let's just put this on the screen so that we can all live react to this. This is absolutely mental.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any sort of final thoughts here? Sorry, I wanted to talk about the chess endgame. I'll just quickly conclude my thoughts on that, which is that certain pieces just match up really well together. Dual rooks, two bishops, but a bishop and a knight endgame is not as dominant, in my opinion, as two bishops.
Because it's not as versatile.
It's not
doesn't fit in as well.
because
It's like a puzzle, right?
the single bishop against even a couple of pawns and a king is very easy to defend against, right?
Yeah.
Black square bishops, etc. So I guess my point here is the reason that the black square bishop alone at an endgame is almost always going to result in a draw is the same reason why Jakob Poeltl and Scotty Barnes don't have a natural synergistic flow. There is a part of the offense where I agree that it could sort of like make some sort of sense. In that,
from a
you know,
screen
he's a
setting
good role
on offense.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
From a screen setting perspective, we don't have anybody who's willing to do that now.
But that's not true though, because you had Kem Birch, you didn't want to play him, right?
But
Because you think he's aggressively bad on offense.
He's a liability on defense.
Sure, okay, but like, what do you make of Jakob Poeltl being 10% worse at the rim than he was 3 years ago as a defender? I think it's just all the Spurs suck and he sucks.
I think it's you've got an additional workload that's going to be removed from him. I know you want to move on, so I make it quick as possible. But you've got additional. I think there's going to be synergies that are realized here that you can't really put a finger on the stat sheet on how it's going to happen. I think the workload that's coming off of Pascal, I know everybody wants to get rid of him to a certain degree. There's a lot of people who want to keep him. I'm one of the people that want to keep him, as you know. But I think there's going to be a change in Pascal's game. I think it will impact him largely. There's going to be people to set. There's going to be a person that's going to be willing to set screens, willing to clean up offensive rebounds, willing to be a rim defender. And that in and of itself, you're trading away Kem Birch. And second round picks, I don't particularly care for them. The first round pick, top 6 protected, we're probably not going to be there, and it wouldn't be a great pick for us anyway. So I think overall the trade was a good one.
Mm-hmm. I obviously I don't agree. I gave it a D, so I obviously don't agree. I'm curious to see how it turns out. Yeah, and by the way, to the chat, to the people who keep bringing up that guy, I mean, have some respect, man. That guy is literally deleting comments that mention my name, and you guys are just bringing him up like this. Like, come on, have a little bit of, you know, I don't know, decorum.
Yeah,
class.
Decorum's the word.
Just stop it, okay? Like, just stop making this about that guy. I don't fuck with that guy. I don't even like that guy. Okay, you want my honest opinion? I don't like that guy. I'm gonna talk about him. I'm not making videos about him. Just stop it, okay?
Keep it classy.
All right. Yeah, keep it a little bit classy. Like, fuck, you know, like whatever. There's place for everyone to eat. Just stop bringing him up on this chat. Like, just stop it. Like, it's not. You're not doing me any favors by doing that. You're not doing yourself any favors. You're not doing the chat any favors. It's not about him. Stop making it about him. He likes to make the whole world about him. Let him do that. Anyways, all right, Raps fan 6996. We're gonna break down some trades here. I appreciate you coming on. You know, it's funny. You know, in the comments when we go back at each other, it seems like we're gonna be mortal enemies. But when we talk, it's usually pretty.
Well, we keep it classy.
Nice decorum. All right, cheers.
Take care.
Have a good one. Have a good one, Paul. Bye. All righty. Okay, let's talk about this. I'm a pretty big Saddiq Bey fan. I like Saddiq Bey. I think the Detroit Pistons are, you know, let's see. How many of these guys do you want? How many reclamation projects do you want? There's the Detroit, the place that, you know, lottery prospects that do not work out, like Marvin Bagley and James Wiseman. You know, when I talk about teams having blind spots, it seems the Detroit Pistons have a blind spot, which is for flaming out former lottery picks. Is this the residual effect of drafting Darko Milicic? Now that's a take. That's a take. They're so goddamn. This team is so demoralized from the effect of Darko that they have made back-to-back, and I do mean back-to-back deadline plays for failed second overall picks. Why? Think about it. Really think about it. Darko Milicic is arguably the worst second overall pick ever in terms of the guys you missed on. Okay? He's from my country. I say this not to throw shade at the guy, but he is. He's one of the worst second overall picks of all time. When I mention worst second overall picks of all time, who do you think of? I think of Marvin Bagley, Darko Milicic, James Wiseman. These are all guys that I think about in the top 5. All 2 of them are now Detroit Pistons. What the hell is going on here? It's hard to do, man. There's 60 picks in a draft, and most second overall picks are not this bad. To have now, sorry, I don't get it. And I like Sadiq Bey. What the hell are the Pistons doing here? It's ironic, right? The Raptors, of course, went for. Oh wow. Okay, let's look at this. 5 second-round picks to the Warriors for acquire Bey. This just goes to show you just how little value those second-round picks really do have. In theory, right? There's no Stepien rule on second-round picks. You can give up second-round picks as much as you want. We do have 56 minutes left till the trade deadline, and we will stay with you until about 3:30 because there is a lot of stuff that breaks right at 3 o'clock, 3:20, 3:30. Sometimes shit will break at like 4 or 4:15, at which point, we'll have to, obviously, unless something crazy Raptors related happens, we can create a third stream for the day. If there's anybody else who'd like to call in, obviously all for it. Someone saying, are the Raptors done making trades? Raptors are done making trades. I don't know, man. All right, there's a call-in link there. I did see a tweet earlier from Adrian Wojnarowski saying, the Raptors may be done. We don't know yet, though. Okay, so let's create another community poll. I am deeply curious what this community thinks about this. So let's see here. Also, by the way, guys, I have been watching the chat like overly carefully. So if there's a super chat or something that I missed, I apologize. But thank you, as always. It does mean the world to me. I'm going to just start a poll here of who comes off the bench. Because that's my curiosity. If they don't make a trade, who is coming off the bench? Okay, number 1 option, probably the most obvious option, is Gary. Number 2 option is OG. That's not happening. Number 3 is Jakob. And number 4 is obviously Scotty. Let's see who comes off the bench. I think it's going to be pretty obvious who's going to win this by the poll, but the poll is there. Someone saying OG to Warriors. That's not a real thing, right? Guys, please stop freaking out the chat by like creating these like hypothesis, like fantasy trades and then announcing them, like declaring them. It's creating like false panic attacks. I'm not seeing OG to the Warriors anywhere. Just say, I would like to see OG to the Warriors. Like, stop. No fake news. Okay. Come on, Rob. It should be Fred to the bench. Yeah, right. He's been playing really well over the last month. Obviously, he is your leader, and you're going to bring him off the bench. Yeah, let's be realistic here. I think it's going to be Gary. So then now your bench is Gary, Boucher, Precious. It's a pretty decent bench. If Otto ever comes back, that'd be great. I don't understand how you hold on to Thaddeus Young right now, though. I really don't. Like, I understand the market for him wouldn't be huge, but how are you holding on to him? Like, I mean, the Raptors had spacing issues before, partially because the guys that shoot threes on this team are not really great at shooting threes, as evidenced by the number of times we've ended up. Natalie, you get too stressed over these other YouTubers. Don't let it get to you. I'm not stressed over anybody, buddy. Like, I don't care. I just want it to stop becoming a dominant point of conversation within this chat. Like, we're talking about the Raptors here. I'm not talking about other YouTubers. So just keep it at that. All right, so 74% of the poll is going towards Gary right now. We got 74%. That's crazy. OG 3%. Jakob 11%, Scotty 12%. So Scotty's technically second place on this. That's 146 votes. All right, 146 votes. So I know you can all click. Can we please get a like? Can you please hit that like button? It takes 2 seconds. It will absolutely help. Help the algorithm. There's 400 of you in here. I would really appreciate if you just all 400 of you, or let's say 350 of you. If 350 of you can go hit the like button, it takes 2 seconds. It would really help. So please smash the like button. Please smash the like button. Okay. If you don't smash the like button, I'm going to start doing like karaoke songs. Okay. Rob, doesn't Otto become a starter ASAP when he's healthy? Oh my God, don't even get me started. Not even close. No. Otto is not going to start. Thank you, Sheridan Forbes. I appreciate it. 400 people in here. What's the record? I think we were at 480 earlier. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people for a live stream. I got to be honest. Like, that's a lot of people. We're not like some massive channel with like 20,000 subs. So I think 400 people is a lot. I think anxiety is high among Raptor fans right now. I'm glad that we can sort of do this together. There's always two parts of this. One is obviously me talking. Some of you are not paying attention to what I'm saying, and I'm perfectly fine with that. The other part is you guys talking to each other. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, look, I run a film festival, and part of that film festival is obviously, you know, people going on stage, us curating films, people watching films. But the other part of that has nothing really to do with us. We're just creating an event for people to talk to. You know, a friend of mine, Felipe, he met one of his greatest collaborators at the Pendance Film Festival. And every time I see a picture of those people, I'm always realizing that we don't put on that event. Those people don't meet. There's the person who created the fan art, the greatest Raptor YouTuber of all time, fan art, a couple of days ago. This one, just a big shout out to Mike for doing this. This was a really cool thing. So he and Daryl, they connected, and they're in a completely different country. I believe they're in Taiwan. So like, that's super cool. Like, they wouldn't have connected without this space. So I like that. I like that the space has elements that have nothing really to do with us. Yeah. ROC UK, you need to connect. It says device is not connected. You're gonna need to connect a mic before I can bring you on. If anybody, Sham Sharani is saying the Warriors want OG. Will they settle for Pascal? Because Eric Gordon to the Clippers. Oh man, Rock UK. Hang on, I'm gonna bring you on in 1 second. Just gonna break down a trade here really quickly. Eric Gordon. Okay. I mean, yikes. Okay. So wow. The Houston Rockets are finalizing a deal to send Eric Gordon to the Los Angeles Clippers. And that broke a minute ago. So we are actually fulfilling the promise that is that we're going to live react to all of this, and we absolutely are. 1 minute it breaks, next minute it's on here, so hopefully we are doing a fairly decent job of that. So here's the tweet. Technology. Here we go. So Houston Rockets are finalizing a deal to send Eric Gordon to the Los Angeles Clippers. Honestly, not going to lie, if we had the salary to send out, Eric Gordon wouldn't be the worst to have here for us either. All right, let's bring on Rock UK. Rock UK, what's going on?
Yo, what's up?
Oh,
How's it
what's
going,
up, man? I'm good. First time caller, definitely, right?
Yeah, definitely. Calling from the UK, obviously.
Dope.
Yeah,
That's super cool.
Yeah, it's hard fighting Raptors fans out here.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's gonna be the case anytime. Are you originally from Toronto?
Yeah, actually, I used to live in Toronto. I left there in 2013,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Oh
moved here.
no,
Yeah,
you missed We the North.
yeah,
You're
pretty
you're
much.
you're the
Yeah.
reverse jinx. You're like I don't know if we can be good with you coming back to the city if you come back. What do you do in UK?
I'm in marketing.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So what do you think of the
Um,
trade deadline so far?
yeah, interesting, interesting. I thought that KD trade was kind of crazy. Four picks. Um, I don't see them. I don't know. I don't. I don't see them as a threat yet. Still, even with KD,
KD, Devin Booker,
because
not a threat. DeAndre Ayton, they didn't give up Ayton in that deal either.
yeah, I
They still
just
have Landry Shamet. I think the Landry Shamet component of this is somewhat underrated. I think he really fits the play style with KD. I could see it. In the playoffs when teams regularly are playing 8-man rotations, to have three of those 8-man to have three of that 8-man rotation is Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and Kevin Durant. I think in theory it makes sense. I think you're right. I don't see them as title favorites though.
no. That's what I was gonna ask you actually. Who do you see as a title favorite now,
Boston.
even with all the trades?
Yeah, which of these trades is really moving the needle in terms of
Yeah,
championship odds, right? I mean, you could say the Nets fall outside any hopes of a championship now, unless Ben Simmons. This is the prophecy, the Ben Simmons prophecy. It's all gonna make sense now, right?
mm,
Cue the memes. In terms of like Milwaukee has a shot. I don't see how. I don't see Denver. Yeah, man, I think it's Boston's to lose. I really do. I mean, I could be wrong. Would I take Boston or the field? I'd take the field.
yeah,
Um, and so it's not like saying Boston is some sort of prohibitive favorite to win it all, but I just think that they have they have a better shot. A, they were there last year. Two, they
yeah.
have the type of roster that actually makes sense in the modern NBA. I don't know.
Would you say Golden State has a chance? I mean, we can never count them out, can we? At the end of the day,
No, I
these
think
guys
you can
know how to
definitely
pull it
count them
together.
out. I think you can definitely count them out because I think one of the biggest reasons they were there last year is because of Otto Porter and Gary Payton. And I know that these sort of ancillary pieces don't get a hell of a lot of credit, right?
Yeah,
In terms of the impact that they make, but they are very important. They are very important. When people create this sort of like false claim that Pascal Siakam is carrying the Raptors, I'm just like, no, man, it's not possible for one guy to carry a team. I think guys like Al Horford are beautiful
yeah,
examples of all that little stuff that helps you win games. You replace Al Horford with Precious Achiuwa, the Boston Celtics don't make they don't make the finals. They don't make the Eastern Conference Finals last year. There's a big gap
yeah,
between guys like that. And I liked the Raptors trade for Marc Gasol, even though I was a big JV fan and I thought that they gave up a lot. I at least saw the basketball fit. I don't really see the basketball fit with Jakob. I see things that he does well. I don't want to harp on it again and again and again, but I also see big glaring weaknesses here. Yeah.
yeah. And I think also, a lot of people will jump the gun and say, yeah, Suns or Mavs, they got real title contentions right now. But I think one thing you got to remember is that not too many teams who make a big trade at the deadline end up winning a title. I mean, the Raptors were one in a, you know,
I
they were
mean,
one in a.
here's an
But
interesting thing, right? Among teams in NBA history that you can think of that won without a top 5 player in the last 25 years, can you name 2 teams that have done it?
Detroit Pistons,
Toronto Raptors.
Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, arguably you could say Kawhi was a top 5 player,
Yeah,
but he wasn't like LeBron. I think even when Kawhi was going on that dominant, playoff run, I think if you gave me a free option and said, okay, Katie or, LeBron, sorry, Katie, LeBron, Steph, like Giannis, there's a very easy case to make that Kawhi was the 5th guy in that. There's also a case to
mm,
make that he was outside the top 5, especially with all the time he had to miss. So both those teams that I just mentioned made massive trade deadline trades, ironically, for very similar players in Marc Gasol and Rasheed Wallace. I know people probably don't compare Rasheed Wallace because maybe they remember Blazers Rasheed Wallace, and they remember all the technicals and stuff. But if you really look at what Rasheed Wallace did for the Detroit Pistons, especially when you see like the matchup that they had against Shaq in the finals, and how much he was able to help Ben Wallace, sort of deal with that. Rasheed was a hell of a post defender. He was a spacer. He was a smart player. It's a lot of the same stuff that Marc Gasol does, man. So it's kind of ironic that two of them are two of my favorite players of all time. So
Yeah, man. I think in terms of the Raptors, we are in a lot of trouble if we do not get rid of Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet fleet. It sends a clear message to Toronto Raptors fans that we are building around this team.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in trouble if we're building around Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet as our main guys. They don't have that star power.
Patrick Beverley just got traded for Mo Bamba. Wow.
Yeah, this guy's going to end up playing he's going to end up playing for every single team. Patrick Beverley.
Poor Pat Bev, man.
He goes in and he makes a splash and then moves on.
He makes a splash. Yeah, to anyone out there who thought that Patrick Beverley was, the golden potion that could turn around any franchise, I mean, the Lakers certainly have not been that this year. Let's see, what is the deal? The Lakers are sending Patrick Beverley to the Orlando Magic for center Mo Bamba. Mo Bamba is not guaranteed next year. I guess for the Lakers, they replace... Oh, wow. That's weird. I mean, of all the teams that are really just clueless right now, I mean, what do you think of the Lakers right now? They got D'Angelo Russell. They traded away Thomas Bryant. They got Mo Bamba. Does D'Angelo Russell and Mo Bamba make that team does it make it any more competitive?
I mean, not really. Where are they now? 13th, 12th place?
Mm-hmm.
They might move to 11th. I mean, I don't see much to get excited about with the Lakers. Actually, with the Lakers, can I ask you a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of the viral video of Anthony Davis sitting while LeBron made his record-breaking point?
I don't know how much have you followed this channel? Have you followed it for a while? Just curious.
Since the start of the year, since the start of the
so
season.
you've heard me mention that I'm an editor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that was great video editing. Anthony Davis literally got up right when that clip ended and gave LeBron dabs. So it's like, it is what it is, right? I think there's different ways to look at that entire situation. Number one, you could say, well, everyone knew it was a foregone conclusion, and just because he's not super excited about it, people have questioned Anthony Davis's competitive spirit for a while now. They've said, how much does this guy really want to win? I think a guy in the midst of a 13, being 13th in the West with all the supposed talent, you still have one of the, all-time greats still playing at a decent level in LeBron. You're supposed to be a top 5, top 6 player, and you guys are 13th in the West, being passed up by teams like Utah, who have nobody that even holds a candle to that level of pedigree and no one on that type of contract. You're passed up by OKC. You're losing to OKC. And you're supposed to get up and celebrate this moment. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I don't care. The Russell Westbrook body language was far more telling for me, where Russ basically came in and just, he's like basically freezing LeBron out of the offense because he's so pissed off. And it's so obvious. I was just like, the second I saw that deal, that trade, I was like, Russ has played his last game as a Laker. This is literally his last game. And it was. Got traded literally the next day. So, yeah, I mean, Le GM is going to do what Le GM does. Right. He's it's interesting though that both he and Kobe kind of rest in peace Mamba basically go out on terrible Laker teams that just cannot build around them.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they didn't pull the trigger on that Kyrie trade. Just go all in.
I mean, it's just like, do you want to give up every pick for the rest of your life? Because I mean, like you can go all in on this and reset later. But there's a very good chance that when LeBron James, hits his decline, and we've been waiting for it for 5 years, it does not come. But like, he has declined a bit. He's no longer a top 5 player in the NBA. if Anthony Davis gets like some sort of season-ending or injury next year, you're going to be in the lottery next year too. Because you don't have enough around this team, and LeBron's not that level of impact player that he can just carry like bottom 10 rosters into top 5 finishes anymore. So now you're going to get rid of 2027 and 2029. I think that's crazy. I like the Mo Bamba fit with them. I think it adds, a guy who can sort of space out. I don't think Mo Bamba is going to change anyone's championship odds at all. I don't think he should move anything. What do you think of the Kyrie and Luka pairing? Because Kyrie had his debut last night and he looked pretty good.
Yeah, no, I didn't catch the game. I saw the highlights. With any big move to a new team and your first game, there's always that buzz and excitement. I think Kyrie's just playing up to the buzz and excitement. I think eventually his drama is going to catch up to him. There's gonna be something happening within the next couple of weeks or within the next month where he just completely blows up the whole NBA community with some kind of weird tweet or something. I just think that there's no way this guy can stay quiet for too long. Drama surrounds him and he feeds off of that drama. And in terms of the Dallas Mavericks as a team, it'll be very interesting to see what Luka does with another star on the team. And I think that's part of the experiment. They're looking to see what can this guy do when he has a second role player.
I'm really shocked that today's that so far we have not been dominated by Christian Wood trades, because I just don't love the pairing of those three. I really don't. Like I think defense is a thing. I think you can definitely go into the playoffs expecting to outscore everybody, but eventually you are going to hit an upper limit where a team is just going to be able to stop you. It's interesting. It seems like the top teams in the East are capable of sort of shutting the water off, whereas a lot of the top teams in the West are just offensive flowing, right? Sacramento, offense, no defense, right? Denver, definitely more of an offensive focus. It's like the Memphis Grizzlies have a weird pathway to a potential championship here because they're the one team that I can look at. Go ahead.
Can you not say the same thing about the Brooklyn Nets team then, in terms of just focus on offense? When they had Harden, when they had Kyrie and KD all together, there was that intense focus on offense, but then where was the defense coming from? I think that was.
First of all, I don't think Harden is a terrible defender, and I don't think that Kevin Durant is a bad defender. I can never compare Kevin Durant and Luka Doncic on defense because one of them is like an above average defender. Like Durant is good at the rim. He's decent on switches. He's not great. He's not OG Anunoby. He's not Mikal Bridges, but he's decent. Harden is versatile. He's not a great defender, but he's decent. He's competent. Like there's a high water mark, like you have to make up a certain amount of defense within your five man rotation, and the worse one defender is, the better another defender has to be to cover for it. You have to be, right? And I think that the best lineups, the ones that provide the greatest chance to win, are ones where everybody is average or well above average. I think that's a great place to be as a defensive team. And if you can get one of those guys to be significantly above average or all league type of defenders, then that's great. I think Desmond Bane is like people don't realize, like looking at him, with his stubby little arms and all the T-Rex memes, he's actually a pretty competent defender.
Yeah.
He's a competent defender. Dylan Brooks is a competent defender. Steven Adams is a competent defender. Jaren Jackson Jr. might be, putting up an all-time defensive type of season.
Yeah.
Right? That's a team that's just full of defenders. Like plus-size defenders. Okay, Brandon Clark's not a great defender, but he's on the bench. So it's like you look at that team and you're just like, okay, which team is going to be able to stop Ja Morant? And I think on the other side, you look at the Memphis Grizzlies. I really think that the Memphis Grizzlies could come out of the West. It sounds crazy to say it because maybe Ja is not seen in the same, light as Kyrie. I think he's a better player than Kyrie.
With Ja, if you look at his play in the playoffs last year,
yep,
the guy was pretty one-dimensional in my opinion. Yeah, sure, he can shoot, he can dunk the hell out of the ball. But when you see him in I can't remember which series it was, maybe Minnesota. because they played Minnesota first, and they played Golden State, right?
Mhm.
Is that right? I think it
think
was
so, yeah.
Golden State. It was Golden State. Anytime he got the ball, this guy was just driving to the basket. Like, it was so predictable. And Golden State basically just shut him down. Like, just made him take off balance shots. It's kind of like Pascal Siakam in a way. Like, if he can increase his offensive productivity rather than just being that explosive drive to the rim, dunk the basket, I think they've got a chance. But right now they're not ready.
That's interesting. So all this entire stream, I've been waiting for a Pelicans trade and thinking that it might be the Raptors, and we finally get a Pelicans trade, and it is not the Raptors. There's the Pelicans trade. The San Antonio Spurs are trading Josh Richardson to the New Orleans Pelicans. Man, honestly, the Spurs are so freaking smart.
They're tanking, eh? Like, just
I mean, they're tanking so hard, but at the same. Sorry, I pulled myself out of the chat there. My bad.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Sorry, like, I mean, this is such a funny thing because it's like they get 6 second-round picks in the last 2 days and a first-round pick for Jakob Poeltl and Josh Richardson. Like, and here we are holding on to Thaddeus Young. Like, oh man, Thaddeus Young can't get us anything.
You've changed your mind a lot on Thaddeus Young, I've noticed, actually.
I have.
His
his defensive slippage, like last year was very, very pro Thad, right? Like I was like, okay, he's stabilizing the locker room, whatever. That blow up with Scotty became a bit of a point where I was just like, and his constant hugging with Fred VanVleet, it's kind of just weirded me out to the point where it's like, okay, what is he really doing here? Because if it's not uniting the two sides and he's actually picked a side, then that's just a little bit strange to me. So
do you think he still has that influence on the likes of Chris Boucher? And this is why Boucher you're seeing playing so good at the moment, because you've got that veteran sort of leadership. And
I think Boucher's performance has been more tied to Precious's return. It seems like those two seem to be like really, really having good on, sort of synergy, crashing the glass. And interestingly enough, like I don't know, like, is this injury insurance, right? Like now you have 4 bigs, in my opinion: Precious, Achua, Jakob Poeltl, Christian Koloko. They all kind of do the same thing, right? Like, and Pascal Siakam not so much, but those 3 bigs, they crash the offensive glass. They like to, but it's like with Boucher and Precious, the difference is they can still hit threes from the corner, and I really appreciate that. And Koloko as well. So
with Jakob on the team now, do you think our team is better? Like, say we have everybody else the same. Is our team better now with Jakob as our starting center and Precious and Boucher coming off the bench, probably with less minutes? Or is our team better without Jakob?
It's hard to say you'd be better without Jakob, because what you got rid of him, rid of for him, is a guy who's effectively the same player but 100 times worse in Khem Birch. I know this is like pretty much like this entire show could be called Shade on Khem Birch, because I haven't said one good thing about him the entire time, and I probably won't. But the one thing I will say about Khem Birch that's positive is that he could also occasionally space out to the corner. I've just never seen Jakob Poeltl draw any sort of defensive attention outside of 10 feet. He has gravity as a roller, and depending on how you feel about high pick and roll with Scotty or Pascal, then yeah, he has some space there. But it's like
he's gonna get exploited, isn't he?
He could get exploited.
It's gonna be like a Rudy Gobert situation in the.
No, I don't think it's a Rudy Gobert situation. Like I think the parallel here is obviously that neither player scores from outside the paint. Neither one can really be on the court at the end of the game because of the free throw shooting. And then obviously, like if you can't play a guy to sort of close out a game, right? Like if it's going to be a constant liability, 60%, 59% free throw shooting, the Raptors don't have anyone who's just that aggressively bad from the free throw line, right? So
He's getting better though.
who's getting better?
If you look at his free throw percentage over the last 6 years, 7 years, I think it's at its best.
59% is at its best?
I think so, yeah. Maybe second best, yeah.
No, he has been bad all the way through. So to look at this, he started out 55, 54.4, went to 59, 53, 46, 50, 49, 59. He has never cracked 60% free throw shooting. That's basically Shaq. This is Shaq territory. Jakob Poeltl is to shooting what Shaq was to shooting. Per 100 possessions, as I said, like 2019, 2020 was the year before the bubble, and I guess the year the world shut down, the bubble year, really. And yeah, like that was the year, and he wasn't even a full-time starter for them at that point, right? But since becoming sort of like their dominant starter, he has suffered. Like he has suffered tremendously. I mean, he started 18 games for San Antonio that year, and that's by far, analytically speaking, at least, his best performance. So you could also make a claim that because he wasn't starting, that he was doing a lot of that damage against second units. So as a full-time starter, he has never been a above average center. You freaking traded a first-round pick for an average center. Congratulations.
Here's what I think, though.
Mm-hmm.
If you pair this guy with a legit point guard.
What's a legit point guard?
Let's
Is Fred
say-
VanVleet not a legit point guard?
Let's put it this way. If we look back at Fred VanVleet's time as a starter with the Raptors over the last few years, he has not had a legit center, and most point guards will thrive when they have a legit center as a pick and roll threat. This guy has never, Fred VanVleet has never had that in his time with the Raptors as a starter.
Okay. Marc
Right.
Gasol. Marc Gasol. He was a starter. The last year of Gasol, he was a starter. Serge was decent setting picks. He had plenty of time as a backup. You know, he had Jakob and he had Jonas Valanciunas setting picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
he did well, yeah. So like this is what
he's
I mean.
never
like,
shot.
you-
I mean, what's well though? Like people talk about Fred VanVleet like he was like some sort of like 48% free, from the field guy. He's never been efficient. Not once, not ever.
But if you're coming into the league and you're coming from college in a situation where you are playing with legitimate centers and this is your game, you're crafting your game around this pick and roll offense. You come into a team that doesn't have a center. Your whole game changes. You adapt. You have to adapt. And I think that is something that will be interesting to look at now that we do have Jakob. If we end up keeping Fred, what sort of level of play are we going to get out of Fred now with this extra option on the offense? That's something I think
I
I'm
can
looking
see.
forward to
I see what you're saying. Scotty has been decent at setting picks. OG's okay. Christian Koloko has been our best screen assister all season per 100 possessions. He's been our best guy, right? Koloko is mobile. He probably has a little bit better lateral quickness than Jakob. I know that's very hot take territory given that he's a rookie, but I think projectable upside. If you had to ask me like who's going to be a better player at 27, Christian Koloko or Jakob Poeltl, I pick Christian Koloko 10 times out of 10. I also pick Precious Achiuwa over Jakob Poeltl 10 times out of 10 in terms of who they are at 27. So what Jakob is today versus what Christian Koloko will be 5 years from now, I think Koloko is going to be a better player. I could be wrong, but I do believe. In terms of
what's his ceiling, Koloko's ceiling, if you can compare it to any player in the NBA right now.
Somewhat like a cross between Miles Turner and Draymond Green, but like a worse version.
That's an interesting cross.
Yeah, I mean, it's like okay, like because I think I see flashes of shooting potential,
Right.
and I see flashes of playmaking. The shooting isn't going to be quite as good as Miles Turner, and the playmaking isn't going to be quite as good as Draymond Green. I like his switchability. There are certain plays that I've broken down on this channel where he'll switch out to a guard and really give that guard some trouble. He knows how to use his length. I just really like him. I think he makes a really good impact on defense. And honestly, he and Jakob Poeltl in terms of defensive analytics are dead even. It's the offense that's actually drastically in favor of Yak.
Yeah,
Ironically.
yeah, I know what you mean. Wow.
But in terms of like the original premise that you had, I'll tell you that Fred did have a legitimate center to play with as a starter that we're not talking about. The big elephant in the room, Aaron Baines. Hate to say it, but Aaron Baines was an elite screener.
Yeah, but he was still, I think,
he just
Fred
shot
was still
terribly with us,
coming
but
off the bench.
he spaced out. In theory, you know, it's funny how everyone kills Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster for Aaron Baines, right? Now, granted, his downside was not easily projectable, although you can make a case that guys over 30, it's really just, it's going to happen at some point, right? At some point, you're going to hit the decline, and you just don't want to be holding. It's kind of a game of musical chairs. But in theory, the idea of Aaron Baines is better than the idea of Jakob Poeltl. The idea, not the actuality.
Yeah.
The actuality of it, for sure. Like, you know, you can make a really good case that Jakob Poeltl is going to be better in one game than Aaron Baines was that entire Tampa season. I'm just saying, in theory, Aaron Baines, screen setting, rolling, pick and pop big, who sets like elite screens. That was his entire reputation. He's just a great screen setter, and he can pop above the break.
You know what, actually I understand your point. Having Jakob on the team actually could increase Koloko's progression.
Because he has to guard him every night?
He's got another true big to gel with, basically. And I think you have to have two, like how we had Gasol and Ibaka back in those days. Those guys gelled so well together. They fed off of each other's different skills.
Are we just so what is Boucher then? Is he not a big? What is Precious Achiuwa? Is he not a big?
No
is a big only a guy who's over 7 feet?
I mean a true offensive center, as in like a 7-footer that can hold his own against an Embiid.
He can't. He cannot hold his own
against
an Embiid. Yeah, he can't. Like I would love to look at if somebody wants to do the work, I'll probably do it later. I would love to see head-to-head him against Jokic and Embiid and see what his numbers are. I'll guarantee you they're not great.
I'm lightly speaking here. I'm not saying that he can hold his own, but I'm saying that.
Yeah, but I think like the theory of somebody and the reality of someone is often so different, right? The theory of Scotty is, you know, a Ben Simmons clone, but the reality of Scotty is completely different, right? The theory of Jakob Poeltl, when you look at him, you're like, oh, well, you know, but that's the bias, right? You see a big, tall, you know, lumbering center. He's not lumbering, obviously. That's also the stereotype, right? You see a guy like this, you immediately think what? You think big, white, stiff, right? And the NBA in the 90s was just full of these guys. They were like fodder. Like every roster was packed with 2 or 3 of these guys to basically throw 6 fouls at Shaq. He's not that guy. He's not a stiff. He's not, you know, some guy who can't defend 10 feet from the basket. He certainly can, you know, and he's not like he's done a lot more self-creation the last couple of years in San Antonio. I think like I haven't been watching San Antonio Spurs games for obvious reasons. They're completely trash franchise right now, or trash team, not trash franchise, but a trash team right now. It's hard to watch, but I have seen the evolution in his game through the numbers. But like the reality is, he's not stopping Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid is not Shaq. Joel Embiid can space you out 25 feet from the basket. He can shoot threes. He's basically a fucking wing. I think you have a better shot trying to stop Joel Embiid the way you did last year. Joel Embiid, you look at all the guys.
We didn't stop him, though. That's the problem. We didn't stop him. But
you're not stopping him now either.
No, but
right?
We've got a better chance. We've got somebody who's got a little bit more weight to them. You know what I mean? We're not.
But when you really think about Joel Embiid killing us, how did he kill us? I seem to remember Joel Embiid hitting a 3 to win the game. Pardon?
Yeah, that was one shot. But I mean, for the majority of the time, he's just powering through us. We were sending guys, fouling him left, right, and center, getting into foul trouble. He was still getting to the free throw line. There's nothing we could have done. And I just think that having a Jakob in there now, it's not going to stop him, but it's going to deter him a little bit. It's a better option than what we currently have. It's not the ideal option.
Have you heard the theory that a great defense, sometimes a great offense is is a great defense. Wait, hold on. What am I looking for here? A good defense is a better offense, something like that. Basically, my point is that you will actually have, I think, a much better chance of throwing like 5 out and just saying, okay, Embiid is going to kill us. He's going to kill you no matter what. You're not bringing Marc Gasol back, so he's going to beat you. But at least space him out. Make him have to guard in space. Make him have to think a little bit, right? Like, punish him on the other end. Don't let him have like off nights. Off possessions on defense. Well, Jakob Poeltl is not putting a great deal of pressure on Joel Embiid. He's probably not going to touch the ball enough to do that. So his great efficiency at the rim isn't really going to do you much favors if he's not scoring the ball a lot. That's sort of the promise of these, low usage, high efficiency type players is, you look at their true shooting percentage, you're like, wow, 62%. And then you're like, oh, but he attempts like 4 shots a game. So it doesn't really help you that much. It's how these guys sort of help other players that I'm worried about, right?
And Jakob's becoming a good passer as well. His passing game. You know what? I woke up this morning because I'm in UK time, and the first thing I do is I refresh my phone to check what happened in the trade when I was sleeping. And because I'm 5 hours ahead of you guys.
Right.
The first thing I saw obviously was Jakob traded to the Raptors. And then what I do is I go on and watch the replay. So I just watch the replay of all the games because they come on way too late for me at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning. So I just watched the Raptors game this morning, and my eyes were glued to Jakob Poeltl the entire time after seeing that he was getting traded to the Raptors. So I just wanted to see what this guy does. Honestly, I saw a very, very high potential player in terms of a playmaker. He gets the ball in the post and he can feed it out. He's not Marc Gasol, but he can pass the ball. He obviously gives us a defensive option now where we're sending guys to come and block him. We're sending guys into the paint and leaving the wing shooters open, the corner shooter open. That's probably not going to happen anymore. We're not going to leave open threes anymore because we got a guy in the paint that could block the shot.
But you've had that all year in Christian Koloko. I know it's like, it's the theory of the person versus. Pardon?
Christian Koloko is not ready yet. He's getting pushed around. This is what I mean.
But the pushing around element, like, look, Nick Claxton, Jaren Jackson, neither one of these guys are 300 pounds, right? Their potential is at stopping shots at the rim. It's bothering shots at the rim with their length. Believe it or not, Scotty's rim defense is pretty decent too. Precious Achiuwa, despite being 6'8", is pretty good at the rim, right? Jakob Poeltl is not great at the rim this year. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, 4 years ago, sure, he was holding opponents 7% lower than their average at the rim. Right now, he's giving up 3% above at the rim. Teams are shooting better. Pardon?
I think you said it earlier. He's not motivated. He's on a losing team.
Or he's one of 1,000 players across league history that have had their best days behind them at the age of 27. It's not uncommon for bigs to sort of decline 28 and older, 28 and beyond. Like, it's not uncommon at all, right? I mean, was Shaq better at 26 or 32? Easy, right?
Easy. Yeah.
Like, was Marc Gasol better at 26 or 32? You make a very good case that a big like this is going to have his peak from 24 to 28, and congratulations, he's 28 starting next season. You very well could be on the decline of a career that wasn't that great to fucking begin with. I cannot, look, sometimes, there's a possibility in the next 13 minutes we make a trade for Dyson Daniels. I doubt it. I'm starting to lose hope. And at that point, people might buy into the Dyson Daniels is the greatest thing since sliced bread because I've been talking about the analytics on Dyson and how he's this plus defender at this young age. There must be some sort of reality check for how good or how bad a player is versus the narrative around it. Yeah, narrative is Dyson Daniels is a hell of a fucking player for 19 years old. It's a really, really good player. It's amazing and unheard of for a player to be this good defensively this young. And so there's promise. But he's not going to come in right now and be a better player than OG Anunoby. It's just not going to fucking happen. That's the potential versus the reality of it. The potential of Jakob Poeltl, with how long the Raptors have been chasing this guy, pining for him, whatever. Guys, you traded him as I mean, a second part of a deal for an expiring contract of Kawhi Leonard when he was easily a better player. I mean, okay, your playmaking point makes sense. You know, I'm just saying I think his best days are behind him. I know that sounds crazy because he's 27 years old. I said it in the call with Larry. If he can become the player he was 3 years ago at the rim, if he can guard that well, yes, he shores up a lot of problems.
So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that this Vision 6-9 thing ain't working? I mean, I think we're pretty much all seeing the outcome here is not working, right? Like, we need a center.
I mean, look, it may not be working for us, but it worked.
Yeah.
It worked for the Boston Celtics last year, right? Jason Tatum's about 6'8", 6'9". You can make a case that Grant Williams and Jaylen Brown are not 6'8", 6'9", but if you consider 6'9", Vision 6'9" has been considered a height thing. Let's consider it a length thing. Okay, let's consider 6'9" is the wingspan that you're after, right?
Yeah.
Vision 6'9" just got to the finals last year. Because Vision 6'9" and above, Al Horford is a guy who's about 6'9" with a 7'2", 7'3" wingspan. Robert Williams, again, granted he wasn't a huge part of it, but like, you know, he's another guy who's 6'8" with a 7'4" wingspan. We have seen this work. We just saw it work for two fucking teams last year. Both teams in the finals played this way. You know, you could argue that there have been a lot of teams that have played this way.
With the Celtics, though, yeah, you can't compare the Raptors with the Celtics, though, right?
Why not?
You got Jason Tatum. I mean, he's a top 5 player in the league right now. We do not have that. I mean, if
we have a guy who aspires
6'9",
and takes the usage of a top 5 player. I mean, we have a guy who's about to, you know, who's looking to get paid like a top 5 player. We have a guy who our Toronto media swears is a top 5 player.
No, you're saying, well, we don't have it. We don't have a top 5 player.
Correct.
If we had the top 5 player that we can rely on to get us buckets, this Vision 6-9 thing might actually work out. But right now, we're not that team. We're not the Celtics. It might work for them, but it wouldn't work for us because we don't have the talent.
The Vision 6-9 thing works in theory for two reasons. Number one, switch heavy. Number two, transition. You have to play fast for it to work. If you don't play fast, it's not going to work because otherwise in the half court, it's not going to work. Your advantage is when you play fast, right? When you're constantly running up and down and you're like scoring a ton of points, whatever, the 6-9 thing helps you because it makes it almost impossible for other teams to mismatch hunt because no one's a mismatch, right? Everyone's tall, everyone's so a guy like OG, you can't really hunt him in transition because if he ends up getting stuck on a point guard, you don't have a big advantage. If he ends up stuck on a power forward, you don't have a big advantage. But you know, against the Atlanta Hawks, if you run and Trae Young is the first guy back and your center is you're just getting 2 points at the rim. You know what I mean? The problem here is the flawed premise here is that Fred VanVleet is a guy who doesn't deserve to be traded. I mean, he's the one guy who makes this impossible to work. If today, in the next hour, the Raptors trade Fred VanVleet and they end up getting back a small forward who can space and who fits this Vision 6-9, well, then this whole thing makes sense. I think Scotty at point is the future. I don't see why they're, you know, clinging to this Fred VanVleet thing. I don't think this is a guy who's going to hold great value. If you sign it to an extension this offseason, especially anything close to the one he wants, like, you're going to have to move off of picks to get rid of this guy the next time he has some injury with his back or something. I don't like the direction this team's going, man. I got to be honest. I like the young players on this team. I like OG. I like Koloko. I like, you know, Precious, and I obviously like Scotty. I just think that there's this attachment to this championship core and this era of basketball. You know, are you a fan of The Office? Not the British one. Ironically, you're sitting in UK, but the American Office?
No, I haven't watched it. No, I tried to. I just
tried
to get into it because I tried to watch it like recently, like
the American one or the UK one?
The American one.
You couldn't get into the American Office. Okay. Well, there's so no spoilers here, but there was an episode in the American Office where Michael Scott, the lead, you know, manager of the branch, he is fired by Idris Elba's character. Another British reference, ironically. It's just bringing up British reference after British reference.
Yeah.
And he's sort of like let go by, and he starts his own company, the Michael Scott Paper Company, and he recruits Ryan Howard and Pam Beasley to be his, you know. And then when he comes back, this is what this feels like. This is the Michael Scott paper company of the Toronto Raptors. It's just, Fred, Pascal, Jakob, Masai kind of living out their glory days of like, oh, this is how things used to be. I'd be surprised they don't bring back DeMar DeRozan right now. I mean, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, move on. Look, I think we all have a bias towards, players we know, players but like there has to be some sort of openness, and it feels like the Raptors have an over preference to stay the status quo.
Well, I think it's a very dangerous territory. If we're leaving the team the way it is, we've made one move, Jakob Poeltl. If we're leaving the team the way it is, that means that the Raptors front office are looking at Pascal Siakam as the first option. That's a dangerous move when you got a guy like Scotty Barnes on the up. You're saying basically to Scotty, you're not the guy. Pascal is the guy. And
I think you've seen plenty of evidence of playoff meltdowns, and I've seen plenty of evidence that he's
100%.
not a like
100%.
Someone just said OG for Wiggins. Guys, stop the fake news. Like, please stop. That's all I'm asking. Rob's dream just died in seconds. Yeah, no shit. I don't know.
One last point.
Sure.
I don't know if you've brought this up in any of your live streams or anything, but isn't it just weird that this whole 38, the number 38 with LeBron's thing, on the 38th day of the year, this guy scores 38 points to break a 38-year-old record.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
And get to 38,000 something points. And he's 38. And he's 38. That's crazy.
That is crazy. I had not even connected that. I honestly forget connecting all five. I hadn't connected a single 38. I had never thought about Kareem's record was 38,000. I hadn't thought about the fact that it was 38th day of the month.
Yeah.
Was it the 38th day?
Great. Yeah, it's 38th day of the month.
January is 31 days.
The 7th of February.
February 7th. Okay, so it is 38th day. Wow, that is crazy.
Mm.
It was the most un-LeBron game I've ever watched. Apart from the Dallas Mavericks finals, where I think he scored 6 points or something like that, which was very un-LeBron-like as well. It felt like the Dallas Mavericks had broken his brain. He just hunting. It was very Pascal Siakam-like. LeBron became Siakam for a day. He kind of just hunted his own shot. He was very out of rhythm. His teammates were kind of like, he wasn't making the obvious pass. It wasn't great. It wasn't a great thing to watch. I gotta be honest. Like, I understand Jay-Z's there, Denzel's there. You got to break the fucking record, but it's in a loss. It's kind of like how I felt about Kobe's 60-point game. It's great. It's nice, aggressively bet on yourself, all that shit. But this is not why I watch basketball.
If they hadn't stopped, I mean, this is just reaching right now, but if they hadn't stopped the game with 10 seconds left in the third quarter and just kept the momentum going, because the Lakers had some kind of momentum going there.
Yeah, and then, everybody rushes the court, and I had never seen anything like that. I mean, the NBA changed their fucking logo to a crown. When I went and Googled LeBron James, this is crazy, like how big a deal, the world made this LeBron thing. And I mean, it is a big deal, for sure, right? You Google LeBron James, your entire screen fills with crowns. I don't know if you know this. Yeah.
No, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah.
Does this make him the best player in the world, the GOAT? Does this officially make him the GOAT in your
Fuck
eyes?
No, not even close. Sorry, I don't want to say not even close like he's not top 10 or something.
He's close.
He's close. He's really close, but he's not MJ. I'm sorry. Like, for me, like, the GOAT pantheon is it's Michael. I feel like Michael should be in his own, league. Like, it's not. Some people want to put Kobe up there. I don't think so. I think it's.
He just got the titles, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, for me, it's like GOAT has got to be a consistent thing. Michael Jordan, 1986 to 1998 is like the best player in the world for 12 fucking years.
Yeah.
You could make an argument LeBron's been the best player in the world for 12 plus years, but that hasn't really stopped other teams from getting championships, other superstars from getting championships. And his top, 8 seasons were not as good as Michael's top 8 seasons. you're gonna get this award on longevity. To anyone who says, there was a response that I had about this, which ends, any sort of notion that this equals that. I had asked, is Karl Malone a better player than Michael Jordan? Because if not, then this doesn't change anything either. Because Karl Malone has more career points than Michael Jordan.
Yeah, it doesn't
Right?
change anything.
Carmelo Anthony is top 10 all time in points scored. Like, just to put that into context, Melo has more points than a lot of guys that I think anyone would agree are just way better. So, I mean, we're 2 minutes away from the deadline right now. This is crazy.
I'll let you go. Last thing, Jordan has 10 scoring titles. LeBron only has 1. So there's no question that Jordan is the GOAT, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, scoring's not everything, but I think what the thing that people often don't bring up. It's not just the 6 titles and scoring; it's just the fact that he absolutely was the best defender on the Chicago Bulls for many of those years. I think you could maybe make a case that Pippen was close, but I think game on the line, like, and LeBron's finals record, Mark Anderson saying it's 4-6. Is it 4-6? I thought it was more.
That sounds about right.
It was 3-7 for the longest time. So wait, wasn't it 3-7?
Was it 3-7?
Or was it? Oh, it was 3-6, and then it became 4-6. Right. I think that the number of trips to the finals is greatly inflated by the fact that he played in the less dominant conference. Michael consistently played in the more dominant conference. When Michael was in his prime, the East was the dominant conference. The Knicks, the Pacers were some really good teams. The Heat,
Pistons,
with freaking the Pistons that he had to overcome, right? Like, there were 5 like really good teams. The Magic, with Shaq and Penny. Like, Jordan overcame like a crazy deep conference. There's not a single team through LeBron's entire East tenure that was as good as the Penny and Shaq Magic, in my opinion. Like, you could make an argument, like the big 3 Celtics for a little bit there were really good, and the Pistons, the 04 Pistons were really good. But I'm talking like when LeBron actually came into his own, there wasn't anything
LeBron
to touch that.
Play against? Let's say the Raptors, DeRozan. Let's say
exactly.
Pacers,
Like
Paul George.
Exactly. It's those
Atlanta
things,
Hawks, Kyle Korver. Yeah, there's no comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, consider the teams that like were top 3, top 4 seeds in the East during that period of time. It really, I mean, it's not even close. I don't think, I personally, I wouldn't put LeBron second. I might, like, I'll talk myself into it at some point. I wouldn't though.
I think when he retires, we're gonna probably be looking at it a little bit different. It's because he's so prevalent. He's still playing. We're still seeing his.
I think the other part about this is that people,
mistakes.
like, his defensive decline over the last 8 years now has been pretty steady. Like, he takes plays entirely off.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I don't love all the off-court stuff. I'm not talking about the social stuff. Kudos to him for the social stuff. I'm talking about all the tweets, all the the GM stuff, throwing teammates under the bus and stuff. I'm not for that. So
there was a play with the OKC game where Shea had sort of fumbled the ball a little bit. He did like a spin move, and he fumbled the ball, and literally LeBron, all he had to do was reach out his hand and grab the ball. He just stood there. I don't know if you saw that, but
I mean, like, I never saw Michael Jordan quit on his team. I've seen LeBron James absolutely quit on his team. And it was painful to watch, the decision, look, LeBron's an American success story in so many ways. And I'm very, very happy about that. I love the fact that he's, has a family, he stayed out of the trouble. Like, he brought up people with him, like Mav Carter, Rich Paul. Like, I mean, the people that he's a big catalyst for player empowerment, and I'm for it. Like, I'm all for player empowerment. It's just a little bit of the extracurricular stuff, and honestly, it's really difficult for me to like go back and revisit that San Antonio series and the Mavericks series, and that's just smack dab in his prime, and to see him not be like the second best player in a playoff series, I mean, it's tough to stomach that in your prime. It's one thing to do it when you're a rookie. I just think Jordan was a killer all the way through. I think the GOAT debate should be over by now. I realize there's a sort of tendency that, everybody has their own memory from their generation, right? Oscar was the greatest ever. Like, there's a lot of credible people that would swear Oscar was better than Michael, right? Because they saw Oscar first. Pardon?
If you take Jordan and you put him into today's game, who's the better player?
Jordan.
If Jordan's playing against all the teams LeBron's playing against right now.
Jordan
still.
Jordan would kill it. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm watching John Morant do a lot of the same stuff Jordan was doing, carving up, getting to the front of the rim. Except Jordan was a way better player, and he could do it like 100 times better. I'm sorry, Michael Jordan would average like 45 points per game in today's NBA. I'm convinced of that. Like, he is just such an assertive scorer with the lack of centers. My God, man, going up against Dikembe Mutombo, Rick Smits, Alonzo Mourning, Shaquille O'Neal inside, you clear the paint with these like Charmin soft, rules. My God, Michael Jordan would blow at their line. I just feel like it's so disrespectful. And people often I put Bill Russell second. Personally, I understand the competition argument, but I put Bill Russell second. And I think, after that, you can have your debate with Kareem, LeBron, Shaq, Tim Duncan. I think they're all in there. I understand why people want to distance LeBron because of the numbers, longevity, et cetera, et cetera. But I look at peaks. When I think about greatness, I think about peaks. And peak is like 6, 7 years, 8 years. That's greatness for me. Because look, there's a lot of people out there that really rate Bill Walton, and he didn't have a really super long career. I'm not giving guys like the AC Green treatment, like the AC Green, like a career milestone. It's great. Like it's the Udonis Haslem treatment of like, okay, great. You survived in the league for 15 years, 18 years. That's awesome. And that's not easy. Thaddeus Young, been like very, very complimentary of how he's been able to stay relevant and, get paid and make up for what was effectively, there's a lot of ways you could look at Thaddeus Young as a 12th overall pick and say he was very mediocre and average for the first, 12 years of his career. And he's just sort of turned it around the last 3 years or first 10 years, of his career. And then there's a switch and you can see it in the analytics, it's just like negative box plus minus all the way through, almost a zero impact type player, marginal rotation player, journeyman type. And then boom, goes to Chicago and just all turns around for him. And he's an example of a player who peaked late. I very strongly argue that Thaddeus Young's peak was 29 to 32. Yeah. Is Jakob Poeltl's peak going to be 29 to 32? The trend line says no.
Fingers crossed it is. For us, at least. It would be great if it was, if that was the case.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up the show. Thanks a lot, Rock UK. Please call back anytime. Really good conversation. I know sometimes it's really hard with some of the live streams that go super late with the Raptors for people in the UK.
I watch them on replay.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support.
Man, I like your channel, man. Keep it going. Stay strong,
Thanks
bro.
So much. Thanks so much. Stay strong. This is like turning into self-help therapy. Stay strong.
I don't know why I said that.
Maintain hope. No, I get it. I get it. Don't worry. Like I'm obviously not pleased with how this deadline has turned out. So I appreciate the stay strong, inspirational message of hope. Maybe we'll flash like inspirational quotes, Stan. Maybe we'll flash some Tony Robbins, Les Brown. Let's do it up here. All right. Take care, Rocky. Right, appreciate it, man.
Peace, man.
See ya. Peace. All right, time to look at these comments. Jeez. No word from Raptors. Look, that's a good thing. I just want to put that out there. That's a very good thing. If Shams Charania is saying no word from the Raptors, that could be a very, very good thing. I don't want to create false hope here, but if a deal was not made at 3:00, typically, this is my expectation of my experience of trade deadlines, and this is exactly why this show is not ending exactly at 3:00. So, okay, sorry, I'm just like going through the tweets from Shams. My understanding is that there's a lot of deals that the paperwork gets filed around 3:00, and you'll hear about it at 4:00, 3:30, 375. Sorry, 375, 315, 330, whatever. But usually when a deal has not been made by that deadline, a team may come out. Now, granted, the Raptors are a leaky organization, but you have nothing to lose at this point by just coming out and saying the Raptors are standing pat, confirmed, over. So him saying there's nothing coming from them right now, I think would be a sign that there could be something. Okay, Eric Place, thank you so much. So let me just, not that I don't believe you, I'm just going to double check this from Woj. He's saying it's done. Just flash it on the screen. Never turned out to be sellers. Adding Spurs center Jakob Poeltl on deadline. They have to make some harder decisions in the offseason. Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster tested and learn more about the value of several players. Oh my God. Okay. We'll just flash this tweet. I mean, okay, so I just want to say that this is not confirmation that nothing happened. Flavius Film saying Woj bomb. Is this a Woj bomb? I don't know. Sorry, I'm just silent right now. I promise I'm not crying. Like, this is not going to become one of those. But I'm trying to absorb what this is. It's 450 people here. How are you guys feeling? I'm just going to create a poll. You can feel free to sort of group therapy that one. I'm going to create a poll and just see, like, how do you grade the Raptors at the trade deadline? Don't respond right now. Just respond in the poll. Let's just see how Raptor fans are feeling. I realize sometimes it's difficult, right? Because the loudest people sometimes are the most polarizing. But let's see. Grade the Raptors front office on the deadline. Okay. We're going to give A, B. I wish there was an option for an F, but there you go. Let me know what you feel about how the Raptors performed. There's 51 comments in like 10 seconds there. How does this work? Gary's going to the bench. Really? I'll be very interested to hear what Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster have to say. Guaranteed they're going to be doing some sort of that's a really fair point. D is really an F, by the way, guys. I mean, I'm not going to give it an F because it's like, okay, like let's not get crazy here, right? You give up Kem Birch, right? You clear out Kem Birch's contract. I don't think it should be an F, personally. I really do think D is the bar. Although, you know what? I wanted to leave A because I wanted to see like how people feel. Like, you know, I want to give A as an option. So let's just see how that's doing. D is decidedly winning here. So far, A 3%, B, we got 230 votes. Can we send this to the Raptors front office? We have any people from MLSE here? Yikes. I'm gonna end this in 1 minute. So if you haven't gotten your vote in, get it in. Let's get 250 votes, and let's call it a day. We have 237 votes right now. That's crazy. 238 votes. 240. We're gonna end this at 250, guys. Yikes. Wow. Well, there you go. We're gonna end it at 250, 256, and the vote is clear. Wow. Well, all right. I don't see anything else breaking. If anyone wants to come on and, vent whatever, I think we're all for it right now. It is what it is. I'm not sugarcoating this bullshit. I don't think this works. Do the Raptors get better? Yes. Do they get better enough to win a playoff series? No. This is the definition of no man's land. And now you have, a fifth starter, a sixth starter. I don't get it. Like, wow. We've lost a real one. I'm a Pacers fan now. Why Pacers though? Of all the teams you could have chosen there. The call-in link is in the description, but here I'm gonna just pin this. There you go. If no one's calling in, I'm gonna go and cry. I'm gonna go to sleep for like 6 hours and probably go cry myself to sleep. I mean, yeah, I'm happy we're keeping OG too, but it's like I'm confused now. Like, you're moving Gary to the bench for real? Like, is he supposed to be happy about that? Is that a role he's fulfilling? Like, this. Because of how much this potentially helps the defense, like you have these two defensive weaknesses in your starting lineup that have been leaking oil for weeks now, which is Siakam at the rim, Fred point of attack. Instead of dealing with the fact that those two guys are effectively leaking oil and dealing them, instead you add a stopgap solution for future assets that helps those two not look as bad at what they're doing poorly. I feel like it really is the logical equivalent of putting newspapers over shit. Like, I don't get it. And I mean, the other side of this obviously is this is like the absolute anti-tank move, right? Because, I mean, if you thought the floor was high for the Raptors now, I think I set the new floor. I mean, previously we were setting the floor around 37 wins, 36 wins. We were like, man, if the Raptors could really, really, I don't know. I think the new floor is like 40 wins. This is the definition of no man's land. I don't think this makes you. I don't think this is going to help you win a round against Philly. I really don't. I don't like the concept of signing Pascal to that extension. I do not like the concept of extending Fred VanVleet. I definitely don't like the concept of letting Fred or Gary walk for nothing because they are assets. I really thought I could predict this front office, man. I really did. But I was wrong. So where do we go from here? Well, we retire our Tank World Order intro. That's done. Probably not going to be doing a lot of that aggressive scouting for the top 5 because we're not going to get a top 5 pick now. So that's done. We don't have a pick in 2024. That's great. Cap flexibility for what, bro? For what? When's the last time the Raptors signed a free agent that you would actually go for? All right, we're gonna end the show with Mo. Coach Mo, what up?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
I have a headache. I don't know.
I woke up this morning. I wake up for work at like 5:30. I woke up. First thing I did was grab my phone, and I saw Poeltl.
Yeah.
And I saw a first, and that was protected. And
Top 6
honestly,
protected.
Yeah, a part of me died when I saw that.
And a 2023 second round pick in a year where you could be really bad in a really deep draft. I am at a loss for words.
I want to play a game with you after today, after how you're feeling right now. I'm going to name teams, and you tell me if you'd rather be them right now. If you'd rather be in their position. Atlanta, I think that's a no.
It's a no. Largely because of Scotty. You take Scotty out of this equation, Raptors are losing every single one of these. Also, before you continue this, I do have we do have one more trade to just sort of announce here. I think I am as confused about what the fuck the Blazers are doing as I am with anyone. This is weird. This is a weird trade. The Blazers are sending Gary Payton second to the Warriors for 5 second-round picks. This is like a new thing, right? Multiple seconds. Like at some point, we're gonna end up with a team with like 6 second-round picks, and like, what are you doing as a franchise with 6 second-round picks? I don't get it. 5 seconds. Congratulations. 5 seconds is worth what? Like 1 mid-first. Good luck. Yeah. Keep going. Atlanta, I picked Toronto, unfortunately.
Yeah, Boston.
Boston. I'd rather do Boston.
Brooklyn.
It's close.
Dude,
it's close.
They have 23 unprotected. They have 25 unprotected. They have 27 unprotected. They have 29 unprotected, and Dallas 29 unprotected. And they can flip Mikal Bridges, and they can flip Cam Johnson, and you can sell Simmons on like the Charlotte Hornets.
I like Ben Simmons. First of all, like, I'm one of those rare people that actually likes Ben Simmons as a player.
Yeah,
I understand he's not perfect.
I think
and I like Mikal Bridges, and I like Spencer Dinwiddie. I would look.
I'd rather
again.
Be
it's Scotty. It's Scotty for me. Like for me, Scotty changes everything because I would rather watch Scotty's evolution than watch Mikal Bridges become a low-level all-star. But I'm telling you, if it's not for Scotty,
here's the thing.
Like this team is bottom 5.
I'm with you on Scotty, but again, did this move help Scotty? Because to me, there's 2 routes for this team. There's 2 routes, and I don't do middle ground stuff. Either your team Scotty or your team Pascal.
So you're of the black and white variety.
No, I'm black and white, and the front office has said we are team Siakam, and we're gonna hold on to and Barnes, because we just lucked out on Barnes. I mean, we shouldn't have gotten a top 4 pick. We were 7, we jumped to 4 on a year we didn't want to tank. So here's a shiny new toy that won Rookie of the Year. But they're obsessed with Pascal Siakam, right?
Look, I mean, let's not get carried away here. Every package for Kevin Durant had Siakam as part of it. There's no way you get that deal done without Siakam. And look, I think you can make a very realistic case that if they had to choose between Scotty and Pascal, they really would choose Scotty 10 million times.
Choose him. So choose him.
Right. So on the one hand, it doesn't help Scotty because of the spacing. On the other hand, it does help Scotty because you finally introduce a player into the starting lineup who doesn't demand the ball all the time. It's a weird addition by subtraction sort of element where introducing him into 28 minutes of action in the place of, here's a game we're gonna play. We're gonna play. Do they take too many shots? Chris Boucher, yes or no? Does he take too many shots? Precious Achiuwa, yes or no?
Precious Achiuwa, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna keep playing this game. Okay. Gary Trent Jr., does he take too many shots? Yes. Okay. Pascal Siakam, does he take too many shots?
Yes.
Fred VanVleet, does he take too many shots?
Yes.
Okay. So basically the only people who don't take too many shots in your offense are complete offensive liabilities. And Poeltl is not an offensive liability.
The correct term is shot happy.
Sure, exactly. So even though Boucher has had a good impact the last couple of games, last couple of weeks, really, and Precious Achiuwa has been really good, I think their shot selection is I shoot first, you shoot second. And you already have too much of that with Siakam and Fred VanVleet. Like, there's a world in which we look back on this 3-4 years from now with the context of, hey, this is what Gary Trent Jr. became as a sign and trade. This is what Fred VanVleet became, or, Siakam turned it around now that he, has the center backing him up. I don't know. The biggest thing is, you know, I don't think this is anti-Scotty. I just don't think this is as pro-Scotty as I would have liked the move to be. I think this is kind of splitting the difference. It's like it's Scotty and Pascal. You know what I mean? And in a weird way, you kind of fuck both guys over because they both need space, and now you have a guy clogging the paint. So yeah.
Yep. And so the whole play-in for what? That was bullshit.
Yeah, and we don't want to be in no man's land. That was bullshit. So it's like
Washington Wizards move. You might as well give Siakam the max. You might as well give him a no trade clause. I mean, jeez. This is what the Bulls are doing with Zach LaVine. It's like,
yep.
Hindsight's 2020, but guys like Beal, guys like LaVine, how long ago did you know Pascal was never going to be the top dog on a championship team? How long ago did you know that?
4 years.
Thank you. But these dudes be assessing until they die, until their hair's gray. It's like they're sitting there punching their calculators as the world goes by them. As teams, they're like, if I'm opposing GMs and they start calling me, I'm like, I'm not calling you anymore. You're like, we're crying wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, our guys are available, no trade. Oh, our guys are available. It's like, fuck you guys. I'm not unless it's OG or Scotty, I'm not calling you. You call me and give me a good offer, or I hang up. Like it's getting ridiculous. You know what I mean? They're being, I don't know. Maybe I just think they're being difficult. It's like, oh, our guys are available, and then you spend all this time, and all they did was grab info about what their guys are worth.
Look, I mean, just an hour ago,
just toying with people's emotions, dangling OG to the Pelicans or Grizzlies who are fighting for their playoff lives, and then you say, yeah, JK.
Well, look, I mean, it's hard to know exactly who was made available, how much of this is real, how much of this is not, right? What is real is that OG Anunoby wants a bigger role on offense, and I think that moving Gary Trent Jr. to the bench gives you a little bit more usage, right? You could say that replacing Gary Trent Jr. with Jakob Poeltl is like the exact opposite, right? And you could say that, part of the biggest reason the Raptors have such spacing issues, I mean, forget the season that Gary Trent Jr. Forget the season that Fred VanVleet is having from three. Forget the season that Pascal. No one's shooting well from three, right?
It is standards.
But isn't part of the reason why guys are not shooting from three well? Is it part shooting variance, or it's just these guys are terrible shooters? Because in theory, the Raptors have some competent shooters or guys that have flashed competency as shooters before, and it's not like last year. It's not like Robert Williams is a great three-point shooter. It's not like Kevon Looney's a great three-point shooter. Yeah. Draymond Green's a great three-point shooter. Defense wins championships. I will agree with that. I don't think Jakob Poeltl necessarily moves the needle into, we're going to win a playoff series or even, be competitive in playoff series. But I do think the Raptors get better. I think the lineup makes a little bit more sense if you replace Gary with Yak. I think there's a version of this where I understand you're going to be black and white about this, but there's a part of this where it hurts Scotty and a part of it where it helps Scotty. It helps Scotty to not have to be Jakob Poeltl.
Yeah.
Because you realize in January, Scotty was Jakob Poeltl. Yes. So now he's not going to be Jakob Poeltl because Jakob Poeltl can be Jakob Poeltl.
Yes.
Right? And Siakam doesn't have to be Jakob Poeltl because you're never going to have to see Siakam defending fucking Joel Embiid in the post ever again. Or OG defending Joel Embiid. Yeah. I don't know. I think in a weird way, okay, let's put it this way. There's 2% possibility that this works out really well for the Raptors long term. I'm gonna give Masai and Bobby the benefit of the doubt that they know things that I don't know.
Today, that benefit of the doubt died. A lot of it has died because it was clear. These two guys, to me, there's a big problem with this triangle. It's Nurse, Pascal, Fred. That triangle is there's a problem with that three-headed triangle
Mm-hmm.
where it's those guys are getting 37 minutes come hell or high water, regardless
They
of how
won't
they're
anymore. They
Huh?
shouldn't.
They are. They're going to do whatever they want. They're going to take as many shots as they want. They can play tunnel vision as much as they want, and everyone else around them is going to be held accountable to a degree. And it's like, it's just I don't know, man. Our championship this year is a first round. We hang the championship, the play-in banner. We hang that banner next to the title banner. We hang it up, make it big and shiny. And then we are a sparring partner and fodder.
When you said big and shiny, I had visions of you like taking it to the rock. I want to shine it up, turn it sideways, and stick it right up your monkey ass.
Oh yeah, the rock. Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, but dude, we're just a sparring partner. We're first round fodder. Like.
My bad. I pulled myself off the stream and I said monkey ass. I meant candy ass.
Yeah. No, it is candy ass actually.
It is candy ass.
We're not beating we're not beating Boston. We're not beating Milwaukee. We're not beating Philadelphia. And let's say even if we can beat Cleveland, which I doubt because it's going to take. You think Siakam going toe?
You have a better shot now. Against Cleveland. That's the one team that you match up way better with now. Jared Allen's a beast.
That's our only hope. Cleveland's our only hope.
Yeah.
And we have to get them. We have to get them in the first round.
Look, man, like every front office.
Be a top seed.
Look, you remember 10 years ago we used to talk about the San Antonio Spurs and how great they were and how great like all their moves were and they could make no mistake in the draft. And I mean, Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson, great pickups, right? But Josh Primo, Jeremy Sohan, we will see. Jeremy's still out. Jury's still out on that.
They also had the post-Kawhi meddling team couple years led by DeJounte Murray. So they were kind of treading no man's land for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they insisted that for Kawhi, they were going to get back. They wanted a starter. Like they wanted a star back, and they took a lesser star in DeMar. And this is not shade on DeMar. I think my thoughts about DeMar DeRozan are very, very clear. But it was very difficult for a while there after that Kawhi trade, given the number of packages they turned down, which were more pick heavy than DeMar heavy, right? It was very difficult for me to look at that team and say they still have the touch, they still have the magic touch, right? Because they have not won a championship in 9 years. The last Spurs championship was 2014.
Yeah.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And they're not winning a championship this year either. But it's interesting how organizations go through peaks and valleys. Look at the Golden State Warriors. They could do no wrong, right? They drafted Clay, they drafted Steph, they drafted Draymond. This is the smartest fucking team in the world. And then they draft Jonathan Isaac, Jonathan Kuminga. Sorry, not Jonathan Isaac. James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody. And every one of those players so far, you can make a case that there's a guy who's picked 2-3 picks later who's been way better. Have they lost their touch? They let go of Otto Porter Jr. Now they let go of Gary Payton, and they have to trade 4 or 5 second-round picks just to get him back now because he obviously makes such a huge impact.
And they're realizing those young guys, they're not going to get. They're not ready. They're probably never going to be ready.
Absolutely. So nobody bats 100%, but every organization has peaks and valleys. Every person has their day. Every dog has their day. Billy King was Joe Dumars. Look at Joe Dumars, puts together the Detroit Pistons, such a great, composition of players, makes that brilliant trade for Rasheed Wallace, and then what does he do? He follows it up with Josh Smith, follows it up with Ben Gordon and fucking Charlie Villanueva. Every organization has their day. Every genius turns into, I don't know, what's that Dark Knight quote? You live long enough to turn into a villain or whatever. Masai Ujiri has enjoyed 10 years of In Masai We Trust. I think Tampa, falling ass backwards into Scotty Barnes. Credit where credit is due. I've mentioned it before, but Aaron Baines, mistake. Aaron Baines mistakes.
Scotty Barnes. Aaron Baines is the reason we have Scotty Barnes.
In so many ways. But Kem Birch, I called that a mistake when it happened. That was a mistake. Right? I think re-signing Kyle all those years. I mean, aggressively, even that year in the bubble. Like, you could say, like, great Raptors, they were on pace to win whatever. I don't think they have a shot in hell at the championship. That year, I think, that year is complicated because I had very complicated feelings. It was like, okay, Kawhi's gone, blow it up, right? I had that feeling, and it's like at that point, if you had traded Kyle Lowry, was that going to get you multiple firsts? If you had traded Serge Ibaka or Marcus Gasol at that point, instead of giving it that run it back, I don't know. Like the Dallas Mavericks, like there's two schools out there, two schools without here. Dallas Mavericks won a championship. They let Tyson Chandler, I believe, walk the very next year. They blew it up, right?
Cap space in the future.
But they haven't been back to the finals since, and neither have the Raptors. So there's multiple ways to screw it up. I think
the problem with this iteration of the team was even the DeMar, Kyle, Dwayne Casey treadmill.
Mm-hmm.
The East wasn't good. The obstacle was LeBron, right? The top end of the East wasn't good. And the product was watchable. This product is horrible to watch. And the East, the top of the East is significantly better. Like there's no hope. And we're in the play-in. Those Kyle DeMar teams were 50 plus. They were top. They were home court advantage teams routinely.
Yeah. Look, if there's any hope here, it is that hopefully we get something worth writing home about
It's not a
in
draft pick.
in the 2023 draft pick. I think that could be something. You could get something this offseason. Maybe there's a sign and trade for a player that makes more sense. I like to look at things from 24 months, 36-month type perspectives of where is this heading. Obviously, Scotty taking a step forward would be a great thing. Anyway, Coach Mo, any final takeaways? I'm going to get to NY4 Raps now.
You had to get rid of one of Fred and Pascal, and I thought Fred was an easier guy to let go of.
Mm-hmm.
If Gary's on the bench, why would he do you any favors this summer? You just demoted him to the bench role. Like I honestly believe a lot of these guys outside of Fred and Pascal aren't fans of Nick Nurse. I just don't think they're fans of him. I think if Nick Nurse gets fired today, most of the team are celebrating in their heads. They're celebrating. And Pascal and Fred are furious.
Yeah.
I just think
as I said, Michael Scott Paper Company. That's what it is.
Man, I thought they were smarter than this, man. I thought they were smarter than this. I thought they thought better than Washington Wizards and Portland Trailblazers. But, summer is near. But, man, I thought we were better than this.
Yeah. Do you know when the Masai Ujiri presser is scheduled for?
So he can say a lot of nothing.
I mean, I'm very curious to watch it.
Yeah, I mean,
let's see. The deadline presser is at 4 p.m.
4 p.m. These guys
are they live streaming it? I think that it would be crazy if they didn't live stream it. I wish I was a little bit more tech savvy so I could figure out how to do that. Where we could just extend this.
Precious and Gary are on the bench.
Yeah.
Basically, it's going to be. I mean, it's definitely not going to be Poeltl or Pascal or Fred because that would upset Pascal or the guy we're building everything around. So you got to keep Pascal happy and do everything he wants and make him happy. So it's either Gary or it's Barnes because OG's his buddy too. So it's one of the non-OG. It's one of the non-Scotty. It's one of the non-Pascal friends. And that's Gary, and that's Scotty. And it can't be Scotty, so it's going to be Gary. I want to say free OG. I also want to say something else. Scotty's going into his third year next year. That's a big year for most players, their third year, right? Guys who are projected to be really, really good. What's the roster going to look like at the start of next year? That's going to really tell me what they think of Scotty Barnes. The beginning of next year and what the roster looks like. And if we're still trotting out this garbage and saying, do they believe Scotty's going to take such a big jump that he can make this work? Like he's going to be so good, he can make this work?
Yeah, Bobby Marks just said the Raptors just got all their intel on what guys are worth. Like, I mean, let's consider this like as a let's be fair about this, right? I'm not black and white. I understand that you are saying that you're black and white. Maybe you'll calm down a little bit later, you'll be a little less black and white, but the Phoenix Suns explored a trade for Kevin Durant this offseason, right?
And they added
They
more.
they got it done now.
Because
It
they
took
added
it
more.
took
Apparently,
sure, they
didn't
added
wanna-
more, they changed ownership, blah, whatever, but the point is they had intel. James Jones had intel on what it was gonna take, which pieces they looked at. Chances are this offseason you got a really good impression of what they thought about Mikal Bridges. And if you got a feeling that, Sean Marks really likes Mikal Bridges, well, Mikal Bridges is having a really good year, let's revisit it. The Raptors got a really good idea of what teams think about their players. I know there's a part of you that probably thinks that's a soft ass bullshit excuse like Charmin, whatever, but I think there's a really good case to be made that these are the same teams that are going to be vying for these guys' services in the off season. Yeah, you got a really good idea of the fact that New Orleans doesn't really value Gary Trent Jr. or Orlando really likes Fred VanVleet. I think the Raptors have a lot more intel than they did a week ago by dangling half their roster. They got a really good idea of which teams are going to be, on the market for their guys and which teams might be available in a Pascal Siakam trade package. I think, it's not fun to have to wait for things to work out.
It's not fun to watch.
But
we're gonna watch the rest of the season.
Okay, but let's say we get to the draft and Pascal Siakam's traded for a top 5 pick. You gonna feel better about that? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't
it's
think
just
that's gonna happen, but sure.
it could happen. They're watching the same shit you're watching. They're seeing the same thing, and you know what? Like, if the Raptors fail right now to make the playoffs, well, you gave them
Do you
everything,
think
and
the
they still
product
didn't
gets
make it.
slightly better? Do you think the product gets more watchable now that the monkey's off their back and no one's traded?
Yes, I do. I think they will be better. I think the next game you'll see that. I think I would not be surprised if the Raptors go on a 5 or 6 game win streak right now. You could just kiss the
I mean,
tank
with
goodbye.
the schedule. I mean, when you and
Yes, exactly. It's going to be false wins. It's going to be fake wins across the board. They're going to be beating the crap out of lottery teams. They're going to get to the playoffs and they're going to get exposed. It's the same shit all over again. They're not the first franchise to do this. It's a fucking playbook.
No, I'm saying they're going to make the playoffs. I think they will. At least the play-in is guaranteed. That's guaranteed.
Yeah. All right. No, thanks a lot for calling me, man. I appreciate it.
All right.
Cheers. Okay, final call. We're gonna end the show with the people that usually start the show. Effie and NY4 Raps. How's it going, man?
I don't have anything to say. I really don't have anything to say. It's so sad. It is one of the saddest days in my Raptor life history. So I expected so much to be done today. Waited to the last minute. Like there's just no way forward. The minutes the guys are playing are too much. There's not going to be any growth for Scotty Barnes. Even if we get a fourth pick, we tank now and we get a fourth pick. What are we going to do with Pascal? How are we going to pay Pascal? How are we going to pay Van Vliet? How are we going to pay Gary Trent? So it just doesn't make any freaking sense. So
And I think
don't
to
know
add to
why.
that, right, you have 3 unrestricted free agents.
Free agents.
And
Yeah.
Where do we
that's
get the
like,
salary cap from? We're going to go over the salary cap if we want to keep this team. And
and I
then
know,
for
I
what
know
purpose?
they say nowadays that they have intelligence on those players, right? But they're unrestricted free agents. You don't have any say where they go.
They're unrestricted free agents, but you could potentially get intel into which teams would make an offer. I mean, if you offer, like for instance, like let's say you offered Gary Trent Jr. To the New Orleans Pelicans, right? And they were just like, okay, we'll give you a future 2 seconds, but we're not giving you anything more than that. Well, now you know that they're not willing to sign him for $20 million. Not that they could, but I'm just saying, like, you get an idea of who thinks about what when you have legitimate discussions, not bullshit discussions, but legitimate discussions. You really open yourself up to a Pascal Siakam trade. You get an idea of how front offices feel about Siakam, and I think they probably got a big reality check on how valuable OG is, right? And he'll retain 90% of the value he has today in the offseason as well. So if they want to trade him in the offseason, they can. I think this offseason will be more telling than I think this is like one of those things where, as I said, in the in the offseason, we saw a lot of, Kevin Durant trade talk. Those exact same conversations that were happening in the offseason got picked up today and yesterday and the day before, and Kevin Durant eventually went to Phoenix because they bulked and they paid the high price. So I think there's a possibility that there's a lot of, Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby trades that were left on the table today. And they were like TBD. They're like, let's revisit this in the offseason when your pick is clarified, or you know what I mean? So
now,
we'll see.
So Bob, your starting lineup?
My starting lineup is oh, hey Scott, what's going on? Oh my God. Yikes. Thank you, Con. That's huge. A $250 super chat, man. Really appreciate you. Sorry guys. And by the way, to the person who has the background noise, can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah,
please?
for mute when you're not speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Let me just get this. All right, that's a huge super chat. I really appreciate it, man. Like, thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Con. We appreciate you.
Yeah, Scott. Everyone give a shout out to Scotty's dad, by the way. Chat, just give a nice warm welcome to Scott's father. Yes, this is real. Yes, we know that. And just let them know how much Toronto and the Toronto Raptors fan base appreciates Scotty, and how much we appreciate the great job that the people in his life did, raising him. So I really appreciate that. And just in terms of who all were traded, well, it turns out that Kem Birch, which is a big nothing burger, was traded for Jakob Poeltl. I don't really like the trade. I think it kind of screws up the spacing for Scotty personally, but we shall see. We shall see.
So to your point about it gives them an idea of the value of their players, right? Mm-hmm. But for what? At the end of the day, you're going to likely be a playing team, or if you get in the first round, then you're going to end up with the 12th to the 20th pick in a deep draft that's like probably top 6 deep, right? And we know we don't have a bench. Seriously, don't have a bench. Poeltl is not going to help the bench or whatever. He's
not going to the bench. I mean, look, it's just what I'm saying is
you never know. It can be matchup. Nick Nurse can put him in the bench for some matchups and things like that. So you never know. Because to your point, if Poeltl is a starter, right, that means that Gary Trent goes to the bench. You think Gary Trent on the bench is going to be happy and that our student free agent want to come back to the Raptors? You're literally going to lose him for nothing.
So then, if Gary Trent goes to the bench, how many shooters are we going to have? So we're only going to have.
I get it, but there's a different way to look at spacing that has nothing to do with shooting. Like spacing is all about movement, right?
But
and
Toronto, they don't move the ball. They don't move.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, but hear me out. Jakob Poeltl does move without the ball. See, Scotty does a lot of the same. True. I know people don't. It's logically, it's weird. Like when I say that Grayson Allen is like Shaq, he's not, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, if I said Grayson Allen was Shaq, you'd be like, what are you talking about, bro? He's obviously not, but I'm saying like abstract comparisons need to be made in order to understand what's happening on the basketball court, right? For an entire month, you saw Scotty setting picks to free up Gary. You saw Scotty being the roll man. You see Scotty, moving off the ball. You see him cutting back door. All of that is how Scotty Barnes is impacting spacing without taking threes. Now, the last couple of games, 3 games now, you've seen Scotty launching a lot of threes, right? That's way closer to the type of player he should become long-term. I don't want to see Scotty Barnes trying to turn into Draymond Green. This is not the right role for him. Small ball center is not the right role for him. He is a point guard. and he will get that role with the second unit to run that second unit, and he has a synergistic fit with that second unit. Boucher, Gary, Chris Boucher, Gary, Precious Achiuwa, and potentially if Otto Porter, please pray God, comes back. That's a really interesting lineup for Scotty to run. And by the way, Raptors are done with the trade deadline. They may not be done at the buyout market, right? So
who wants to come to Toronto in the buyout market?
Who knows? I don't know who's getting bought out. Like, I don't know who's getting bought
there are
out.
other teams that are vying for the championship that they need some, like Clippers, they need a point guard. Some other teams need shooting guard or small forward. So I don't think anybody wants to come to Toronto, honestly. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Playing for what? as a former great man used to say, playing for what?
Yeah.
I heard he's having a press conference in 12 minutes to tell us that, we looked at the market and
I don't even want to listen to his press conference. It failed us completely. It failed us. It failed us completely. He only has one job: do the freaking trade. That's the only job. He didn't do it.
Yeah, bro,
I know,
like,
Bob. Bob. You're always looking at the glass half full, which is good. You're trying to uplift all of us, which is good. But still, I don't see anything.
I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. You saw my reaction last night.
I know.
I literally said no. Like, I mean, I'm gonna go viral for that. Like,
I know. Yeah, you did.
How can you trade for top 6 protected first round pick for Jakob Poeltl?
Because I don't think you're going to be anywhere near a top 6 pick. That's how I think you can do it. I mean, yeah, you could say, look, I'm not saying that I wouldn't be happier if it was lottery protected. Obviously, I would be happier if it was top 25 protected. I'd be really happy. But you had to get the deal done some way. And if you are going to, like we heard the whole way through that the deal was, San Antonio wanted 2 first round picks, right? Right.
From you when you're not speaking, you have a loud background. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, so we all heard that San Antonio wanted multiple firsts for Jakob Poeltl. I think that's an overpay. So the Raptors compromised. They said, we'll give you 1 first, we'll give you 2 seconds. Now, I mean, to those people saying, oh my God, they got rid of 3 picks. Are you guys watching how many fucking players who are mid as hell just got traded for 5 second rounders? Trust me, the
second round pick is garbage these days.
It's not even that it's garbage. It's just they're not worth that much. They're just not. It's a crapshoot, and I understand that people can get really hyped about prospects in the second round, but like you can sell yourself on Caleb Houston, or you can sell yourself on.
I'm not really worried about it, but Van Vliet and Scotty Barnes, it's not going to develop. Like, you're literally not letting this guy develop. And if you're thinking long term, right, you need Scotty Barnes to be a superstar for Toronto to go anywhere, because Pascal can never be number 1, period.
Yeah, but okay, so if you don't get Jakob, right, and you can't play Christian Cloak because he's too young, and Precious Achiuwa and Chris Boucher and Gary Trent Jr. never met a shot that they didn't like, well, then you're kind of forcing Scotty to be the facilitator, the connector, and all these other things.
About Pascal. I think Van Vliet should have been gone. I don't care. Even I could have traded Van Vliet for a second round pick. I don't really care.
But that's not great asset management, But like,
but you're going to end up giving 35 million, right? Then you're talking about asset management. You're going to have a bad contract. Like, you're going to end up having Bradley Beal's kind of contract in your hands. And Toronto is not a place where free agents want to come.
Are you under the impression that Fred VanVleet's going to get 35 million?
Masai is going to give him. He paid Kyrie when Larry wasn't doing anything.
Lowry's a hell of a lot better player.
And then this is going to now hold us for another 5 years. Then Scotty is not going to grow. Then what are we were locked in getting Scotty in number 4. We were not supposed to even get Scotty, but we got Scotty at number 4. So we're going to waste the first round pick according to Scoshmore. We got Scotty for number 4. Then now Scotty is just going to have nobody to support him. It's still going to be Pascal's team, so we're just going nowhere.
Look at how OG developed the progression, right? And take example, when Pascal was hurt, we saw OG develop in real time. Pascal came back and the development stalled. So imagine if Pascal had that opportunity, if OG had had the opportunity all this while, the development would have been, obviously development is not linear, right? But it would have been better than what we've seen right now. Same thing with Scotty. Scotty has like almost everything that he's a gifted player. But you can see most of the time it's just roaming around the 3-point line, waiting for Pascal and Family to be doing their stuff. If I'm Scotty, I think after a while I start thinking.
I'm gonna just put this out there. I'm gonna say this as I'm not. Y'all know that I rated this trade a D. Okay, let me just flash it on so in case there's any confusion about how I feel about this trade deadline. This is my grade for this. Okay, I gave it a D. I'm not running from that. I'm not ducking that. But I do wanna leave this on an optimistic note because I'm not doom and gloom. I'm not like, okay, this is the end of the world. This is the greatest thing ever. I'm trying to be nuanced. I'm trying to be balanced here. Okay. Let me lay out the pluses here. Number 1, Kem is gone. That's a plus. Number 2, the 2024 draft is kind of shit from what I can see and from what I can project. You didn't get rid of a 2023 draft pick. How many young players do you want to develop at once anyway? Number 3, you will win more games with this. And if you're not going to be bad, why not be at least give yourself a chance to be good, right? I'm telling you based on our schedule, and I guarantee the schedule had a large part to do this. If we had a tough schedule the rest of the way through, I think there's a good chance that this goes the other way.
Well, in terms of schedule strength, I think we're ranked like around 20 or 22, so it's not like it's that.
It's pretty fucking easy. Like, I mean, you could
for the next few weeks is very easy. Then it gets tougher later towards the end.
Yeah, but I mean, like at the very end, you have teams like the toughest teams on your schedule are Milwaukee and Boston, and they're going to be like at the end of the season when they're resting all their starters. I mean, if you're pressing to get out of the play-in spot or get into the final play-in spot or whatever, you're going to have opportunities to do that later on. What I'm saying is there is a very winnable season here. So you could potentially get 8th, 7th, whatever, and, give Scotty, Precious, a lot of young players who need it, another shot at, I don't know.
But the point is, winnable to what? To get in the first round? I thought Masai said
fair
that
enough. Fair enough. So I understand this community is very pro Scotty. I don't think you possibly suffer through 10 minutes of this video if you're not pro Scotty. I feel like that's part of the reputation this community has.
It's not about pro Scotty. It's about pro exciting basketball. I went to the Dallas game yesterday, and I was telling Paul on the phone, like, you know what? I'm going to start really watching other teams and start enjoying the game instead of stressing myself and watching the Raptors pound the ball to death.
I'm with you. So how many times have Scotty or Pascal thrown a pass to Chris Boucher and just seen him miss it clear at the rim? Or how many times have they thrown a pass to Christian Koloko and just seen him completely fluff at the rim?
I'm going to play devil's advocate for those players, right? Sometimes when Pascal is bouncing the ball, nobody expects the pass. So they're not even waiting for the pass. They're going for the rebound more or less, right? If it's Scotty, I understand Scotty. But most of the time, Pascal, he bounces the ball until when he gets to a tight corner where he can't do anything else, and he finds somebody and passes the ball too.
Yeah. So like yesterday, we were watching the game, and can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So watching the game was so boring when Scotty was on the bench that I even told him, I said, you know what, I'll keep on doing my notes after saying my patience. So let me finish my notes. Once you see Scotty coming, please let me know. Because that's how boring the Toronto Raptors has become. It's unwatchable. So now you want
Pascal bouncing, then turn around and shoot the mid-range.
They're going to lose everybody out of the game. Now with no trade, they're going to lose so much fans. And it is this same fan base that brought the money into the facility, because now you can't even get a ticket to the. I was trying to get a ticket to see one of the games. Couldn't even get a ticket. All sold out. So, and the tickets are freaking expensive because we won the championship 3 years ago, and now the fan base are just going to go out. It's the same thing again. It's the same circle. It's sad.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Does anyone have a link to the press conference? I'm pretty sure we can probably I can share my screen.
I'm gonna get up on your screen. I don't want to listen. I'll come back after you're done with. I don't
want to listen. It's just gonna be excuses and excuses.
I don't know if you want to listen. Seriously,
he has only one job. He didn't do it. It's going to be excuses. We saw what the players have.
We're still evaluating. We value our players. We want to win here in Toronto. We're going to win in Toronto. Give me a break here. We can I can give that speech.
Yeah, it's getting paid for nothing at this point.
I mean, I'm not willing to go that far. I mean, let's be
Because
real.
even if you look at, there's no possibilities. I try to look at whatever good that can come out from this.
Okay, fair enough. Let me make a point.
I like that.
How
Raptors
many
lost me.
how many general managers out there would have had the courage to take Scotty over Jalen? Now, I'm not going to say it's just one because I've talked to scouts that had Scotty rated as high as 3 in the 2021 draft. But that's not for everybody, okay? There are a lot of general managers who would have been like, "Oh, this is a top 4 draft. We're picking the 4th guy." So they picked Scotty. How depressed, bro? How depressed would you be right now if Jalen Suggs was on this team instead of Scotty Barnes?
How many general managers will trade the first round pick to get Thaddeus Young?
Bro, I feel like if Jalen Suggs was on this team right now, you would trade yourself to another universe. Okay, like you become a fan of a different fan base. I'm just saying, we can't say it's all bad because there have been some good stuff. I mean, the same guy.
You raise a good point. You can't buy a beautiful house, then you not put crappy furniture, right? Same thing with Scotty. You drafted a talented player. When Cleveland drafted LeBron James, they traded Larry Hughes, right? So that you can let LeBron develop and grow. Same thing with Toronto right now. You have Scotty Barnes. We saw how he played last year when all the talk around in January, he started showing some of his talent that he literally has. Well, let him make mistakes and fail. And honestly speaking, sometimes I even worry about Nick Nurse. I see him and Van Vliet on the sideline. That makes me know that they weren't going to trade Van Vliet. But honestly speaking, like, you need to let these players make some mistakes and grow. Scott is a very, very talented. He sees the game like none other player, right? The next 2 years, if he doesn't develop, it's going to end up becoming like a normal all-star, not a superstar.
Exactly what Coach Mo said. Coach Mo said the third year is very important, which is very true. The third year is very important. Coach Mo, I hail you, Coach Mo. Same thing. And now we're going to mess up Scotty Barnes' third year for him. Sad, man.
I don't think this nearly necessarily messes it up. I think the vision for this
It will.
I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. Like, I think this franchise is going to give Scotty, like, look, there's multiple ways to develop. I apologize about the construction. They're still going nuts here. Like, I think there's multiple ways to build around a person. You can say that the Detroit Pistons are building around Cade by giving him James Wiseman. Like, you know, like, do I want to be watching the Pistons right now? No. Losing is a residue, okay? I want to conclude this by saying it. I realize that right now people are going to slowly dip out because Masai's press conference is starting. Does anyone have a link for it? I can literally play it and we can watch it together if you'd like. But what I'm saying is Scotty hates losing. He hates losing. He hates losing more than probably anyone on this team. Like, there is not one person. If you had to rank out who hates losing the most on this entire team, I guarantee you Scotty Barnes #1. So, like, it feels like it bothers him. Like you see Scotty at the end of a 6-game losing streak, he looks like a different person.
What you're inferring right now is that if you trade some of those guys, that they're gonna lose. They're not gonna lose with Scotty. That's my point. If you get some good young pieces back, they're all gonna grow together.
How young is too young? You know, like, you
saw how Scotty played before Pascal, when Pascal was injured in his rookie season. His first game, we had like 23 points and 13 rebounds against Boston or something like that, right? It was averaging like 20 until Pascal came. So what you're saying is that, okay, Scotty hate to lose. No, Scotty's not going to lose with if you trade these guys. He's going to develop. It's going to be better, and he's going to bring out the best of him.
I'm being honest. I don't think Scotty Barnes alone can carry an offense right now. He's a part of it.
It's not about Scotty Barnes alone. You can trade some of these guys and get some shooters back, right?
Mm-hmm.
That will help him.
Look, I said it before, rim running bigs, good rollers, movement shooters, okay? Now, granted, you don't want to have your rim rollers be non-shooters, and you don't want your movement shooters to be completely incapable of finishing in the paint, but you did get a player, in my opinion, who's going to probably get a lot of easy passes from Scotty, which means a lot more assists for Scotty, which means less dirty work and less offensive rebounds and less banging with centers for Scotty. Hopefully keeps Scotty and Pascal a little bit healthier. I'm trying to say that there is a 2% chance that this trade works out not disastrously. I'm not saying there's any chance. I don't think there's even a 1% chance that this turns into, oh, the Raptors are in the finals. Wow, what a great trade. It's like Marc Gasol all over again. I don't think it's like that. But I think there is a version of reality in which this trade makes you better now and better next year. Okay, so if the 2024 draft pick conveys high, if they convey a 10th pick, you're like, wow, you guys are absolute fucking morons. You gave up a lottery pick for Jakob Poeltl. Yeah, okay, fine. There's still a really good chance in the average hands. There's a reason why we as a fan base, love lottery picks so much and draft picks so much, because we have a team that is so competently hit on them. How do you feel about a 10th overall pick if you're the Sacramento Kings? Not good, right? Davion Mitchell, you think Davion Mitchell right now is better than Jakob Poeltl? No, he's not. So anyway, long story short, there's a 2% chance this is not a disaster. There's a 20% chance this blows up completely in your face, and you end up conveying a really high pick in 2024. And there's a 78% chance that this is just a middle of the pack, no man's land, toe the status quo, keep evaluating type of move, which is, I think, what it is. But I think the odds of this being a complete disaster are pretty low. And I think the odds of this being a home run are pretty low.
The reason why it's a complete disaster is because it's just not a complete disaster for now. It's a complete disaster also for the future as well.
Yeah. Can someone in the chat, someone saying the link is up? Can you please let me know what is where's the Masai Ujiri press conference? I'll try to share my screen and let's see if we can.
I'm going to share the link with you. I just copied the link.
Okay. Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, I just did.
Okie doke. Oh shit. Is it Sportsnet? Sportsnet is doing it, right? Okay. Hang on. Is it live? It's live, right?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it. Still waiting for him to appear. Yeah, let's oh, okay, perfect. Eric plays, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I can't copy that. Shit. Hang on. I'm gonna go into the. Okay, bear with me, guys. Okay, thanks a lot, guys, for calling in. Any sort of final words, Fa?
I'll keep evaluating.
Keep evaluating. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Man.
what I'm gonna do next. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks for all your support as always. See ya. We've got Mike on the line. Man, hang tight, guys. Sorry, I'm working with a 2012 MacBook, so please give me 1 second here. I'm just gonna get this here. Okay. Now, I've never shared. Hang on. I've never shared my screen before, so bear with me. It might be a bit of an adjustment, and I definitely won't be able to see the comments, I'm pretty sure. But I'll tune in on my phone. Hang on. It's a pretty shit time to be sort of not tech savvy. Okay. So it looks like we're still waiting on Masai. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to figure out if I can share my screen, and then we can just. This will be a nice little break, I think, for all of us too. So I'll just put it on the screen. Hopefully I can do it. Let's see. Present. Share screen. Is easiest with 2 monitors. Yeah. No kidding. Use Chrome if you'd like to share audio with your screen. And I'm on Firefox. Shit. Hang on, guys. Okay. I'm going to pull myself off as we tech support this. Let me see if I can pull this together. Give me I think this will be a good excuse to have a bit of a washroom break, I guess, for people. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's kind of crazy. So let me pull myself off here. figure out Chrome, figure out screen sharing, and yeah, we can watch this together. I think to go 4.5 hours expecting something to happen, I think it's high time we listen to somebody explain to us why what we thought was going to happen didn't happen. So see you guys back here in five minutes. Be right back in 5. Okay. And I'm gonna try to figure out how to do this. Was it me who you couldn't hear, or was it Masai you couldn't hear? Okay. My bad, guys. It's just not going to work, guys. I apologize. There's like a version of this that I could make work. It's going to be a little bit choppy. I'll try my best here. It's not going to be a smooth transition because my Chrome is just not working. So I apologize in advance for this not working out. Obviously, you can do yourself the favor and kind of watch it while we're sort of still talking about it. I apologize again, guys. It's just for whatever reason, it's just not working. I will do my best here to at least get you video and audio, but it may not be super synced up. Hang on. I really hate ads. Here.
Sometimes we've played.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Hang on.
For that time, that was the situation we were in, and I didn't see, I didn't see why we should.
Okay, hang on. I have an idea. Was that working? Minimal volume. Let's try this.
I believe in the players, I believe in the coaching, I believe in the organization, I believe in them individually, I believe in their talent. I think there are times in the season when we got a little bit too individual. I think there are times in the season when we went away from it. I don't know that there was as much focus. I'm hoping it comes down, but it comes back. And it seems like it has started to a little bit. But again, I say growth is not linear.
This is not working. Somebody want to call in and share their screen? Does anyone have, like, can someone do that for me? That would be super helpful. I apologize, guys. When I say I'm not tech savvy, this is not a joke. I have an idea. Yeah, please call in. Okay, I have an idea. Got it.
Questions with many guys that we've had before. You say we lose them for nothing, like, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. We make an assessment of all these players, and then when I look at what we could have had, Is it the same thing that we would get at the end of the season if we went into different situations, signing trades or whatever, however it is, cap space, anyhow you want to look at it, I feel we'll be fine. Sometimes I think, like I said before, I think we went a little bit sometimes I think too individual. With sometimes focused on that. The ups and downs of a season. I think young players trying to come together. I think success that came very fast. It seems like at the end of last year, maybe the expectations were we jumped it a little bit, those things happen. Just like it's dialed back to now a little bit. So, there's so many things I think, and that's one of the things I have to look at when we look at the team with Bobby and everybody else. One thing to pinpoint here, but it was a lot of things, You point out we don't have a big. You point out there's a little bit of selfishness in all our players, you point out, man, we've had some, really tough losses. Luck sometimes, we had some good luck last year, you can call it that too at that point, and then now, couple heartbreakers, blow funny losses here and there that could take you, an inch up. So, we hope, they can start to get together, but it's a young group, and in sports, I understand what you guys do. I understand fans, the patience, I know it's not as much as before because it's now. But from my position, I have to look at what we're doing on the overall.
Years ago, you called it maybe a culture reset. That was heading into a new season. So now that we're in this point, what do you name it now in terms of this team?
Honestly, Kayla, I'm gonna name it at the end of the season. We still have some time to assess this, but trust me, there'll be a name. Yeah, there will be, because these guys know. I've talked to all of them. I've talked to all of them individually. I've talked to coach. It's a no nonsense approach now. We have to go into now, and see at what level we can get to, because we see these guys individually. There's a reason why everybody was calling us, or everybody's writing about every single player individually. Then maybe I need to look at myself and say, okay, what the hell are you doing? Is this something I'm doing wrong? I know we have to look at fit sometimes, but I think generally, if I'm looking at fit I have to give it till the end of the season to look at that, especially if there's nothing that comes at me that says, hey, this is something compelling and you got to do this, to move this thing forward now and for the future of the Toronto Raptors. That's about a more business-like approach, more workman-like approach. Why do you think that's slipped? I think we have a lot of young players, when you think of our team, in general, so that's one, and I think sometimes success a little bit too quick, and I can't even call what we had success. Well, first round of playoffs, we got our butts kicked, but we didn't expect to be there in some kind of way. So we come into this season and we came in tough, and we had, all of us were very confident, and sometimes that's what, you lose a couple here and it does that to you, and honestly, if there's a way to pinpoint Players started slow. I'm not going to use like injuries, all those things, like to make excuses because every team goes through them, but every team is affected in different ways. And it's the first time I've seen our team really affected with so many things, all at the same time. And hopefully, like there's a different focus now on how we finish the season.
Are you happy with the way that the coaching staff has not only managed that, but also the product that's gone on the floor? Obviously, you're not happy with the results, but are you happy with the job they've done?
Yes, I think Nick has done a great job, and we've all acknowledged, like that there are things that we all need to do better, we acknowledged that we needed to get like a big, like to help the team because it was something that I wasn't or we weren't, like able to do earlier just because of how things work here. But I think the coaching staff adjust well, and hopefully we all continue to grow. But I think Nick and his staff have done a great job. Now we just need to bring it together and tighten things up a little bit.
So this season ends in some frustrating ways that
Uh-huh. I think the good thing about it is I think we have put ourselves in position to do any of those, and if any of those situations come about, I think we'll be very, very ready, like to attack anything that comes in front of us. We have good, young, talented players. Does it all fit together? Like we're hoping. Does it amount to wins? We're hoping. But if it doesn't, I think we're in a great position to, I think, re-energize this team in whether it's a retool, rebuild, or any way you look at it.
You mentioned earlier how in demand a lot of your guys were, and that's sort of what's been out there the last few weeks is everyone's identified your team as being at the center of things today.
Mm-hmm.
Always a noisy time of the year. Were you surprised by how noisy things were in as it pertains to your team and your players this year?
Yeah, you shut off all that noise because you focus on your team, but obviously it's the trade deadline, so you hear things because you're talking to teams. My honest assessment of it was we have some really good young players that many teams want, and see, like the talent on the team, and these guys have. So that's a way of assessing, and making some decisions or help make some decisions on what kind of value comes in or goes out with our team. And go ahead.
You mentioned to Josh that you guys are constantly looking at the draft. And how did that impact your decision today?
Yeah, we study the prospects every year. Like we study the prospects coming out in 24, 25, 26, 27. You have to, you really have to be engaged to know this, especially with a team like us that really grows our program through development.
Masai, you said that last year you didn't expect to necessarily make the first round plays. That was kind of successful, of course, but what's your expectations for this season?
We want to win. We want to go out and compete and win. So where does it go? I don't know. How far it goes. I wish I could tell you guys. But we want to win. That's what we've said here from the beginning. This is the first year outside of the year of Tampa. Like that. We've had really like bumpy times here, but this is, I think, the most bumpy it's been, for us, and we acknowledge that. We know that, and we hope to solve it. But I just want to caution everyone, like that. It's not going to be overnight. That's what happens with young players and young teams. You have to build, like gradually, and hopefully we get there. But in the short term, hopefully we make a good assessment at the end of the season.
Has that been a tough conversation to have with guys that have been around a lot longer and may want to win right now? They're thinking about tempering their expectations of what this could possibly do.
Well, in terms of the guys that have been here longer, like they know. A couple of them are Fred, Pascal. These guys have won championships. OG was here, so they know, they understand, what it takes, so sometimes they have been, frustrated in some kind of way, but there's sometimes too, like that they too have, had to make adjustments in how they're playing, or even do better. Like Fred has said it, Pascal has said it, OG has said it. Sometimes they just need to do better. They're good at holding themselves accountable, and they're good with these conversations, these tough conversations I have with them. So we have to be better. We have to be better. Sports is about winning. Yeah, if you don't win, everybody's going to come and ask 1 million questions. And that's what it's about. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young your team is, or what. Sports is about winning. And I think these guys know, and we've addressed it, and we'll continue to. And if it doesn't work out, I think Fred even said it in his last press conference. Like if it doesn't happen, then we have to make bigger decisions. Then it's on us.
You mentioned fit, and using the rest of the year to sort of determine whether this team does fit. Does adding Yak to the group, do you think that exacerbates fit issues or helps ameliorate?
It's a good question. All I know is, like there's some times that we were just, we needed that type of player, on this team, and we feel after our assessments that there would always be questions, like with this team, if we had a big, like us. We play all those 6'11", 6'9", 6'10" guys, and they do an incredible job. I think Chris Boucher is playing well. Precious is playing well. These guys are trying, but sometimes we need that lone rebound, like that a big would get us, or that protection a big would get us. With Yak, even that passing, that he can get us. So I feel that this will be a good period to assess that a little bit.
Did you fly home or to San Antonio last night?
I got the most unbelievable text from Dan Tolzman this morning, and he said, he told me he walked upstairs and Yak was having breakfast, like at OVO, like he never left. So, so he was here having breakfast when he came before his medical. So. I think Precious is trying to be a versatile player, and this was asked of him now. But I think he's going to grow as a player. I think you guys see his growth. He's slowing down, he's thinking the game so much better. I think, and that when you play the right way, coaches play you, he's one of the guys on our team, just like OG, that can guard any position 1 to 5, which was huge value for us, depending on who we are playing in the NBA. And so Christian, will play if it's 9:05, he's playing or he's playing backup minutes here. I think he'll continue to develop. And his development has been gradual. We knew that, but this is what has presented itself now. But these guys will adjust. They're good players, so they'll adjust.
I feel that what happened with Brooklyn over the last week tangibly changed the trade market from your perspective.
It's interesting you say that, Eric. I couldn't tell, because every day it was up and down, and all I know is two incredible players went to the West Coast, to the Western Conference, and there's no how that doesn't bode well for teams in the East, to lose those type players, and in terms of the trade market, it's nobody is talking serious till 3:00, till 5 minutes to 3, and then we all have these baby toy guns that we come and we put. Yeah, it's.
Masai, over the last couple of years, heavy minutes among your starters has been kind of a staple of this team. How do you feel like that affects development both on an individual and a personal level for those guys that are playing?
Yeah, it does. Malachi, Delano, all these guys not playing. It does affect that. We've had those discussions with coach. And we're very, transparent and open in with these things. It's not that these guys need to play, one way or the other, and I think sometimes they can play, but I think coach generally makes good decisions for the team, and he'll try his best all the time, to get these guys time when they can. Sometimes it's positioning, sometimes it's time. I think everybody has been happy with Christian. He's gotten minutes. He's a developing guy. He's gotten minutes here and there. And then sometimes with Delano or Malachi, it's been a little bit inconsistent. So hopefully it gets better.
You mentioned, I think at the beginning of the year, you wanted to build a team full of Ocean and Obi's and Precious situations. And you guys were the 6'9" team. Is this desire to add a center in the draft and now, is this a vision shift, or has this been something you guys have been thinking about dating back to even last year?
No, those guys, those 7-foot guys, they classify to among the 6'9" guys. They are in that category too. I think we need to be one of those top tier, 3-point shooting teams who will get there, whether it's by addition or these guys are getting better. We're going to grow, with our team, but yeah, it's not. I plead it doesn't happen overnight.
And saying that you want to be one of the best 3-point shooting teams, saying that even with maybe the situations that presented over the last couple of games, was getting go big the best opportunity that presented itself, or was it just something that you saw as a biggest game?
It was both. Yeah, it was both. There was an opportunity there, and it's a big need on our team, and Yak was the guy we identified. The opportunity was there. With trades, and this time of the year, it takes two, two teams to make a deal. They're not. There's 1 million of them we talk about, and then one gets done. I wish it was as easy as sometimes you guys write or think, but it's not. It's also dealing with what one person wants and another person, needs or wants, and putting it together sometimes is it doesn't come together.
So
Sometimes, good question. Sometimes is with how we've operated with development on our team. I think it has to come a lot of times from inside, and whether that inside provides the opportunity outside later on, I don't know. But yeah, we have to rise here with development and our talent, and it does take time. We've seen Scotty, we've seen all these guys, reach levels, and they, it's like this, and we are hoping that it gets to a certain point, but I truly believe that it's going to be internally. It has to rise, and then when opportunity comes, we put it together.
From an evaluation standpoint. Sorry, John, we'll wrap up after 2 more questions. We've been going for 30 minutes. We could do 90 minutes.
From an evaluation standpoint this year, has it been difficult for you and for Bobby to kind of balance not overreacting to things that happen on a game-to-game basis, but also making sure that you're not underreacting to some of the concerns?
Yeah, just naturally, patience is our thing. And I know people don't like it as much sometimes, but you, as a basketball person, you're going to be frustrated with what happens on the court every day. That's a natural. That's when you're not winning and we're not playing very well. There are many things that we're going to criticize or pinpoint. That's just natural. But on the overall, patience is just, I think, what we need a lot of times with this kind of young team and young players.
Is there a risk to patience by waiting for shooting to develop inside the team? There's an opportunity cost to not going out and getting shooting from outside the team. Do you feel like you might be missing opportunities by focusing on what can happen inside?
Yeah, sometimes, but I think with time, we're going to look at our team, the microscope, and we know, what some of that. We hope to know what some of that timing is. We just have to grow it to get to the point where we go get those pieces that make, sense on your team. If not, you can get a shooter that can't even get on the court. I'm playing with these guys, but he's a shooter. So we have to get it where, the balance is right. So hopefully we don't extend it out too long if we're not seeing that development on our team. But at the end of the season, we'll address a lot of these things.
Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bullshit.
All right. Thank you so much to the user, to the channel member who was able to help us out with that. I apologize. You guys missed the first 5 minutes of that press conference. I assure you, as someone who was listening to most of it as I was trying to figure out the tech side of that, it seems I figured it out that StreamYard does not work well without Chrome. And Chrome browser is not something that works on this computer. It is only, this is the perils of having a 2012 MacBook. I apologize, guys. I do have the second screen going. What are your thoughts on that? I was watching, your comments live. There's like 350, 400 people in here, and it seems like Raptor fans are not pleased with what Masai said. I'm not pleased either, right? Routinely calling this team a young team. Chris Boucher's not young. Fred VanVleet's not young. Thad Young's not young, ironically. Otto Porter's not young. Kem Birch wasn't young. I mean, the guys that are young aren't playing. The guys who are playing aren't young. Like, what the fuck, man? Are you going to blame Scotty for selfishness? Definitely not. And when he brought up selfishness, he said everybody. I don't think Scotty's been selfish. I don't think Christian Coloco's been selfish. I don't think Thad Young has necessarily been selfish or Otto Porter's been selfish. Call out who you're calling out. You're going to use the word selfish. You're talking about 5 or 6 guys. Like, let's be real. Like, can we be real about this? You know, Nick Nurse has been great. I don't think so. I don't think he's been great at all. I think he's mismanaged rotations. I think he's failed to outline a bench rotation. Will he be better? I don't know. But you know what? It's so crazy to me how often the talking points of one person echo and mirror the talking points of another person. And you just wonder who started it, who is listening, who is leading here, you know? Or is it a bit of groupthink where one person feels a certain way and another person starts echoing it, and then they all sort of scream into an echo chamber, and then they convince themselves that the big was what was missing. Precious Achiuwa is a big. Chris Boucher is a big. Neither one of these players are your problem right now. Neither one of them. Shot selection, offensive structure, movement, a lack of a true superstar. These are your actual issues. None of the issues that I necessarily heard addressed in this press conference. Saying that this is, you know, the first time you've really struggled, this is the time you struggle the most in your tenure here. I remember a sweep to the Washington Wizards. I remember a sweep to the Cavaliers. Patience. I believe in patience. I do. I believe in patience. I believe if you want to get anything done in life, you got to be patient. I believe that fans have a tendency to overreact. I agree with that. You know, game to game basis. Just look at the wild swing on Pascal Siakam this year. You know, you haven't seen me swing wildly on Pascal Siakam, have you? You see me go from he's not a top 15 guy, you can't really win with him, to pretty much he's not a top 15 guy, you can't win with him. I've been pretty stoic and consistent across the board. You didn't see me panic when Scotty Barnes was, you know, having a tough month. You don't see me overreacting when he's having a great month. There is some level of this. Thank you so much, Rank Scrub, for the super chat. I will only support the trade deadline if it means we stop playing Scotty with the starters. They refuse to play for him, so give the bench to Scott. Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of what has worked recently. I think there is some synergy between Scotty and Gary, Scotty and OG. So, okay, you know, let's play Scotty 4 or 5 minutes with the starters, pull him out real quick, allow, you know, Yakin Skills and Fred VanVleet and maybe Thaddeus Young, the old school guys, the guys who are, we call it the over 26 club, to sort of run that unit. And then, you know, pull Scotty and OG out quick. And then, you know, maybe bring Gary in. And then give that entire, let's say, 10-minute, like 2-minute mark of the first quarter, pull Pascal, Poeltl, you know, pull those guys out. Fred, pull him out. Bring Scotty in at point and give Scotty the bench unit for 8 minutes a game. You know, give him that entire period to end the first, to begin the second, and then let him just continue on with the starters. I think that would be great. You know, Scotty will play 35 minutes a night, and at least 20 of those minutes or 18 of those minutes will be, you know, prime first, you know, he'll be first or second option in those lineups. He'll be the primary initiator. I could see that working, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit, I would have preferred something else. I don't agree with Masai Ujiri. And who the fuck am I to not agree with Masai Ujiri? He's the highest paid executive in the NBA. I'm some guy on YouTube. I'm humble enough to realize that. I realize that. But I also realize we're in 2023 with offensive rating climbing 116. You don't get there without threes. This is a team that had a major deficit in terms of spacing. I do believe there are ways to counteract spacing with movement. I think Jakob Poeltl is good for movement. I don't think he's good for the paint congestion, but I think he's good for movement. He is a guy who moves without the ball. He's not a guy who stands in the post like DeMarcus Cousins, a player who more than one Raptor fan in the last day has brought up, oh, we need to get DeMarcus Cousins. No, you don't. You don't need to get DeMarcus Cousins. You don't need more static ball chasers. Okay? You need guys who move well without the ball. You need guys who do all the other stuff. Hustle bigs, yes, but Jakob Poeltl is not just a hustle big. He does a little bit more than that. It's difficult for me. Look, if you've been listening to me react last night, oh no, it'd be very easy to miscategorize my views as I hate Jakob Poeltl. I do not hate Jakob Poeltl. I hate his fit with Pascal Siakam and Scotty Barnes. If there's a way to stagger lineups where you don't have Scotty, Pascal, and Jakob on the court at the same time, great. I really don't see the closing lineup being Jakob Poeltl. Maybe the plan for Jakob Poeltl is just situational. You know, you have him for 24 to 26 minutes a night. Spell the starters a little bit. Be part of the starting lineup, kind of like what Christian Koloko was doing, but maybe a little bit more advanced version of that. Have a solid paint finisher who can actually convert on some of those passes. There's a lot of times where you'll have a roller on this team stop short or make a really stupid decision with the basketball. I don't think Jakob Poeltl makes a lot of stupid decisions. I remember earlier, recruiter dude, I believe Ian was his name. I believe it was, anyways, I call him recruiter guy or recruiter dude. I don't know if he's still listening. And he said, he doesn't think that Jakob Poeltl is much of a playmaker. I disagree. I think Jakob Poeltl is, he's not Gasol, but he is decent enough as a playmaker. I think he can sort of, if he's in the center of the court, I don't think he's going to kill you. Like, relative to, like we've had centers in the past, like Aaron Baines, who don't hold a candle to that in terms of playmaking potential. Serge Ibaka, there have been times where Serge Ibaka was the starting center for this team, or at least the center for this team, and I don't think he's the playmaker that Jakob Poeltl was, and I don't think Jonas Valanciunas was bad, but I don't think he was great either. So, Jakob has evolved slowly he's come up under Greg Popovich. I think we've had a pretty good track record of deadline acquisitions from the Popovich system, right? So I'm cautiously optimistic. I remain steadfast. I'm not flip-flopping here. I don't like this trade deadline for the Raptors. I would like to see what it results in this offseason. I'm happy to see Masai Ujiri acknowledge. I mean, he has to acknowledge the team is struggling because the record says so. But I'm happy to hear him acknowledge that, there's some selfishness. I don't expect him to come out and say it's because of Fred, it's because of Pascal. I don't expect him to come out and say that, but I hope he could see that. I really do. So anyway, with 412 people in this live, it's tempting to just keep it going forever and ever and just, bring more people on. We do have one caller here, Mike, who's been waiting patiently throughout. Mike, what's up, man? Hello? Mike, are you still there? Mike is gone. Let me just unmute. Oh, you've muted your own mic. So if you're talking right now, you don't have to unmute your mic unless you're just not there.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, pretty much what I was saying is that I'm just as disappointed as everyone on this call. But the way I'm looking at it is, as in terms of getting Jakob, while he's not ideal, I consider the fact that many of us have been saying not having a better center is one of our key problems, or one of the problems.
I mean, I could say like not having a player from, Georgetown is a problem. It doesn't make it a problem, right? I don't necessarily think not having a center is necessarily a problem. I don't think, like there was a caller who shall remain unnamed who came on here a few months ago and prophesized that Brook Lopez would kill us inside. And I was just like, that's just not how modern offenses work, man. That's just not how it's going to be. I'm not saying that having, a hang back big or, a guy who can sort of, it's such a misrepresentation of who he is, Jakob Poeltl. Mm-hmm. He's not some like dominant post defender who's like, cutting out like, low post scoring or something like that. It's just not the case. He's a competent defensive center who has some switchability and does not score outside the paint. I feel like you could have gotten that elsewhere. You could have addressed that need elsewhere. And you could have addressed it in a package with a player who does shoot from outside the paint. I just think, it's not Jakob in a vacuum. It's Jakob with Siakam and Scotty that I cannot move my mind past.
The question I ask myself, though, if it's not Jakob, who else? Which center is available that's gettable, that could
Again,
actually.
which player from Georgetown is available? Do you see my point? Like why are we operating under the premise that the center spot was? Look, we did a poll on Pensari Basketball Instagram, and we asked like, what do you think the Raptors need? It was like, was it shooting? Is it a center? Is it a draft? Is it draft capital? Is it young prospect? Is it youth? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Center finished dead last.
Okay.
Precious Achiuwa and Christian Coloco is a hell of a prospect duo to have at center. Kem now honestly, like look at Goga Batiste. I apologize if I'm butchering that pronunciation. Just got waived. Serge Ibaka just got waived. I think both guys are probably better than they can both shoot. So number one, first of all, they can both shoot from outside the paint. I think they're both better than Kem Birch. Go fucking sign one of those guys. You know, if a center was such a big deal, why didn't we sign Isaiah Hartenstein in the offseason? He's a hell of a passer. He's a hell of a rim defender. Last year, he was a better rim defender he was better at defending in the paint than Jakob Poeltl. So, I mean, and he's younger. He's 24, 25 years old. Why the fuck didn't we go get him? Like, why do we go for Otto Porter? I mean, look, I'm saying that the player type that Jakob is comes in different variations. If we had made this exact trade for Miles Turner, I think I'd get it a lot better.
Yeah. And I'm not going to disagree. And yeah, you're right. If it was a stretch center, it will be easier to accept. What I'm thinking of, though, in more general, is the chemistry's not right. And if you believe in one or two glue guys that can make chemistry better,
that's fair.
Then Jakob could affect that. He could.
Sure. So, I mean, wouldn't it be amazing to figure out that all those good vibes, all those years, it wasn't really Lowry or Marc Gasol or anyone. It was just Jakob. It was Jakob being Jakob. Look, there's a nostalgia element to how Masai Ujiri is talking about this. You know, he's like, oh, I got this funny little text from down Tolzman about like, you know, Jakob's eating breakfast. You're talking about this guy like a child that they gave away for adoption who just came back or something. Like he never left. You know, look, one of the cringiest moments in Raptors history, I'll tell you right now, is Rudy Gay coming to Toronto and saying to Brian Colangelo, you know, now you got it right or something, because obviously the infamous Bargnani pick, Brian Colangelo picks Bargnani first overall. Rudy Gay sees himself as the best player in that draft, even though he's not even fucking close. Brandon Roy, LaMarcus Aldridge, much better. But granted, you know, you finally got it right. That whole celebratory bullshit, they met him at the airport, et cetera, et cetera. This reminds me a little bit of that. I'm not comparing Jakob Poeltl to Rudy Gay. I'm just saying he's coming home, guys. You know, bullshit. This reminds me of Antonio Davis getting traded to the Raptors, you know, from the Chicago Bulls late in his career. That whole like, oh, welcome back, you know, AD, thanks for all the good times. People sell nostalgia when they can't sell product, right? And I mean, you're selling, you know, the number of Raptors media people who are just tweeting old pictures of Pascal Siakam and Jakob Poeltl, like, oh my God, you know, the bench mob grown up. Oh, you know, like great, Yak and Skills back together.
Yeah.
Bro, Yak and Skills did not lead you to a fucking championship. They led you to a first round sweep. Okay? Like, can we be real? You made the playoffs. You made a serious, you know, championship run. You had your two best seasons probably in franchise history with Jakob Poeltl off the team. Okay?
Yep.
I'm not trying to say that Jakob Poeltl was the reason you're struggling. I'm just saying stop presenting it like you just got, you know, the love child of Marc Gasol and Pau Gasol back in a trade. You didn't. You know, he is a severely flawed player with significant upside to shore up one of your biggest weaknesses, which is paint defense. You can shore up one end of the floor and completely fuck up the other end of the floor. Could we agree on that? You know?
Agreed, yeah.
So I'm going to stay real on this one. I remain 2% cautiously optimistic that this could make the Raptors a good enough team to push another team in the first round, depending on which team they end up beating. Which team they end up meeting in the first round. I do not think this moves the needle for you against Milwaukee. I think you very well could end up losing in a sweep to Milwaukee or Boston, even with this deal. Yeah, I mean, Masai Ujiri brought it up, and I knew that it's like the number of times the Brooklyn Nets doing something inadvertently fucks over or directly fucks over the Toronto Raptors is just astonishing.
Yeah,
but
that had a lot to do with it.
It definitely did. You know, it's almost like the Raptors reacted to the Brooklyn Nets shipping out KD, like KD and Kyrie were the reason the Raptors were bad. You know, and the one part about Masai's press conference that I am going to nitpick is the insistence that youth is a problem. I think it's so wrong to cite youth as the problem. They're not playing the youth.
Yeah.
You know, you're playing Chris Boucher, Thaddeus Young off the bench. You want to blame Precious Achiuwa? Precious Achiuwa, you're 500 with Precious Achiuwa in the fucking lineup. Some of your best stretches of basketball have come with this guy in the lineup. Some of your worst stretches have come without him in the lineup. So why is he the problem? Why is Scotty the problem after the January he had? That's the youth. What else is the youth? Where's the youth? You know, we're blaming Christian Coloco for leading the team in screen assists. Are we blaming Christian Coloco in screen assists per 100? He's leading the team in contested shots per 100. He's been good, man. He's been really good. I don't see how the youth is the problem. That's the fucked up thing about this team, going right back to Fred VanVleet's talking points last year. Its youth consistently gets blamed for shit that the youth is objectively not doing. Its youth becomes such an easy target scapegoat. And I think, you know, to some extent, what if you had a fan base that just couldn't see the color red, right? What if you had a fan base that just couldn't see the color blue, or you couldn't hear a certain octave? Well, that fan base becomes pretty easy to manipulate. You have an entire fan base. A large part of the paying customers for the Toronto Raptors right now are, I would call them 2019 boomers, people who came into the championship run, right? People who started following this team around that time. You're bringing all those familiar faces back, or you're elevating all the familiar faces up, right? Freddie, Pascal, Yakin Skills. These are all fucking talking points from that era of basketball. And this new wave of Toronto Raptors basketball that could be ignited around OG, Scotty, Christian Coloco, like guys that really, I think, fit sort of the vision of basketball that I have in my head. Kind of getting shafted by this, I think, to some extent. I think the only upside, again, I'll repeat it for the 25th time, is Scotty's no longer your center. I like that.
Yeah, that's a key point. Well, yeah. I guess all he left us with on the conference call is have some hope. So I'm hoping that if, let's just say, the chemistry gets better, I consider Boston last year where they were, and a couple things. I don't know what it was exactly, but I assume it was. Can you hear me chemistry.
Shaking my head?
No. Well, okay. It's a different situation. They're better talent and better fits and so on. I agree, but I'm just saying.
And Marcus Smart's not 5'11". That helps. Al Horford is not Jakob Poeltl. That helps. Al Horford spaces out to the three. Did you watch the playoffs? You see how often they could clear 5 out, and Jason Tatum could just go to work, or Jaylen Brown could shred the middle, and Al Horford just sitting out in the corner. And, you know, like a lot of people look at Robert Williams and they say, oh my God, like, why are they not playing this guy? Well, there's a reason at times that they were better with Al Horford and Grant Williams sitting in the corner. Look, the league is changing. You cannot operate under the premise that it is 2008 or 2006. You know, you just cannot generate enough points playing some of the style that Raptors are playing too often. You know, it's one thing to have assumed, hey, you know, the front office feels one way, the coaching staff feels another way, and there's some sort of to get Masai Ujiri's perspective on how he feels Nick Nurse is doing a good job, given the product on the court right now. It's actually pretty depressing, to be honest. It's pretty depressing.
Well, I'm hoping there will be two phases. He's hoping that he's stopping the bleeding now, and then the second phase, for example, the second phase may involve a different center, or maybe Pascal is not here. That could be the second phase. So we'll see what happens.
Hey, I mean, they're acknowledging selfish basketball. The 3 clearest culprits of selfish basketball are not OG. I mean, like, if you listen to the, you know, reports, it seems like OG was dangled to just about every single person. I really don't think he's a culprit of selfish basketball. I don't think he's selfish at all. I think he's very selfless. I think Scotty's very selfless. I think Christian Coloco is very selfless. I think Thaddeus Young, for the most part, is very selfless. I think Otto is very selfless. You have a lot of selfless guys. You're adding another selfless guy in Jakob Poeltl. Will that help team chemistry? Sure. But you haven't gotten rid of a selfish guy to get an unselfish guy. You just basically got a very, 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 very souped up non-shooting version of Kem Birch. He screen sets, he finishes in the paint, and you gave a first round pick for it. Now you cannot trade 2025. You cannot trade 2023. I think this is as no man's land as no man's land gets. I would have definitely preferred for them to go young and trade someone. I can't say it any more times. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. We are 5 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. I'm going to go sleep. I'm going to go sleep. All right, Mike. Thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about this. No, I do. I stick with it. This is like, it's just settling in right now that we are going into the second half, the unofficial second half of the season. And this is the team. This is the team. Hall of Fame, craziest comment of the day. Did somebody just say, where is this? Better passing than Birch. Congratulations. Do you want to find a player who shoots more threes than Kem Birch and then call that a win too? Why is Kem Birch the benchmark? Someone said he's better than Kem Birch. Yeah, no shit. You added 3 picks. Granted, a first round pick, protected, second round picks, etc., etc. I don't know. Anyway, thank you all for sticking with us through this tumultuous is the right word. Very interesting trade deadline. Interesting is probably the wrong word. Disappointing for sure. All that hype, all that, this guy's going to get moved, that guy's going to move, and then boom, you move Kem Birch and future picks for Jakob Poeltl. It's an expiring contract. I'm curious to see how the Raptors look. I got to tell you, I don't really care how they look against the Utah Jazz. Stripped down Utah Jazz now. Very interested to catch up and sort of see what the league looks like. I'm very interested to see what the Brooklyn Nets will look like, with Mikal Bridges. I'm really a big fan of Mikal Bridges. I'm very curious to see how this new look Raptors team looks up against good competition. I'll be very interested to see what they look like. Let's just before we leave, let's just take a quick look at the schedule. Raptors schedule. Just quickly Google it and just see what are the key games that I feel like the Raptors take on the Jazz tomorrow. They're on the midst of a 3-game win streak, right? So if the Jazz is a win tomorrow, then you have the Pistons, the Magic. All right. So congratulations. You can go on a 6-game win streak and still be under 500. Congratulations. Then you got the Pelicans, Pistons again, Cavaliers. So, you've got a really soft schedule coming up here. Oh my God. It's just... And then you got the Bulls, Wizards, Nuggets, Clippers, Lakers. Look, there's a very reasonable case to be made that the Raptors could catch 6th. It would be a very unlikely outcome, but it could happen. I think more likely outcome is they end up 9th or 10th. They end up in the play-in. And, if they don't, in a do or die situation, I do not trust Pascal Siakam over basically any of the stars in this league. So if you end up flailing out and end up with the 10th overall pick or something, I think this will be a failure. And at that point, I would like to hear Masai Ujiri just openly accept the reality that, it's not maybe, it's you. I'm not saying, look, I'm not going to be one of those people that's going to be like, oh my God, this front office is so stupid. They're so dumb. They don't do anything right. That's not true. But at some point, someone's going to have to own this season for what it is, right? Is it going to be Pascal Siakam saying, okay, I'm not a leader. I have not been a leader. Is it going to be Fred VanVleet saying, hey, maybe like I need to sacrifice more for the team? Is it going to be Nick Nurse saying, hey, like, you know, not having an offense was a really bad idea? Is it going to be Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster to say that, you know, we put together a roster that does not fucking make sense and we made a bad situation worse at the trade deadline? I would like to see that. Today is February 8th, 9th. Today's February 9th. From February 9th to, I want to say, September 1st, it should be a very interesting and possibly the most pivotal, you know, 7 months of Raptors history. Because, you know, I think Masai, you know, the part where I could say no cap is that the Raptors do have young players, and assets that the rest of the league wants. I think these assets are highly, highly overrated based on play style and based on the system, and I think the win-loss record shows it. Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic to see how this is going to work out. I'm not going to hold my breath. I want to say thank you to everyone who stayed with us. I want to thank this crazy super chat from Khan, which is just, you know, it's an hour later. It's almost an hour and a half later, and it's still at the top because apparently YouTube does not know what to do with a $250 super chat. That's crazy. I want to thank everybody who sent a super chat during this chat. That's crazy. Thank you for the support for this channel. Thank you for staying with us. And, you know, onward and upward. We can no longer talk about trades. We can no longer really talk about the draft. We're just going to have to talk about the product on the court. And I think that might be the Raptors' worst nightmare come true is, you know, I'm going to get back to making low light films. It's not going to be good. I hope the product improves. I hope that, you know, the hypothetical fit of Scotty and Pascal next to Jakob Poeltl, I hope that it's better in reality. And I hope we're all wrong. I mean, why would I be hoping to be right? I'm not hoping I'm right. I'm a Raptor fan. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I really am. I'm aggressively hoping that I am wrong and that this works out brilliantly. And, you know, it'd be great. It'd be great if it did work out great, if the Raptors became a competitive team. Don't hold your breath. I'm not holding mine, but I think this is the comment. 1, 2, 3, Cancun. Yes. I think this is going to be a first round and out. No front office is perfect. I think the Raptors, you know, Masai is like, I'm not rooting for anybody to fail at all. But there's a mythology around this guy of like, okay, well, he can do no wrong. And he is a human being. And I think you saw it tonight, you know, like today. Just felt really like a little less composed than he usually does, probably. I think he's probably hearing it, feeling it a little bit, but I trust this front office to not make panic decisions. I understand why they probably thought this move didn't have like drastic consequences. I get it. I don't know. There's nothing more I can say at this point. I just, I think you can probably tell from my face that, yeah, I was just about to say, I think you can tell from my face that that's what I'm thinking. And Tamberlin saying his face told the story. I agree. It does not seem like he's having a picnic this season. And it feels like, you know, they expected something to happen this season that hasn't happened. It's really difficult to put all the work into scouting these guys, to preparing this roster, and to see it completely fall apart. I am very curious actually to understand whose idea it was that the center spot being weak was the problem. Because in a lot of ways, I mean, this feels like Masai Ujiri was just a talking piece for Fred VanVleet and Nick Nurse. So I'm very curious to see how the rest of this season plays out. And thank you all again. Make sure to hit like on the way out. Give other people a chance to discover this video. And again, thank you so much. Have a good evening, y'all.